Okay, so here I'm going to continue my little, I was trying to pose it as like a role play scenario, the friends with benefits, Mila Kunis hypno fetish dom kind of a vibe that I was going for. But whatever, like we're analyzing fetishes, we're analyzing open relationships, we're going to watch Friends with Benefits because Mila Kunis always wins, and nice little sprinkling of the stimuli acme, so I'm going to watch this. I don't know, it's hard to explain the psychological thing with that. Like, I just watched Easy A and I kind of enjoyed it, and it's like a comedy, rom-com type of thing. So this seems like in the same vein. So I had like some preconceived notion in my head that, oh, out of all these, I kind of had a guilty pleasure urge to watch this. And then, as I'm doing it, I keep finding loopholes to try to watch it. Like, well, I chose, what was the thing? Like, Fearless. But then when I look up Fearless, it shows up that, oh, it was made by Netflix, so that's one of my criteria. And then even though I put FMA on there, knowing that it was in Japanese, I said, oh, it's in Japanese, so I'm going to skip it anyway. So let's try to simp over Mila Kunis, even though I'm so immune to such things. I'm sort of enjoying the pretense of playing into it. Like, let's pose this like, oh, the guy in the movie is actually wealthy, and he's a simp for her, and it's not like just friends with benefits. The benefit is that he's like her slave and gives her all his money and does whatever she says and doesn't even get sex for it. And so that's the benefit, is the privilege of obeying Mila Kunis as its own reward, and his benefit is that, and her benefit is you get spoiled and treated like a goddess and worshipped and whatever. So it's probably not going to go that route, but that is one iteration of this kind of dynamic that you can have. So we're starting from the beginning, Netflix version of Friends with Benefits, with 1 hour, 49 minutes, and like 25 seconds, I think. I can't really read that part of my screen, but starting from the very beginning, Netflix version in 3, 2, 1. Or I don't know if that was entirely correct. Starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. So 24, 23, 22 is the seconds at that point. So let's see what we got. Oh, don't tell me my headphone isn't working. Oh, shit. For some reason, okay. For some reason, my headphone isn't working. God damn it. Nothing will keep you from paying deference to my goddess, Mila Kunis. This could be easily taken out of context, but this is how people actually are, unironically. Put a poster of her on your wall as an adolescent teen, something like that. She sort of had that alpha vibe as Jackie Burkhart in that 70s show. She would be kind of bossy. I like people who are smart in addition to that. Like, if it was my, and sort of like not in a, it's hard to explain. One of my relationships I could point to as, yes, I was submissive there to a degree, but it was different. It's not like bossy. It's sort of like you're so smart that you kind of get what you want that way. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. That is sort of my ideation a little bit. Like, their experience with psychology, and that's the field they work in, and they're super smart. So they could be using their psychological skill on you to get what they want at any time, and that's kind of exciting because I know that, but they're still so good at it that, like, it's almost like if you're good enough to do it on me, then you deserve it because you're that smart. So you get to, I'm not sure what's wrong with my headphone. I have no idea. What the hell happened? So yeah, this is delving into the stimuli acme. It did sort of happen organically though, because those two, well, whatever. I sort of selectively used my criteria, and I even was trying to back out of Fearless, but that wasn't the reason why I didn't watch it. And I'm going to come to find out that, oh, it's not actually made by Netflix, there's some other one, but I don't get why it does that sometimes. If I turn on Bluetooth and my headphone is already out of the little headphone case, it doesn't connect. You have to put it back in it and then take it out again. So yeah, you gotta look for what kind of dynamic we have here. She's obviously famous for having played Meg, I think, in Family Guy or something like that, which I'm not too familiar with, but I just know that she did it. Let's watch that next in our little Mila Kunis tribute tapes here. Yeah, this could be a film critic fetish fantasy, like, oh, some up-and-coming aspiring actress is really needs this movie to get a good review, and you're like Roger Ebert status, and so they come and have a little talk with you and convince you to turn your thumbs down into a thumbs up. And that's not the only thing. They make go erect from a seating downward position, right? So they give you a little stimuli acme incentive there. But that whole dominant submission element is a big deal for people, because that can be more exciting to people than, I mean, the two can go together too, but that can be more exciting than anything else. Just the sheer, look no further than YouTube comments and stuff to see how submissive and pathetic people seem to be, which in some ways that's true, but sometimes it's like, oh, would you rather have sex with a girl, or would you rather bow down and worship her feet? And some people would unironically say, no, I'd rather bow down and worship her feet, because that's just, for you, that's more gratifying. Or you've already been there, done that with the other stuff. Like, there's certain, it's hard to explain. Like, it's not that, oh, you're a cuck and you can't have sex, although sometimes that can come about, but it's that you have some other urge or craving that's different, right, outside of that. That's sort of hard for people to understand, that that's really a genuine preference that you would have over it. So we're starting here in 3, 2, starting from the beginning. Friends with Benefits, Netflix version. Got my Bluetooth working, starting in 3, 2, 1. 24, 23, 22. Wait, that kind of lagged. Hold on, fuck me. Okay, starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. 24 seconds, 23, 22, 21, 20. Screen gems. A Sony picture or something. This is going to be what he does for work. Immigration reform, wow. If only you knew. So he's going to be a big shot with a lot of money. So look at him being such a cuck for her, but she's being a little alpha. See, this is too much of a relationship. Or wait, what? Oh, wait, we get another Emma Stone sighting? Oh, what the fuck? No, I'm trying to simp over Mila Kunis here, not Emma Stone. I didn't know she was even in this. So she's kind of submissive to the guy. Mila Kunis is submissive, and Emma Stone is dominant. Imagine breaking up with Mila Kunis. Or now Mila and the other guy are going to end up together. But that's all the money that you get. don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sheryl Crow. Or, I don't really get what's going to happen here. Emma Stone's got to have a bigger role. So, like, are both of these couples going to swap and be friends with benefits, or... She would have to be really emotionally damaged to be with you because she's fucking Mila Kunis. Pulling the old George Costanza. Well, that's... I don't like you anymore means that it is you. Or is this going to be the friends with benefits dynamic? And then they're going to get back together. Yeah, why not just enjoy the concert first? It's the honeymoon phase because you're trying to place undue emphasis. Or let this be the twist, that the friends with benefits is actually going to be, she's going to turn gay, and Emma Stone and Mila Kunis are going to end up together, and that'll be the friends with benefits. Or this girl with her. And Up in the Air. That was a pretty good intro scene, actually. It was kind of a little confusing, but the way they make it seem like they're talking on the phone. Look at this shot we're getting. Okay, you don't need to sexualize her this much. That's part of being submissive, is that you don't want to see them naked. You want to just worship them from a... She's doing that to change clothes. Good psychological trick. She's smart enough to do that. That's hot. Look how she just totally tricked somebody to not look at her. On one hand, she knows how hot she is, and on the other hand, she knows how to manipulate people, either with that hotness or to look away from that hotness. But then again, you probably shouldn't be doing that in a cab anyway. See, that's a good psychological bait trick moment. I love a woman who can mess with people's minds like that and get them to do what they want. So they said they would remain friends, though. But that's not the friends with benefits. It's going to be these two people. So you take a cab. You take a cab to pick somebody up, so how are you picking them up? Yeah, headhunter, the term that Jessica from season 1 of Hell's Kitchen was called that, and I didn't know what that meant. Does that mean you're a lesbian too, like her? I can change your life. You can be my wife. The old Billie Eilish thing. Eilish, as some people say. This is totally like up in the air dynamic. Trying to role play as George Clooney, as she even said, but well, then do it. Become an OnlyFans. If you really could, you would do it, and you'd make money from it. Don't mistake lack of ability or creativity or will for morality. Like, oh, I'm not doing it because I'm so morally righteous. I broke up with my girlfriend. Just don't shit the bed. Is this some innuendo that we're setting up for the Friends with Benefit thing? So this dynamic is a little forced, though. The fact that they're working together makes it a little bit too easy and obvious. I thought it would happen more organic. Oh, already simping for you. Do it for me. Right, she's already being alpha. Do it for me. Like, oh, I'll do more than that for you. I'll get your groceries for you. I'll park your car. I'll do your laundry. I totally won't sniff it either. I'm just trying to play into the cuck mentality here, which may or may not even be relevant, but she's got a certain alpha vibe in every role she plays. Maybe Meg, too. Is Meg Ukrainian, such that the voice would make sense? Like, not that you would notice that. I owe you one. Does that mean that's a benefit? We can have friends with benefits. So then why are you acting like you didn't know? You were just making fun of it in the car before I showed I was insecure. New York fucking sucks. Everything's expensive as hell. Oh, you'll make more money there, but everything will cost more too. Yeah, now you're simping for her in multiple ways. Look at her sucking up to him, but LA and New York, both democratic shitholes. Socialism is a fantasy that eventually erodes into reality, as both of those cities are evidence of. Or there's another clothes I can think of that's going to involve you taking off your clothes. Which means the fact that you don't want to talk about it means it's not good, and we obviously know. Guy's a little bipolar. She gets around with high-powered men. I don't know what the hell that even means. Hardwood floors in an innuendo context. What are we doing here? I like how fast-paced this is. But is that all the Emma Stone role we're going to get? We just get a guest cameo? Which I'm kind of glad about, because I don't want to feel like I'm watching too much of the same actress. I had no idea she was going to be in this. But it just shows you it's the same kind of genre. It's just a setup that they broke up, but kind of a waste of Emma Stone, if you ask me. And this came out the same year as Easy A, so I wonder if it was before or after. This is like the Up in the Air, but instead of the age difference and all this kind of stuff. He's dead. Oh, I have it at home too. Haha, I have it in the car and my phone. And it must not be good then. But he's not around anymore to say it. You should have researched that. He was. Oh, I thought they would say that. I want to see something really hot. Actually, Mila Kunis, Stimuli Acme, the movie. Ha ha ha. So fucking stupid. I love how, I don't know. Like, this is setting up to be so much, like, you're having a bit of a pseudo relationship already with all this stuff. Like, why are we even here right now? Just wait until 2020 and see what New York City is like. The most accurate description of New York ever. I like how fast-paced she is. Like, I can barely keep up. You gotta mix in some little psychological manipulation here and there. And she even said that. She defended it like, we have to manipulate men because of history and romantic comedies and this and that. And she's kind of self-aware. Basically, we all fantasize about Mila Kunis psychologically manipulating us. That's basically the point of this whole existence right now, as I laid out very great detail earlier. I'm sure at least some people that would appeal to. We got to do a character point comparison. This girl versus Emma Stone in Easy A. Who is the more impressive character or whatever? But this chick has her stuff together a bit more. That other chick is... Olive was kind of a clown. You're going to a concert to make up for the fact that you didn't go to a concert before, you know, with the other guy. Or was that the other couple? I don't know. They were going to see a movie. Sometimes they'll do it at the airport and cause like a terrorist scare or cause all kind of chaos. Ooh, that's kind of a good line. You could be lonely in a crowd because everybody's just a mindless NPC zombie shithead. Remember that Mariah Carey song where she was all in skimpy clothing? Oh wait, which one? Haha, let's have Mila Kunis do one like that. I'm deliberately playing into it more so than I normally would. I'm sort of immune to the stimuli acme anyway, but I'm sort of indulging it for the audience. She's totally wooing him with all this adrenaline and getting him all hyped up and getting him in a high energy, chaotic state so that he has to agree. Almost like a, rapid hypnotic induction. You get somebody in an altered state of mind so they have no choice but to say yes. Oh, he really doesn't like this guy. That's one of his controversial views. Write an article about that. That'll go viral. Even if it's out of hate. Just don't put a like and dislike feature on your website. Did he say suck a dick or fuck a dick? Yeah, was that before or after he got a tip? Or is it because he didn't get a tip? Average cab driver, when you don't give them a tip. I love that meme of like your doctor or your therapist when your credit card declines, then they talk shit to you like you can insert so many things into there. Don't you want a little privacy to jack off to a picture of Mila Kunis in your office when you're all alone? Ridiculous, get it? Just use Papyrus avatar font. That was sort of a lame attempt at humor, that whole interaction, right? She's kind of coming on to him, though, more so than anything else. Oh yeah, like he totally just wasn't looking at that anyway. Or he's going to use that as an inspiration. Yeah, they're supposed to be organic and spontaneous, but now you're turning it into a... Well, I don't want you to be out of here because you're my... Yeah, now she's telling to simp for me even more. Like, so do you want to get a coffee? Humiliation. You're manipulating me even now. Yeah, she's got such emotional strength. But like, they give me a foot job under the table to get me to give you a bonus or something. Emma Stone. We just get to use Emma Stone's picture, royalty for that. John fucking Mayer. Why did she say John fucking Mayer? That's what she said when, obviously she left earlier, but I don't get it. It's like a running joke, like she's rubbing it in his face, or when she's mad she just says that. I don't get it. This is moving so fast, it's kind of... But no, I like how she even alludes to erotic humiliation. that she's going to keep doing similar things and have friends with benefits with all of them. It's cut together so fast that sometimes, it's the kind of movie that you have to kind of keep glancing over in a way that I don't like to do when I'm driving. But no, it's pretty good so far. What is that? Invisible ink. Is that from the party or what is that? Or I like it sort of self-aware. Emoting for the audience, true. A lot of bad movies like Batman and Robin have that problem where it's wall-to-wall music, or even the English dub of Dragon Ball Z. As great as Bruce Faulkner's score is, legendary, they overuse it a bit. There's sometimes less is more. Bro thinks he's Philip Glass, he can get away with it. Not that they even use it always like that, but you can have it, Yeah, I don't care that you broke up with me to go to Italy to do your fucking art project, Lily, in fucking How I Met Your Mother. I'm still going to put up with you even though I'm a fucking judge. Talk about female privilege. Like, what if it was the other way around? Lily's a judge and he's, he's just a fucking unemployed or little school teacher, dreams of art, but would they end up together then? Like, just reverse the roles. A female who makes $300,000 a year and a guy who makes like $50,000, does that happen often? Like, sometimes it does, but a good one. This is the arrangement moment, like the deal from Seinfeld. Why do you have to feel guilty about it? Guys have more of that stereotype of the hump and dump type, though, like just they're gone in the morning. And they do all the time, but society indoctrinates you to believe otherwise. But there's a winner and a loser, so what about that aspect? Let's have a Dom roleplay fantasy to see who gets the car, or see who gets money, or have make fun out of it. If you can psychologically dominate me to go be on the bottom, you get to peg me, and then she's always considering it. You got to decide that. Mila Kunis asked the greatest question in the world: do you find me attractive? Haha. That's the last thing I'd notice about her, though, like the face. Her facial features are what are noteworthy. The dream line. dream line that you want to hear from a girl? You swear you don't want anything more from me? Well, what is the point of this? You're trying to make me dizzy and hypnotize me with this thing. Swear on a digital Bible. Yeah, just like how the Bible said. Like the Bible would be against this kind of thing. Don't have sex outside of wedlock and all this kind of stuff. So I have to make that sound every fucking time. You gotta have like a code word, safe word. This is what you watch the movie for. I like how open about it they're being, though. They're very comfortable about it. But they're being too formal, like they're trying too hard. What does that have to do with daddy issue? Are we gonna get to actually see it, or what? Fuck. I like that transactional. I can work with that. Should be fine. But did you do it in college? But it could turn into a casual thing where if you feel like it again. I love how this is treated like you're actually meant to take this seriously. Like, this is how people really think, I guess, in society. Like, you totally can't do this. Like, there's some rule against it. Like, you're that stupid that you can't just choose for yourself. Be in an open relationship, be in an arrangement. No, but you got to be a little. Got to be a little dominant here. She was even saying erotic humiliation fantasy. Who has this much fucking energy? She's faking it. We'll come to find out later on in the twist moment of the movie. Little alpha moment there, but why are you doing all this when you should be having sex? Why would you go straight into oral sex? Right, just have traditional. I couldn't tell if they actually did. You know, you're ruining it. We're having sex together in bed, but you gotta go to oral sex first? Like, why not just go for the whole real thing? he'd be a good judge of that, actually, since he's gay. See, she's being emotionally attaching, and she's also the one who was kind of felt like she was coming on to him a bit, but I'm just being friendly, and but at least this is one where you're consensually acknowledging it. It'd be such a normal thing to do, but you can't handle it. That's what you're really saying. Coming between us. I like it when you act all tough. Really, like, it seemed like you weren't going to talk to each other anymore. Like, you did your job and now you're going to move on. So you weren't really even friends at all. So then you have sex and now you want to be friends. So you don't have control over your base stimuli acme urges. I'd rather you acknowledge it and do it willingly. Okay, we don't need to see too many scenes like this. We get the point. Like, okay, we don't need to keep, or it's doing it in like montage form, that they're going to keep doing it. Wow, like you're simulating. Now they'll say, but it's like we're having a real relationship anyway, but this is all they consist of anyway. Like, just a lot of overextension of a stimuli acme, that sex is the meaning of life, and you got to overextend everything in your life to make it about that, and your finances split down the middle and all this kind of stuff. Like, you're not obsessed with sex. You're in love and your soulmate. Also, you base your whole life around sex. Like, you're fucking... You like to be on top? No, you gotta... You were even talking down to me. Yeah, you gotta do the dominant role play, whatever you were talking about, humiliation. Okay, we get it, but now let's see this develop into something more. You don't want that to happen when we're having sex, so be grateful that I'm doing it. It's good for your circulation. Or he's actually having some delay. This is an embarrassing thing to show. You could close the door, dude. But yeah, I like how when she's on top like that, she's talking dominantly too, like, oh, you don't like it or whatever. And the financial dynamic hasn't entered into this too much. But do your other arrangements like that? Or, oh wait, you don't have the guts to do? This is like how when the guy meets the dad of Fiona in Shameless when the dad is passed out and stuff, drunk, and they're having sex. I love the duality of that. Like, oh, don't take sex too seriously, just have fun with it, right? Don't be a stickler. But then also, you do take it seriously and obsess over it and make a big thing out of it. Like, which is it? And you shouldn't get pregnant as a rule. Doesn't take you off the market, you can still do that. Well, the mom's pretty okay with it. Okay, I almost am losing my ability to commentate because it's just too much of the same thing right now. Like, those two scenes back to back were kind of unnecessary, but it's to show I get it. Every comedy has a scene like this, some sport, generic thing. That was kind of a good insult, actually. Yeah, you're going to feel emasculated here as well. It sort of lagged a little bit there. You shouldn't really advertise this to other people, though. Discretion should be... Okay, I'll pause it there, but discretion should be a thing that goes with that, too. You don't need to make a big spectacle and public thing about it. You don't want people gossiping about you. You don't want it to be a big thing. Like, really, wouldn't she be bothered by that? No, now there's a rumor that this girl just sleeps around. Like, maybe she doesn't want that to be known, and you don't need to brag about it. Like, it's just locker room talk, as they say. So, yeah, the point is that what is good about this is that the pace is really almost too fast, but sometimes you can get away with a lot that way because it's like, okay, you just give people, the material isn't at a super high level, but you're getting it back to back to back, so you can't complain, right? It's not dwelling on something too long. Like, imagine Stanley Kubrick making this movie. Like, every scene would be like a fucking hour long. Even if it's better, it's like, there is something to it. Just when you have a good pace, that can sometimes speak for itself. So no, I'm almost saying that they should go into some of that erotic humiliation stuff and let that be set up as a dynamic that Mila Kunis is the alpha here. Okay, let's look at this concept today. Inhibition on account of other people is looked at then as lack of ability on your part and held against you in society. So this is a great folding fallacy. Like, for example, you don't like to interrupt people, so you like to let them finish what they're saying. But then, now you're perceived as like, you're quiet, or, that's somehow a bad thing for you, or something else. Like, you're always accounting for other people, right? But by doing that, then you're not doing enough yourself, or you're not taking the initiative and something. So it's framed as a negative when you're going out of your way to account for the contrived state and for other people. So that's the whole folding issue with it. Okay, then just don't do that and ignore that. But then, now you're being selfish or something like that. But it sort of shows you I guess you could say that's the kind of nice people finish last sort of mindset. But it's just like, by actually being decent that way and accounting for other people and going out of your way, right? Now that somehow, not only is that not perceived positively, but that's even somehow viewed in a negative way, that like, you're somehow doing something, I don't know, you're just doing something different and not in exactly the way that you should be doing, or something like that. So it's the same fallacy like with technology. Like, what would you ever do without all this technology that you rely upon every day and that you're spoiled by? But you're not realizing the duality of that. What would you also do? Like, take away that technology, but then what would you do without society's inhibitions too that go along with that? Like, that's the trade-off. You want people to be inhibited by society in so many ways, in every way imaginable, but then get nothing in return for it. So at least like the technology and some of the collective benefits are the trade-off for that. So it's not a net positive, it's a neutral, because you're being inhibited so severely. So what happens then is, like, it's a case where all these things, like, okay, you just want to live in the wild and pick berries, but those berries belong to somebody on somebody's property, and you can't do this for this reason, like, it's owned by the government, it's owned by somebody, you're restricted in this way, that way, this against the law. So you do all that, and then you realize that everything is sort of tied together, like you can't separate. So yeah, imagine what would you ever do without all these kind of things you've been spoiled by, but then whatever would you do without all the inhibition that is forced upon you, all the things that you can't do. So then, take away technology and electricity and stuff, and then it's a free-for-all, and you can fend for yourself and not be inhibited in every way, and you can just take, the world is yours for the taking, and live off the land, live in nature, do all these things. But you want all these contrivance constructs in one way, but then as soon as then you're holding that against people and saying, but look at you, you're so spoiled, you could never live out in the wild, or you could never do this. But if you're not allowing people to, you're saying, you're indoctrinating them into society, you're forcing on them a non-consensual social contract, you're doing this other thing where you feel that, you're basically just doing it in such a way that, not only are you being inhibited, but then you're having that held against you, like, look at you, how you've been reduced to this state against your will, and rather than, accounting for that and realizing, that's a sacrifice you're making for some collective society, etc., instead you are just in a position to, again, have that be held against you. It's this like fallacy of permission, like, I don't know, everything, like, you have to justify as an individual, but a contrived state, or even an extrapolate, it sounds like a government, doesn't have to justify anything. You can be restricted in every way imaginable, arbitrarily, inconsistently, and that's fine, but anything that you do, you have to justify in some way. Right, rather than the more rational, inherent basis, like, not that you need to justify what you do, it's that society or some external force has to justify preventing you from doing any of the variable, infinite things that you're capable of doing, right? So this is the fallacy of permission, that like, you don't need society's permission or anyone's permission to do anything. You're born into this world, right? You have all these inherent variable capabilities. You can think anything, you can do anything physically that you're capable of, so you have all these infinite variables that you're capable of. So now you don't need to justify them. There has to be some external justification for why you're restricted or inhibited or prevented from doing any one of those things. So some of them are very broad and easy to do. Like, okay, you can't kill people because you yourself don't want to be killed, or you can respect that. That's the sort of thing that you can accept. But then it gets overextended so far where like, oh, now you can't do all these little minute things, or even like social stigmas, behaviors. Like this starts to become something else that's so bloated that doesn't have any like inherent real value to it. And so you're in a position where you're able to basically see that it becomes very overextended and whatever. So we'll try to finish that today. We'll try to finish the Friends with Benefits here. Okay, so today I'm going to watch the rest of, or at least probably not even the rest of, but the next segment of Friends with Benefits. So I watched, I guess not as much as I thought, so there's still like an hour, 7 minutes, and 20 seconds left. It's Friends with Benefits Netflix version, so we're going to start with 107:20 remaining. In a second here, we got a Woody Harrelson talking to this dude on the bench about whether you're in a relationship or not formally. And the thing that's noteworthy with that is the simple fact that I was even raising a red flag with that to say that you shouldn't really be announcing it, right? This is one of the benefits of Friends with Benefits, is that you would have discretion. Like, you don't need to be talking about it, and you don't need to be making a big thing, and you don't need to be, that the other person might get upset about that. I don't want to be known as, oh, this is a slut, and I'll get this reputation, and I'll, whatever. Right? You don't necessarily want to be spreading that as a rumor. The benefits of this is the simplicity of it. You go right to the point. You don't have to have all the attachment, but you also don't need to have all the gossip drama. You don't need your mom to find out like she did. You don't need your friends and coworkers and gossip and all this kind of stuff to go along with it. You don't need all that. That's the whole benefit and beauty of this situation in part, right? And so we're going to start with 107:20 remaining in 3, 2, 1. We're just friends. We're just friends with benefits. Never works. It works plenty of times, but she's the one who even yeah, you're gay, but that doesn't mean that they're still propositioning you. They're beautiful, said every gay man ever, ? Oh, look at him, he wants to be a cuck. Just have a girl peg you with a dildo. Love is so absolute that, how did it end? Oh, in a breakup. In other words, it was just sex that you obsess over with one person because society tells you to. That's like a threat, foreshadowing. But maybe this is that person. Like, how will this movie end? They'll break up and end up with somebody else, or the emperor wears no clothes fallacy, that, if you don't agree, you just don't get it. You just haven't experienced it yet. Like, imagine that on an 8 billion nearness postulate level. This guy's supposed to be funny, but I don't find it funny. But no, it's like, are they going to just end up together in a serious relationship by the end? Or are they actually going to prove that this actually does work or what. That'll probably be the cliche ending. Or now she'll be upset about that, like, oh, I don't want to be compared to you. You're the last person I want to end up like. Just don't get pregnant like I did. Yeah, look at that, how she's saying, yeah. Let me guess, it'll fail the Bechdel test, though, where everything you'll talk about is a guy, like even this scene. About other men or relationships. How do you not remember that? That was actually genuinely funny. I know I haven't been the best mother. ... No response. And then you'll be missing this guy and be texting him the whole time or something. That should be one of the rules. No texting, no calling, unless it's just to meet. Right, no asking how your day is, except in the middle of sex like they were doing. I love how juvenile this whole thing is, though. But no, like the nearness postulate. Like, this is a maturity text, like, yeah, be cool about it. Okay. We want to start dating, so that means with each other, or, no, but what I was saying is, like, they totally had this conversation before. Right, they said this at the beginning, we should stop. They're totally going to relapse and do the same thing again, or why not just date each other? Or they'll try to play wingman for each other. You're gonna get jealous? No, like the nearness postulate, where that stupid Woody Harrelson thing, like, I don't know, it's just stupid. How could it be over that quickly, though? Oh, no. There's a certain jealousy here. This is like such a compensating moment, though. You're trying to show that we're totally okay with this. It's much easier for women because of the semiacme. Look how quickly it happens. How could this conversation happen so quickly, though? We're seeing it in real time. Even with the girl, it's over in, like, literally 5 seconds. Aren't you a guy who, or you're supposed to be religious too? You even swore on the Bible on that thing. Now she's going to realize that she prefers Dylan better than these people. Like, I love this whole thing of, like, not knowing what you want. Like, isn't that amazing? And then you act like you're the victim or you struggle with it. Right now, haha. So we don't get to hear when I get to see you next, like. Just wait until 2024. Oh yeah, like you totally just didn't bypass that with Dylan. They keep doing everything sort of ironically, self-aware. It's a weird statement, this 4-year-old we've been working on. Yeah, are you going to tell him about the fact that and it could be you, but I'm not acknowledging it. But he should have gotten a date too. Right now it seems one-sided that she got a date, but he didn't. Did you know this guy is gay? Did you know the Woody Harrelson character is gay? Like, were you aware of that? I don't know if it's made it clear enough that every single line you say has to do with being gay. Like, you're gay, but you don't exist outside of that. Your entire identity is that you're gay. Which is, to some extent, maybe how some people would perceive it. They would think of you only in terms of that, but, like, isn't this offensive screenwriting and showing him as a one-dimensional gay guy just for the sake of being gay? Like, thinking about Mila Kunis. He's just really not into it. Oh, I like that aggressive jealousy, though. That was kind of a... But Nanny is her nickname. Okay, I don't even dislike this movie, but I guess the saving grace is the pace is so fast that, you know, everything's moving pretty quickly. So that's kind of like their relationship did. But now they're going to miss each other and then end up together. Like, this is the whole point. You should be able to do this even when you're in a relationship. Like, the mom is pretty funny, actually, the way she just randomly says things. And that one has a bikini there, too. Yeah, it's so unconvincing with line, too. I got this thing, I got stuff. Really, why don't you try to set up a friends with benefits thing with him, then? So what was it? Why did he have that response? Because of the mom, or... That's kind of stalkerish. Yeah, that's kind of, if a guy did that to a girl, oh, that's like a stalkerish behavior. This is like the it's not you, it's me thing, but you're doing it on behalf of somebody else. It's not you, it's him. This is something friends with benefits shouldn't do, or this is part of the benefit. That scene shot by Quentin Tarantino, haha. But as if, people criticize him showing feet so much, but like compared to what? Like, would you rather that or show asses and butts and breasts and stuff like this? Like, in other words, you're appealing to the same thing, just in different ways. So, like, one isn't really better or worse than the other. So it's okay to sexualize in one way, but not another. That's a good line. Not a baby in a hot car. But you are very hot, baby. I want to take you out in my car. Or yeah, you want me to meet my parents the way that... like you're meeting my family already the way that girl wanted to meet your family, so you're being sort of obsessive with her a little bit. But see, you're breaking the code right here. This is exactly the sort of thing you wouldn't do. Keep this away from your... like... that's the running joke where he keeps making fun of the one guy, I forget, the guy who was a hero who landed the plane and saved everybody but died or whatever. But no, you're in a position where so your parents grew up here. Oh, good one. She's a different kind of headhunter for you, too. Haha. So, what was I saying? Just, this is exactly the number... exactly what you should be saying to a kid. Bro thinks he's the guy from Arrested Development. So... no, like, what was I saying? Just, you shouldn't meet their family, you shouldn't make it a big spectacle, you shouldn't talk about it. You remind me of Mila Kunis. What are the chances of that? Oh, he has, like, dementia or something. Their family seems nice enough, though. But yeah, they're not being weird about the whole thing. But that you live in modern society preserved by the stimulacme, so you would want, you know, the only possible interaction between a guy and a girl has to be sexual. There's no other meaning to it. Incredible. Like, this is how people really think or act. Did you know that the stimulacme is preserved in this era? Yeah, this is a little bit long, though. So we still got like 40 minutes left, so I won't even finish it here at all. Like, how is this even possible? At least he's not gone like that all the time. Oh, don't trigger my hypnosis fetish with that snapping. Don't do that. But you're going to try to upstage Mila Kunis because she's not nearly as dominant in this movie as she should be, given her status as an alpha and the circumstance. Or now she's trying to make him look bad. They're gonna somehow end up sleeping together even here. Means nothing when it comes from the family, like a family giving you testimony inadmissibly. Oh, now you're gonna get off on Wouldn't it be hot if we slept together? Like, you get off on doing it in public or in front of parents and stuff. That's what friendship is about. Oh, it's totally gonna end to that. You're gonna bother your parents, keep them up all night. They really like making him sing. What was it called? Something for Dummies. I couldn't even see it. Okay, we don't need too much of this musical shit. They're gonna end up sleeping together by the end of this. What a surprise. Like, it's so, like, predictable, the plotting of this movie, but it's not really bad. Maybe you just haven't been in, like, a long-term serious enough relationship. There's no walls there. Oh, he's being serious. They're friends with benefits, too. She's doing that barf thing. That's a real turnoff. She did that at the lunch the one time. Oh, here we go, bro. Here, yeah, do whatever you want, but at least be deliberate with. Okay, dude. In other words, people that have no self-control and no sense of purpose and no sense of measure. Okay, dude. You just can't control yourself, and you can't, you don't know what you want, and you kind of... It's like the duality of, do you want to control your tendencies in nature and be aware of them and define what you're about and your measure and your accountability and your criteria? Or do you want to be controlled by it and just mindlessly react? Right, at least be clear and deliberate with your intention, but people are not. And that's what you get with a half-assed contrivance state, structure-reduced thing where it's a compelled behavior, right? It's not your inherent tendency, it's how you react to immense indoctrination, contrivance, stigma, etc. But now they have to be all quiet because you gotta watch out for the parents. Yeah, what an unromantic place to have sex, though. Like, when you've just told the parents you're friends, and then, so now that somebody might come into your room and expect, hey, you were just sleeping, right? Like, they probably wouldn't do that, but they're kind of overdue. Like, we get that there'll be sex scenes, but they've kind of overdone it a little bit. We've seen this, like, 3-4 times now. So she slept with that one guy, and then he left, which I don't understand fully why. Like, he was just in it for the sex, and then that was it, or she's, like, too much baggage or something. I just love, like, imagining reverse the roles in some of these situations where yeah, we were totally just friends, by the way. That's just a way to get her in a position to, be more vulnerable. Like the first night, incredible. Just friends, by the way. Just friends with benefits. If the dad saw it, it wouldn't be a big deal because he would have already forgotten what he saw. It's sort of dragging on a bit now, though, like this whole part of the story. Like, that's the dumbest thing you could do, though. Yeah, let's go meet your family because we're just friends. Why would you do that then? Maybe like, oh, there's no pressure attached, but like, it's just weird. How many times do you go to your parents with your guy friends? Maybe you do, but I just... He gets overly defensive about Harry Potter. There should be, since it's like a real legitimate job like that, just a talent scout sort of thing. You got to relive this every single time. I guess I mistook the sister as the mom at one point because I could barely see her. She looks kind of older than what a daughter would be here, but I somehow thought the sister was in one scene and the mom and the dad were in one scene. I just assumed that. This is like the Heinz ketchup picture controversy. You're showing a family without a mom, so that means you're implying that he's a single dad, and that's offensive to everybody of the same race. Haha, like, that's really how it should work. Like, a portrayal is not an endorsement. My old quote, I love that quote, like, meaning because if I write the most evil character ever, that doesn't mean I'm endorsing what they're doing. I'm just writing a villain. There's nuance, there's depth, there's some other reasoning to it. Like, a portrayal is not an endorsement, so I'm just trying to tell a story. And so the same thing here, like, they could just make it an electric fence or something. That O and D seems like more spaced out than it should be. Triggering my OCD. No, you gotta always be witty and snarky. This is a movie after all. Yeah, you even tricked me into thinking your sister was your mom because I couldn't see her clearly, so I just assumed that. Yeah, talk about your feelings with the friends with benefits aspect. Here we go, the security comes. They're really going to send a helicopter for this? They'd really send a chopper for this? Or he's stuttering because he's nervous. Yeah, it won't go viral because YouTube wasn't as big back in 2010, or vice versa. It was bigger because whatever was posted on there was all people had. Not like today where everything goes fucking viral. Or she wants to overhear it. The tennis analogy. I love that. She's hiding in there the whole time, playing with the boy. Yeah, they totally wouldn't hear you fucking around with that. Wow, you really 100 sneak skill. Oh yeah, because women totally don't like sports. There aren't women leagues in sports. Like, they're not as popular, but that's just because they're not as good, not because women wouldn't like them. So she overheard all those negative things and come up with at least a plausible excuse. But then he wouldn't be able to have sex with you. Like, you're being all emotional now, but I thought you weren't worried about that kind of thing. This is a little bit too long of a movie, is the problem. Like, we get the point, there's some good moments, but it feels like it's trying a bit too hard to be funny at times. You people are so pathetic. Like, these are the kind of characters you have no sympathy for, because it's like, it's your own choice and it's your own fault, everything that's happening, so fuck it. At least make up your own mind about it. The cliche rescue you at the airport moment, or stop you from leaving, like from Friends, or from even that movie we just saw, Dinner. Every movie has to have a scene like that. Oh wow, you're gonna really be this passive aggressive about it? When you were the one who was okay with the whole sexual arrangement. That's the whole point, is that you're not in a relationship, so it doesn't matter that much. Is this the only guy he ever talks to at work? Like, give us something a little different. It keeps stuttering a little bit, but I don't care. So you're 27, 40, 39, left. Shortcuts cut short the work needed to actually be successful. Yeah, wow, absolutist. Top 10 absolutist moments in movies. I mean, you would have to be damaged, like I said, if you're Mila Kunis to, now you're going to try to find somebody else, and they're not going to be as perfect as him, so I guess we didn't know her last name. I never really paid attention. Relis. And of course, Jamie can be a guy's or a girl's name, so the gay guy would be justified in thinking, oh wow, everybody's getting all passive aggressive and offended. I like the double meaning of that. No longer have a relationship with him, like in a professional sense, but also, this looks like a Spider-Man shot. Like he's about to, that angle, I swear, like he's about to look up and he sees something and then he goes behind an alley and puts the costume on and oh wow, top 10 deductive moments. Bro thinks he's Monk. Bro thought he was a Magnum PI, though he had a Magnum PI moment. He deduced that it went straight to voicemail, so he must be, Oh, sure they do. That's half of what they do all the time. What do you mean? Oh, friends never say anything negative about each other? Oh, yeah. I love that. All you wanted was sex in a relationship that was based around having sex. What do you mean? You're the one who... Well, we both wanted it. No, that's not exclusive to... You wanted this, but so did I. Not, like... You're the one who suggested it and pursued it. Bro had a Magnum PI moment. That's why he's trying to rise to the challenge. Oh yeah, that's female privilege. Oh, you think he's gonna jump off? Like, she doesn't get called out on that, but he does. The same way that she escaped from the Hollywood sign, and he was too much of a pussy to jump down. Which it did look pretty high. I wouldn't jump down from that shit either. How did they even get at that exact angle on that? Or they had like a ladder, I guess. Yeah, this devolved into a very generic sort of thing at this stage. So the second half is not very good. I don't know if this is actually a real movie or... It almost seemed like it at first because he's been in a lot of movies like that. Obviously Marshall from How I Met Your Mother. So I assumed it was actually a real thing. Like, I can't remember the name of it, but... Or now you're going to use zero-sum means incentive to... now he's not going to answer you. Oh shit, silent treatment. You're the one who left it like this. So you're going to get back together for professional reasons and seduce him like that. Yeah, we would believe you because of... That was a good moment for Woody Harrelson at least, but I guess there's still a gay undertone. Oh, here we go. I was even giving them credit that it didn't start off as a gay reference. There's not really that assumption as much with women. Like, if women see other women in bikinis, it's no big deal, right? But if guys see other guys like that, oh, it's uncomfortable. Oh, now you're going to ruin my career, so then we'll get back together. Or like even, the point with that is it'll still make you look bad as far as, even if you get the check bonus money. Okay, so here we're going to watch the end of Friends with Benefits, and I'm coming up with all these funny titles for when I go to upload it to YouTube, like Mila Kunis, Bodybags film critic with a hypno fetish kink to in their first time watching Friends with Benefits, or like all these kind of fantasies. But it goes along with the scenario, right? It's not about anything else. Like the fact that you'd have Friends with Benefits, that would be a dynamic for a submissive person. Like, I'm going to buy you things and treat you, like spoil you, right? Like almost a sugar daddy type of dynamic. So, and part of this here is to do with status. Like, the only reason why they met is because he's a successful guy who she was working with and all that. And so then it turns from that to sexual. So, like, don't kid yourself that that's a big factor in it, right? Everything else is just secondary. So we're starting with 20 minutes exact, 22,000, 20 minutes left, where he's talking to her about, I only wanted to have sex with you, that's why I invited you to see my parents. Like, I don't really get it myself either. Like, why would you do that anyway? It's all these sort of mixed signals. Like, just get to the point. You're horny animals, you want to hump, that's in accordance with stimuli acme, that's in accordance with nature. Go ahead and do it, but you try to make it so complicated, place undue emphasis. And don't kid yourself that, that undue emphasis is not undue, it's actually absolute and this and that. But in reality, it's just a contrived. This is the biggest enlightening thing I can tell you with all my debate format and everything over the years. A lot of what is done by people, or a lot of what people struggle with in society and life in the modern day, is not some inherent conflict like, you're trying to struggle to survive, or find food to eat in the wild, like, you're a caveman trying to survive. That would be an inherent conflict. A conflict of contrivance would mean like all this, like you're trying to kid yourself and fool yourself that, it's absolute and it's meant to be, when really that expectation is the issue, right? You could just look at it objectively for what it is, and it speaks for itself. You could do whatever you want, but no, society tells you have to be with only one person, and so you struggle with this notion that that's not really what your inherent nature, desire, suggested behavior would be based on any sort of tendency, but you're forcing yourself to do something or value something in a way that you actually don't value, and so now, or that you don't want. So you're forcing something, right? You're placing undue emphasis, and you're saying to yourself, well, we're kind of trying to pose an absolute out of it and trying to make it out to be more than what it is, just so we can reduce it to a half-mass state in which it's easy to control and like sort of overextended and contrived in a certain way that it's overextended and contrived in a certain way that only allows it to be reduced again to a half-mass control structure where everybody can have their own little absolute that they can be deceived by all to themselves, and it requires closed structure contrivance and censorship and all this kind of... Think about it for a second. Why is it so cloak and dagger to do with sexual things? Like, why is that a problem? Like, we have to keep it all private and hush-hush, and it's embarrassing, and it's all this kind of, special treatment, like we're little kids dancing around some subject, like, it's like a juvenile response. Why are we treating it like that when it's just a basic natural thing? And the reason why is simply because of the fact that you require that sort of closed structured treatment where, it can be absolute, but it has to be absolute within a constant contrivance structure where you're constantly upholding it, overcompensating, placing undue emphasis, saying I love you over and over as if to convince yourself, doing ritualistic tendencies, rings, ceremonies, marriages. Again, not saying you can't do any of that or shouldn't do any of that, but the fact that you require that constant structure shows you not only is it not inherent, but even with all that contrivance, there's still a lot of conflict and struggle with it. So you're trying to create by illusion and constant contrivance, which is arbitrary, because you could just as well do that with anything else if you really wanted to, right? That's not some inherent value or process. That's something you're outwardly trying to uphold in such a way that is not it's not intrinsic inherent value. And so what you have is a situation where what the fuck is this? God. My windshield is like dirty, so I can't fucking see anything when the sun is hitting it. At least we're kind of past that angle now, hopefully. The point is that is really dangerous, actually. I've never seen it be quite like that. But no, my point is that you're creating this unrealistic expectation and all this kind of stuff. So, something is absolute. Like, love is absolute. It's meant to be. Also, it's dependent on the nearness postulate. It's also dependent on all kind of arbitrary preferential basis. It's also, relying on all these subjective, reactionary, specific, arbitrary sort of things. It's also in a position where you're able to consider that the simple fact that it requires constant upholding, constant effort to uphold. Now, again, that doesn't mean it's not worth valuing, but that means that your absolute that you're posing is not really there, because, again, the fact that it's such a struggle shows you it's anything but absolute. You could struggle to sustain the appearance of a lot of different things, right? And so it's interchangeable. It's so absolute, but every time a relationship doesn't work out, that doesn't invalidate the supposed absolute. It just means, it's just the wrong person. But you would still use the word love or some undue emphasis there as well. And so the point is, it requires constant upholding, reinforcing, all this kind of pretense. You have to keep doing that. And the reason why you have to keep doing that is because it's not inherent, right? It requires your subjective, reactionary reinforcement, constant contrivance, perpetual pretense, ritualistic tendencies, saying, I love you over and over as if to convince yourself. You have to almost like convince yourself of it being real or true or valuable, because inherently it is not. And so again, it creates that undue emphasis issue that it's not a question of functionality, like, whether that's worth doing. It's a question of the inherent value of it, that you're posing it as an absolute when in practice it clearly isn't, because it requires that other level of active upholding. It's like with morality, right? Morality is absolute. Also, it requires subjective human law enforcement, courts, reactionary, stigma, social stigma, indoctrination. Doesn't mean that it's not worth doing or that it's not useful, right? That's sort of the straw man that they try to use. That means you don't agree with it. How could you possibly say that? It just means that my old expression, like, the best way to actually achieve something is to realize it isn't so. In other words, don't pretend like the best way to achieve what you want is to not pretend that what you want is actually true. Realize it's not true, it's not inherent, it's not absolute. That way we can best practice and uphold it with law enforcement, with social indoctrination, etc. Right? Whereas if you pretend, no, it's absolute, then you don't have to do anything. I guess God will strike you down with a bolt of lightning if you try to do something bad, or the laws of nature themselves will prevent you from doing it, because that, I guess, it's wrong by those absolute. That's what the word absolute would mean if you were so inclined to, if you were so inclined to use the word, you would realize it. You would realize that, you know what I mean, like, I wanted to almost continue that game of chess. So I guess playing against a bot makes it much easier. And that bot was still at a reasonable level. I just don't find it as fun. But it would be like, it's a situation where you play against a bot because you can take your time and there's no pressure and anything like that. And so what you have is a situation where this is really bad. I got to remember when I get out, I'll have to... I'll have to do the use like a towel and clean it. I don't have any wiper fluid, or it's like frozen because it's so cold or something. So yeah, we're going to watch for 20 minutes left, but yeah, that's only the point. Like, you're creating an unrealistic expectation and then struggling to uphold it, so that's anything but absolute. You can do that if you want, and it's a functional basis, like, it's worth it because of this reason, it's useful for society, it's easier to control, it encourages a family system. Again, none of that is being argued on a functional basis, though, is the problem. Instead, you're posing it as an absolute, as if to trick yourself and appeal to the ego to say, no, it's not that society is creating a structure that's easier for it to control. it's what it actually is, oh, it's a soulmate, it's meant to be, it's absolute. So it's ironic, isn't it? The structure leads to everybody can have their own little absolute in their own little world that they can practice within closed structure contrivance, and within that context, oh my goodness, it's absolute. All 8 billion people in the world have their own little absolute that they can, be enamored with. What are the chances of that? You know what I mean? Like, isn't it so convenient, almost like it's a contrived structure that's not based in any reality? It's just based in a need or a psychological thing, like, again, the appeal to ego or the appeal to, basically the two are tied together. The need or the desire of society to control something, an inherent tendency that people have, but it can't just tell you, oh, don't do this, because to some extent it will do that. Like, it'll just say, well, yeah, that's moral, that's immoral, but see how it appeals to something else. It appeals to a higher standard, like, oh no, it's not one subjective person saying it to another, or a collective of subjective people saying it, like your word against mine, because then even if a million people say one thing and you say something different, right, you say, well, it's just your word against mine, so I just feel differently, so I'll just do something else, right? It's still subjective versus subjective. So no, we try to pose it as an absolute that, oh, it's God saying it, or it's some other higher standard, and then we also appeal to the ego, like, well, it's the soulmate, it's meant to be, it's this, it's that, and what that leads to is the simple fact that, it leads to a simple fact where you're able to consider that, what the fuck? What is this? It leads to the simple fact that you're able to basically, my thing did actually work. I haven't used it in so long. The wiper fluid. I don't know if that really cleaned it too adequately, but like, I never wash my car. Like, the best you're gonna get is if it rains. Like, you would think it shouldn't matter, but somehow it does. Like, even when it rains, it doesn't truly clean it in the way that, like, what we're expecting. I don't know. But yeah, what you have is, so much for the game of chess. I'll barely be able to finish this fucking shit with how much I've wasted time here. But what you have is the ability to consider that, you have the ability to consider the fact that stimuli acme comes into play with respect to you're, again, what is the easier argument to make? That, oh, you're being controlled and it's easier to control you, etc. Or is it that, oh, you have this other standard of, you have your own little absolute and soulmate, it's meant to be, it's love, it's this, it's that. It's like, you're really that, I guess, it's one of those topics that it's like the adult fairy tale type of fantasy thing. Again, you can do it if you want. You can practice that contrivance if you want. Nobody's stopping you from doing it, right? But then when the corresponding conflict of contrivance occurs, then don't be surprised, because it's innate to that very process. So you'd be pretty clear, but you somehow are incentivized to deny it, bypass critical thinking. You have the ability to consider that you have the ability to consider the other egotism of it with respect to, again, that's the best way to control people. Like, oh no, don't follow this moral standard because it's just useful for society or something like that. But instead, it's, oh, you got to feel good about yourself. You're a good person. You're gratified. You're going to go to heaven. You're going to there's a lot of that moral gratification or social stigma, right, to reinforce certain behaviors. So you're being trained like an animal, but that's okay. All right, so we're starting with 20 minutes left. Friends with Benefits, Netflix version, starting in 3, 2, 1. Or I kind of messed up a little bit. Let me see. Alright, starting from 20 minutes with 20 minutes remaining in 3, 2, 1. Introduce you to my family. I'll send you a check, don't bother. So we got 20 minutes left. I think the second half is a little boring. It starts to drag on. It's a little bit too long. Okay, do we really need to see this? Being gay is funny, haha, your 2010 humor. That's the biggest comedy trope, is just like show something like that just because. Welcome to New York City. In case you shit the bed. I couldn't even read it. She looks so much older. $32. It's not even a real. Some of these attempts at jokes are okay. Like I genuinely like that one. The running joke of every time he's on a plane, he says, bro thinks he's George Clooney from Up in the Air. He says, don't they have a running gag like that in that too? Where he keeps saying something every time that somebody finds objectionable? Yeah, what is the likelihood that Mila Kunis came out of a mother like this? Like just based on appearance. The dad must be a mega Chad to do this. Vaguely Middle Eastern, Ukrainian. She has like that natural tan quality. Well, he would have to be Asian because you seem more American. No, you should have to struggle with it. That's how you know love is real. That you break up constantly, you have cheating issues, you have trust issues, conflict, fights, arguments. That's how you know it's real. And you might think, oh, it's idyllic, that, oh, you can't expect it to be perfect and absolute, but you kind of can, because if that's your standard, that, oh, it's love and it's meant to be a soulmate, 1 in 8 billion, absolute, perfect kind of thing, that's the framing that you're using. No, it's a flawed, subjective, half-mass hedonism is what it is in practice, but then you try to pretend it's something more, so it's neither the absolute that you frame it to be, nor are you recognizing it as not being absolute, that you pretend it is, but then you have to struggle to uphold that illusion of it being absolute. The typical airport don't leave moment, or it's really not. That's actually a pretty good, astute comment, like playing a video game. Oh, don't leave him like that. Yeah, other people have kids and family and issues. He's gonna be gone. Oh, what a moron clown. Why can't you just bring him with you? Hold his hand. No, she's gonna abduct him to get him back together and blackmail him or something. He found a table. Or he has no pants on. Did he just take his pants off right then and there? Or, he must have been wearing pants the whole time. Wait, they actually did it? Wait, how could they would have kicked them out? Or he's just acting dumb too? Or he sees Dee Dee everywhere. Who is Dee Dee? The wife, right? His ex-wife. He's going to learn some lesson from the dad. Your mother. Oh, it's not the mom that I cheated on your mom with. Kind of like my Mila Kunis. Not my mom. I thought it was the mother. But if you truly loved her, you wouldn't have let it go bad like that. What about your mother? Too proud of what? At least he's self-aware of that. Pretty good acting by him there. It's going to be the Mila Kunis analogy. Were you having a friends with benefits fling with her too? He's pretty lucid here. Well, you got away with the whole not having pants, or... I like how they just let them get away with that. They can kick you out for not wearing pants, and... Oh, this is that clown from the beginning. They're gonna have another run-in. Why not do it this time? Her. He's all talk, though. You were talking shit the first time, too. He's obsessed with Mila Kunis. But she's the kind of girl who goes down for status, so you could easily do it. Like how, the same way... Or you already did have sex, apparently. Or like he lost his virginity to her, I guess. Meaning she didn't lose hers to him, or... Yeah, the second half of this was very boring because it starts to be predictable and drag on. The first half was kind of electric because it was fast-paced and interesting, and you wanted to see where it's going, but it goes to the most cliche of cliche places. So it's looking like a D grade, probably. Depending on the ending, it could be uplifted to a C. Or if it's really a bad ending, it could be an F. It's very perceptive of you. How about you wear any pants? He's pretty perceptive in moments like that. There's not much time left, so how are we going to resolve this? Or they're doing like a little... It's going to be the little flash mob. You're setting up through the mom. You use my mom to get to me. You're gonna use a flash mob to try to win her over. That's kind of a cute thing. Why does this feel familiar somehow? Like I've seen that. Maybe I've seen one of these scenes before. Can you come closer so we don't have to yell? I do like the sort of self-awareness. Self-awareness of some of those tropes that they're making fun of. Like how you did when you were fucking me? She sounded so much like somebody else there that I can't place. Don't tell me to shut up like that. Friends with benefits. I did not ask you to rape me like the way he said at the beginning. Like, what? That you're going to go up and talk to that girl? It's a really cliche kind of bad ending, but it'll be a D grade movie. It could have been better. It's almost a C, but the second half was kind of boring. And now he'll write a news article about that too, or use it for his thing. Oh, it should have just ended right there. You totally had been on dates, though. You had a coffee and stuff. Oh, God, a cliche song, too. I thought you loved them. That's why you got that mural one. Maybe it was, but then you just... He changed his mind and pivoted. Yeah, you have the 5-day rule, except randomly with some dude. Really? That's how it ends? Like they start making out in a public place in a restaurant? Yeah, I thought it was Justin Timberlake, but I couldn't. I guess I don't know what he looks like, really. And that's why they make him sing so much. I'll give them props for that, though. Like, they find a way to make him sing without him being like a singer character. So he sings in the bedroom and he sings. I was wondering why they were doing that so much. It's so forced, but I get it. You want to use the singing talent. That's why Joker 2 was such a disappointment. Because, you know... What are these hand movements? Why is this the credits? What does that have to do with anything? Like, it's the couple kind of arguing over something, but you have, but don't think about society making relationships like everything is template. But no, you have a lot of Nolans in here, but think they're related to Christopher Nolan, but they're not. You have, you have this, what was I saying? It was okay, but the first half was good, but then the second half was kind of bad. It starts to drag on, and it's super cliche, super predictable, super boring. And you get to, wait, there's still 5 minutes left, but how? I mean, it's just the credits. So yeah, I'll give it a D grade. It had potential, but maybe Mila Kunis is going to do one last roleplay fetish moment for making it a C grade. But no, it really doesn't deserve it. It's just not anything special. It started off in a really promising way, but it goes down such a cliche path that it's just kind of lame. The dad character was kind of interesting towards the end there. That's one of my expressions too. Like, you can be whatever you are, but you can at least be aware of it. That's the difference. Everybody has some sort of flaw or condition or idiosyncrasy, but you can be aware of that flaw and try to counteract it, or you can just pretend like you don't have it and just whatever. Only word in the song I understood was booty call. I wonder if even one person in this entire channel's history has actually watched along with what I'm watching. Like, even when they dislike a video, like some of those Sopranos ones, they're probably just expecting to see the episode in there or clips from it. And, you know, I doubt they're actually watching the thing and syncing it up and then saying, well, I don't agree with his reaction or something, you know. I doubt they're actually doing that. See, if you were a big established personality with like a million subscribers, people would absolutely be fine with that. They'd actually be happy that you're doing this kind of thing. But, so yeah, it was okay. I kind of want to play that game of chess now, but it's hard to kind of get it to set up. But yeah, let's just relax. That was okay. And now we're ready to watch Monk episode 7, but I sort of delayed too much in between these. And the one thing I should definitely do that I never find the time to do is this thing called, what do you call it? I'm debating whether I should go to Walmart or not. Like, I kind of need to, but I'm kind of feeling lazy. I guess I have a little bit of time here, but I don't want to. It's a tough decision, like... Let me think, it's like 4:40 right now. Oh yeah, I could do it, I guess. Yeah, but the thing is that, yeah, it's sort of cliche and predictable and doesn't really explore this in a meaningful way. Right, like the whole premise of Friends with Benefits could have been, what if they were happy with that and stayed like that? That would have been a more interesting path, at least something unique, where it's not just this thing. Like, it ended up exactly the way you would expect it to. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. I don't really have too many takes. All my little Mila Kunis roleplay juice is expired. I tried to play into that, of course, just for, you know, little humorous purposes, but some people would take that kind of stuff seriously. But, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, her acting was amazing, though. It was the best part of the movie, but we needed her to be a little more dominant and bossy. She even alludes to it a little bit. Like, she just has that vibe, right, of a femdom type. Like, she says, erotic humiliation fantasy early in the movie, and it's like, yeah, we didn't really get to see that now, did we? Somehow the ending wasn't too convincing either, that they really would get back together like that. And a lot of what this tries to portray is like, if you just overcompensate with money or spectacle or something, that somehow shows that you care, but like, the fact that you need to do that is kind of a bad thing, like the honeymoon phase. Now they'll be together for 6 months and then they'll break up for some other reason. But it's like, you realize that, oh, here we go, outtakes. Or this is the outtakes off the fake movie, I guess, that they're watching. That was sort of meta, where like it's not the bloopers of the movie, it's the bloopers of the movie within the movie that they're watching there. that movie kept playing throughout. That's a perfect example of a movie that is like, it shoots low, like its ambition is just low. And the reason why is because it's like, it's trying to do something super predictable, super cliche, and it does it even in generally a cliche. Like, it's just one of those negligible pieces of work. Like, why does this movie even exist? It's not terrible, it's not great, it's okay, it's just like, it's just nothing special here. It makes you question it, kind of like, I don't know. It's just like obligatory, like, let's just make a movie. We got Mila Kunis, we got Justin Timberlake, they're bored, they want something to do, let's give it to him here. Like, why didn't Mila Kunis sing a song number? Like, you know, I was wondering that too. Like, imagine that being with any other actor. They had multiple song number type moments, usually when they're having sex. I guess they had one here where he was kind of singing from a distance. Yeah, the way that, like, Joker 2 was ruined by, oh, you have Lady Gaga, so you got to make it a musical. Like, you could have her have, like, a big song number in there once, but, yeah, so we went from watching Easy A to watching this one, and the reason why we watched it was because, I guess I did come to it sort of organically, but I'm trying to stay true to my thing a little more. The only thing I sort of skipped was FMA, which I put on there. Maybe I shouldn't have, but so yeah, I kind of want to play that game of chess. Maybe tomorrow we could do some of that, and I want to recap the monk character point thing, but I really can't bring myself to do it. But I should definitely try to do that before I watch episode 7. I was supposed to do it before I watch episode 6. And I'm supposed to keep good track of it anyway all the time, which I'm just not doing. And so you have a situation where you're basically able to consider that that was one of the weaker episodes so far. Episode 6 with the doctor and stuff. You know, like let's think about the environments and the settings of each episode so far. So, like, the first one is like a political assassination, the first 2 episodes. Then the third episode is a sort of domestic violence, domestic murder between a commissioner and their wife. Then the 4th episode, so that's still a high status case. Then the 4th episode is the, with the psychic and everything like that. The 4th episode is the obviously with Dale the Whale, like a high status, powerful businessman person, right, killing somebody. What was even the motive for killing them? I can't even remember. Who was that person that they killed? That was such a good episode, but I genuinely forget. Who did they kill and why did they even kill them? She was going to expose something about Dale, I guess, I would assume, but that's the one thing I didn't understand. Or I don't remember, but whatever. Episode 4 was pretty good with respect to that, like a high status business magnate type, which I don't think we fully got what he did. I don't think they told us. We just know that he's powerful and rich and had a grudge against Trudy, and then, which would imply that he could be the one who killed her, but maybe that's like, oh, I wouldn't go that far. I just kind of bankrupted her and made you guys sell your house, which is that the same house that he made them sell? That, was that the house you were living in with her before she died, and then because of all the trauma you ended up moving out or selling it? Or is that the one you sold because Dale the Whale forced you to because of the legal battle struggles that he put you through? Or is it the house that she just lived in, period, like her own house, before she was with you, before she moved in with you? Like, which of those 3? I assume it's the one that Dale... No, I assume it's the one that you were in together after. Well, I don't know. The one that you were in after you were together, or after you had that happen. Like when she died, that was the house you were living in with her at that time, and then after that you got rid of it. But at the original time, the one that you had where you had to sell it because of Dale the Whale a couple years before in your relationship, that was different because you had you have a situation where I don't know. It's just, I assume that he got actually in trouble, Dale the Whale, but that's almost too good of a character and too good of a villain to waste like that, that's all we get from him. He's way too iconic. I want to hear later in an episode that, he actually got away with it still. His lawyers were so good and he had so much connection that he was able to pin it all on the doctor and, he did it without my knowledge. And of course he did, because he even tried to frame me for the murder. So why would he frame me at my own orders? Why would I do that? Like, obviously he did it, it was like maybe a congresswoman or something, because they were watching tapes of her. I can't remember. She was obviously doing something like revealing something about him. But no, why would I have somebody frame me for a murder that I didn't commit? Right? So obviously it wasn't at my orders. He just did it on his own. So, you know, we'll come to find that out, and we'll do it in such a way that it's a good thing to see him as a recurring character, a Brett Styles type of guy who's always on top of everything. Oh my god. So what you can do now is I'll go to Walmart quickly, and what I can do then is I could play the game of chess, but I almost don't even want to. I don't know. But no, we could do that tomorrow. We could watch random stuff, play chess, and then we could maybe try to do the review, which I'm not going to do, probably. But then we'll do episode 7 at some point here. I'm kind of stretching these out because I'm in no hurry, but I'm really enjoying it, and sometimes it serves you better to watch it back to back. Like I was doing that with The Sopranos, and I got pretty invested, but I also don't know. I don't really care. Like, you don't have to do it like that, but you have a situation where, let's recap what we've watched in the movie segment of this Netflix alphabetical gauntlet, where for the number/symbols part, like before the letter A, we did the Fourth Republic, which got a C grade. Surprisingly, one of the higher ones here, because at least the subject matter is interesting, it's well presented, it's whatever. I don't want to rehash my thing, but we gave it a C. Then the letter A one, we did Alone, which gets a D. Then letter B, we did Bird Box, which got a D. Then letter C, we got Cats, which got a D. Letter D, we got Dinner, which got a D for dinner. And then E, we got a easy A. We got easy A actually got a C, right? Because that was actually pretty good, I think. I'm pretty sure I gave it a C, and then more like easy C, because I thought A was actually referring to a grade. Like, really, that's what I thought the movie was going to be about. Like, how did she get an easy A grade? How, she's failing, and then she uses her looks to flirt with the professor and get an A, right? So that's how she got an easy A. And then F is the dude that is this one that we just watched, the Friends with Benefits, which gets a D. I'm pretty sure, so easy A and the Fourth Republic would be and it's not the Fourth Republic, because then it would be a T letter one, but those would be the only C grades. So what made easy A so high, I guess? The fact that it was good, the acting was good, the writing was witty with the characters and everything, the pacing was decent, the story was a bit cliche, or even, that's the way these stories try to get away with being cliche, is they're self-aware of it. Like, oh, this is the point in the story where this totally happens, and then it still happens. So it's like, being aware of it doesn't make you better, or doesn't justify you still doing it. And it's a situation where, you're basically able to you have easy A and we have a letter C grade. That seems a little high, but I'm pretty sure that's what I gave it. It was decent. It does a lot of things well. It just kind of that whole story arc with Lisa Kudrow's character wasn't good enough, because it's just, you don't see enough of her to really care enough about that. And then the whole webcast and stuff being a solution is kind of a bit you know, whether people would really believe that. Like, nobody should really believe her based on the webcast. So yeah, the next goal is we'll do, this video is pretty funny, this is like a short, that's obviously fake, but it's like, bro got balls of steel. It's like the one where he's meeting his girlfriend's dad, starting in 3, 2, 1, let's actually see what it is. Hey dad, meet my boyfriend, pretty cool we have the same nickname, Daddy. Her acting is pretty convincing though. I went with the newer model, you got the classic. The Stimuli Acme is funny and dramatic and wow. Stimuli Acme is preserved. Larger process revealed. I don't know what that part actually means. Reach for the salt. Something sexual, surely, but I don't know that innuendo. We don't want to both reach for the salt. So now what we have is a simple ability to consider that. Typically what I watch in between too when I don't know what else to do or I don't feel like doing something is I'll watch these little clips of Shark Tank that have been pretty fun. That one's sort of been living rent-free in my head. The guy, the high energy guy who Lori's just falling in love with and laughing at everything he says like crazy. Costa Rica called. She's just laughing her ass off there. Sometimes she makes emotional decisions, but overall she's probably the best, most logical shark and definitely has some good return. Oh, it's like pretty crowded. Maybe I shouldn't do that. But if I don't do it today, I'm not going to really have time to do it any time. So it's a situation where you're able to... fuck. I don't know. So yeah, we got chess, and we got... I'll try to do like a move or two, or just kind of recap on the thing here. I've only known him for a year. I don't trust him. Men. True meaning of trust. Trying to overtake somebody in the dark or something. Yeah, like that guy from Alone who was trying to fucking jack off with the whole driving incident. That's the most impressive thing that he does, because once he kidnaps her, he's kind of a clown and can't catch up to her, and she's kind of away from him the whole movie. He never really catches up to her or catches her again, right? As soon as she escapes, she's gone for good. But it's a situation where you have his ability to trail her on the highway and then disappear down a different road and then somehow find her again, which would be virtually impossible to do. I was almost expecting them to explain that, he somehow put a tracker on her car during those events by getting so close he threw it out the window like you throw a fucking pipe bomb in GTA or something, but I don't know. It's so dumb. That's the part that's kind of unbelievable. I guess you could say that wasn't him, but they even confirm it was him. He even comes up to her. How would you have ever found her? Or maybe it's just by sheer chance. Like, he didn't know that she would be at the hotel, but maybe he does that with a lot of people, or I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, we have that Funny Games movie also I wanted to watch. That would have been a good F1. But it's not on there. Otherwise, I might have made a point to do it. That's like a remake of some movie that Roger Ebert hated. And it's like very sick, sadistic characters. I kind of want to watch that, but I don't know where it would be. Probably not on some streaming platform, because it's so adult-rated, X-rated kind of shit. But you have a situation where I don't know. You have a situation where you're basically able to the fuck is going on? You get like a green arrow, but these people act like they're still waiting for something. Now we're totally gonna miss it. But yeah, I'll stop here. It's probably a bad day to do it. The traffic is fucking loaded, but I'll just do it anyway. It doesn't take me very long. I'm in and out of Walmart in like literally 5 minutes, especially with the self-checkout thing, which you shouldn't do self-checkout because you're enabling this, then you'll complain in 10 years that, oh, why don't I have a job? It was because you used self-checkout and you validated it and you made it, instead of protesting it, you built up these companies that use it, and then now everybody uses it, including your job, and then you're gone, and then you don't have a job, and it's like, this is what happens, dude. Okay, so we're gonna leave it here, and I guess I could do a little thing of chess. I was really obsessed with those horror, scary kind of clips for a while. It wasn't just even around Halloween, just in general, I was kind of enjoying that. And so what you have is a situation where you're basically able to watch that, and the reason why you watch it is because you have, I don't know. Okay, so let's look at the concept here. This is my non-mic segment, if you could tell the difference. I mean, you'll tell some difference, whether it's that big of a deal or better or worse, I don't even know. You would assume the mic would be much better because it's closer, it should be clearer, it should be everything, but just remember this about social contrivance and collective contrivance. The more people there are, the more overextended your life becomes, the lower quality, everything mass-produced suffers in quality, right? So you just have that as an endless process that people don't even think about, which is why the stimuli acme is treated in such a severe way, not that it shouldn't be, like, where it pertains to the creation of life itself. So you don't think you would put a little more thought into it? Of course you don't, because you're a horny animal who likes to hum. But you won't even acknowledge that state of being. That's why I have that expression, like, well, at least these Americans have the decency to abort their children, not like, that they have without really thinking about it, but still, it's a negative. But that's why an absolutist would sort of be in favor of abortion for that reason. Like, if you can't control yourself, at least remove the need for controlling yourself. That's a bit of a distortion, but of how that would be used, but, you're not really thinking it through or vouching for the state or creating a state that you're not really doing anything. You're not thinking about your life. You're just a reactionary, zero-sum, mindless, half-mass human function. You're nothing. So you're less than nothing. You're half-massed, even from an inherent state. So if you want to do it, but then certainly don't complain about it or anything like that. But no, all that people want to do on a mass scale is they want to lower standards, they want to overextend to collective self-interest, they want to insist upon themselves irrationally, like emotion, they want reinforcement from externality of their half-mass state that's objectively adverse and finite. So they want to drag you down to this collective contrivance state, right? They don't really want, think about it, why would they even want that? Think about it, another person or in society, other people, period, they're out for their own zero-sum self-interest. They're not out to get you. They're out for their own interest. But even their own interest, they only achieve at half-mass because they're encouraged to overextend it to a collective, a greater good or everyone's interest. So think about it. Their interest is different than yours. So there's this pretense that they're sacrificing their self-interest for yours or the collectives, which you're a part of, and vice versa. You're sacrificing for their collective. So in truth, nobody is actually doing anything deliberately or getting what they want. They're only doing it halfway, like, okay, I'll sacrifice my interest for someone else's, but there's no end to it, there's no limit to it, there's no real meaning or value to it. So you only pretend to do that, but you don't really do it, or you don't really want to do it, you're not doing it deliberately, self-aware, you're just subject to a process that you're not even in control of or vouching for. And then, think about when you look at a person and their behavior, just remember that. Not that, they're just a selfish person and they're out for their own self-interest. If they were that, at least that could be acknowledged and consistent, and that you could actually respect from an absolute standpoint. Like, okay, you're a zero-sum human function, but you recognize the zero-sum nature of your state, so you're going to at least practice your self-interest fully and without inhibition. So that would be at least consistent, right? But it's not even that. They don't even fully, truly value themselves because, we have to overextend it to a collective. So now on one hand, oh, you should be spiteful that, oh, I have to sacrifice this for the collective. But then on the other hand, oh, you should be grateful that people are sacrificing for the collective, like for your sake. You see how it's a standard that folds on itself that is so unbelievably sort of disqualifying, where again, an absolutist would put an end to that, or they wouldn't be a part of it, but see, you're sort of in many ways pressured and forced and sort of spoiled to be a part of it in this overextended contrivance state. So you have one other point, like people are trying to drag you down, not necessarily because, oh, they're out to get you, although sometimes that maybe reinforces their own state or whatever. They don't want to see you, I don't know, it's hard to explain. By simply being neutral, right, they would even be offended affront to that because it threatens their own contrivance state that they've been reduced to. But what it shows you is the path of non is very powerful, like just neutrality, and not that you're doing anything outward negative or anything, but you're simply not practicing the outwardly, objectively adverse contrivance state, undue positive emphasis to try to reinforce and overcompensate for it, if you will, the flawed process. So if you simply don't overcompensate for the flawed process, you're blamed. It's your fault for not adequately overcompensating, not the fault of the process itself for simply being flawed, and you seek a preferable alternative or something. And so minimalism would be valuable, and all of these kind of things. So now you have a situation where you're in a position to, like, it's one of those things like an absolutist would look at the world like, people can't actually take this seriously, and of course they don't, because then they would practice it fully consistently, but they take it seriously in pretense, which means like they act as though they take it seriously, but they don't really take it seriously as far as their practice or action or accountability. So now you're left with this duality of, you pretend to value the collective so you can benefit from it, but then you actually do suffer for it too. And then the collective pretends to value you because they consist of individual selves that want to benefit from that too. So like, you're trying to deceive it, but I don't know, it's just not a process that has any. One thing I'll say is it certainly perpetuates itself, but that doesn't mean that it's a preferable state by any standard. Or again, the absolutist seeks consistency above all. It doesn't matter what the standard is. It's not like, oh, they're telling you what you should do, shouldn't do. It doesn't matter, right? Whatever you do, that's an absolutist trademark. Is like, you know, you would praise thy enemy in a way, like, oh, I respect the fact that they fully practice their measure so consistently and with such, you know, I don't know, just fully. I respect that. It doesn't matter what the measure is. It could be diametrically opposed. But even that they would validate by saying, well, if I fail and they succeed, that just means they're more committed to their measure than I am committed to mine, right? And it's not a half-mast state. So in this way, you would be able to consider the fact that you would be able to consider the simple fact that you're basically able to I don't know, it's going to be it's just, you know, you're indoctrinated a certain way and you're trained as an animal to value certain things, right? But think about the root or the measure or the purpose that it serves. Everything that you believe and do leads to the conflict of contrivance, you know, any sort of struggle or negative you face is a result of that structure in a way, in at least the form that it takes. But moreover, what is the best case scenario? The best case scenario is you will lead a zero-sum life where you practice these sort of inherent processes and attach undue sort of meaning to them, right? Like, oh, the meaning of life is to get married and love and have children and all this kind of stuff. Those are all things you could do anyway without the contrivance state. And so now you realize what a contrivance state is actually doing is it's reducing those things, structuring them, controlling them, and then placing undue emphasis to try to overcompensate and say, rather than doing this process more fully, the same thing we're talking about, stimuli, acme, half-mass hedonism, rather than doing it fully, we're going to convince you that it's worth doing or more valuable to do in a restricted way just because that's easier to control. So think about the reason why undue emphasis is being placed. Is it because it's inherently valuable to that extent? But if it was, then you wouldn't need to place the undue emphasis because it would be self-evident and already, you know, an absolute thing. So no, you're placing this outward emphasis just because it's being reduced to a structure, right? So it's a contradiction. you're practicing it in a lesser state and pretending it's more to justify that. So, like, how can I explain it? Like, you're taking something and making it seem like more than what it is, like the stimuli acme. Not because it is that way, because if it was, then you wouldn't need to do that. You're doing it so that you pretend it's more, so that you can treat it as less. And the reason why you treat it as less is because, again, it can be easier to control that way by society. So this is where you can't face this cognitive dissonance, so you have to instead reinforce it through constant contrivance, social stigma, structure, response, etc. You have to distract from it, follow favoritism. You have to overcompensate for it with a lot of these things, stimuli acme measure. So it's disappointing because this is what the absolutists would do when they're young. They would take it at face value. This is the process, okay, fine. But then they would do a few things. They might exhibit perfectionist tendencies and try to practice the process fully. Oh, this is a good thing to do. So they try to do it fully. But when they do it fully, they're stopped. They're like, oh, you can't do that. It's good to do in pretense, like studying or whatever, pursuing something. But if they do it too much, then, that's a bad thing too somehow. Or there are a lot of limits posed on them. Like, well, I thought it was good to do this, but, it's not really good. We just pretend it's good, but we only practice it in a half-mast way. So that's the disqualifying factor. Even by contrivance's own supposed standards, right, it doesn't really fully practice them. It only does them as it's dependent on zero-sum means or as it can't even really define it. It would do it, but only in part. So that consistency issue is a big thing. But again, think about even the end goal or the measure. You could fully practice it, it would be a zero-sum process. You could not practice it at all, it would be a zero-sum process. So that's not an issue, right? That wouldn't be an issue. The issue comes from the contrivance state associated. In other words, we're going to reduce the zero-sum state to less than nothing, to less than zero, because we're going to practice it at half-mast. We're not going to even practice it inherently as it is existent. So think about everything that you do, that you think this is the gratification fallacy, that you think, this makes me a good person, or this is some standard that I have. All it is reactionary functionalism, and even there at half-mast. So it's like you fool people with religion or, again, morality, gratification. Society wants to control a mass number of people that is ever increasing with no real rhyme or reason to even that. Like, it'll just go on forever. So because of that collective contrivance and unchecked stimuli acme, you're going to have more and more people and more overextension, and that's all those standards are. Like, there is no absolute, deeper, greater meaning. That's the definition of an absolutist, if you're not aware by now. It's not somebody who necessarily embodies an absolute. Rather, it's somebody who acknowledges that there are no absolutes. So you see, that takes power away from people when you believe in absolutes. Like, there's God, and there's fate, and there's superstition, and this and that. No, none of that is real. Everything is up to your own actions and practice. So, for example, when you say, morality is absolute, but no, it's not. It's not absolute. It's a human construct. That's why we have to work so vigilantly if you believe in it, or value it, or functionally abide it. That's why we have to work so hard to uphold it the best we possibly can, instead of this idyllic, childish standard of, it's absolute, so we don't have to do anything. It just goes without saying. And then the same thing applies, like to stimuli acme or something. You have to work so hard to uphold your relationship or whatever you do, because it's not absolute, assuming that structure is even functionally worth abiding that you perceive. And so now, that's the whole meaning of the term absolutist. Again, it's not necessarily my term, but I certainly have extrapolated this whole meaning and mindset and everything like that. I'm an absolutist philosopher who have discussed this and taught this and done it in the debate format. So it is sort of my term, and all these terms are mine, especially their exact meanings and usage and phrasing. Yeah, what you have from that is to realize there are no absolutes. So, again, when you believe in that, you defer to it and you take away power from yourself. Like, you're going to hope and pray, and as you're reduced to a half-mass structure. Whereas with this, it would be, you don't defer to some standard of moral good. You embody it. You practice it. If you want something to happen, make it happen. If you don't. If you want something to not happen, stop it. So you live in the realm of reality. So all the power is yours. You realize it doesn't matter about all these other forces that even if you believe in, do the most you possibly can, which nobody ever does, by the way, right? Wasted potential is a real shame for absolutists. Like, so how do we keep people in a half-assed state where they don't actually do that? But reaching your full potential in all time, all way would be the thing. Like, that's what you can control. Focus on what you can control. Maximize what you can control. Don't worry about everything else. And then, so when you believe in stuff like that, it takes away power from you, because you defer and say, well, I can't control this, or, oh, God works in mysterious ways, or, oh, this and that. No, do the maximum that you can with your immense, infinite potential that human beings do have, right? And realize a lot of it's up to you. A lot of things are structured just based on your own acknowledgement. The only existence of most standards in society is your own superficial acknowledgement of them. Like, it's only as real as you acknowledge it. Like, for example, power. If tomorrow everybody in the world just acknowledges something is fake, like power. So every president in the world, every leader in the world, people just no longer acknowledge their power. Collectively, everyone just says they no longer have any power. That really happened. Then they lose their power, right? If everybody, especially the people that follow them, work for them, soldiers and government and stuff, like, that's all it would take. So in other words, that's not only is it not real, but it's an active contrivance state that is deferred to for some functional basis, but it's that easy. So let's do a thought experiment. Do that with every single power structure in the world and reset every 20 years or so. Some Benjamin Franklin quote is similar to that, like every 20 years you need like some sort of revolution, but just do that, and then what's the harm done? So you get rid of some corrupt incentives and entrench things that are overextended and beyond function. And so you have a situation where that is I don't know, it's just disappointing because this is the ultimate trick of society that works on the majority of people. And again, you're heavily indoctrinated. I get it. And it's not even to be aware of, it's not to be above it. You could argue for functional basis, but it leads to this overextension above all that is sort of inexcusable, because you're carrying on a process that you don't even understand yourself, or that you're not even really acknowledging or vouching for, or you are basically vouching for it by doing that. So what you're doing is you are actually it's all just half-mass collective contrivance elements where you trick people into indignantly, you do it with a bit of a reservation, which people do, but they don't realize the nature of it. Like, it's all fake, it's all contrived, it's all performative, it's all functional in pretense. Like, none of it is really what people treat it to be. So there's an indignant outward insistence, like even in the face of like anybody who isn't this exact way, it's lack of ability, and by framing it, you end up doing it in such a way that you reinforce the chains that bind you to and that sort of contrived structure and that you struggle with, and it's honorable to struggle with that, even though it's self-created. And it's just, in a hypothetical sense, any individual would disavow that completely and just do whatever they want and disacknowledge this contrivance state, but they pretend to value it, and they're rewarded by it for that. And there's a great extension to zero-sum means, because you give that example of the minimalist living in the jungle, living in nature, living in the wild, and just picking berries, living off the land. You can't even do that in modern society in most areas of the world, because but the government owns the land, or it's against the law to kill the wildlife, or it's this or it's that, somebody's property, you're on somebody's property. Like, you're not getting what people cede a lot of power for some security, promise of safety, but also for some convenience. That people are lazy in that way, which also concedes a lack of value for life in terms of this false meaning and means. On one hand, these are these two layers that are very valuable. False meaning and means, which means that there's a certain meaning placed on that, like oh, life's about eating good food and this and that, like the pleasure or preference associated with that. Like, so in other words, you're overcompensating for the non-choice reaction. In other words, your need to eat, you didn't choose that. So you overcompensate for it by not only having enough to eat, but now you care about the flavors and you overcompensate with the taste and the quantity and the preference and all that. So you're distracting from the non-choice reaction of it, the fact that you didn't choose to have to do it in the first place, by now you overcompensate and try to turn it into a positive. And again, now it's like, oh, that's some meaning or that's some desire and positive, even though it's a net neutral, because you're simply nullifying a need that you didn't choose to have in the first place. And then, so you're attaching special meaning to it. Trying to think of another example of that. False meaning in means in a zero-sum process, right, where you're placing undue emphasis on anything, everything arbitrarily. And then you also have the other side of it, which is going to be the fact that you have false meaning in means, and then I had another corresponding thing and I forgot. There's also just like the non-choice reaction, insistence, like insisting upon, oh, you happen to be born here, so you do that, like non-invasive self. All value comes from the self and nearness to you. So in other words, it's interchangeable and arbitrary. If you were born somewhere else, you value that just as much, just on that basis alone. So you're not using any inherent standard or criteria of any kind. What was it? Damn it, man. False meaning in means and some sort of overcompensating basis, or again, you overcompensate and fixate on that, like adhering to the non-choice. Like just the convenience of it, like the false meaning that way. Like human progress and achievement is so monumental and it's, significant. All it does is it takes some of those non-choice zero-sum reactionary needs and it makes them simpler or removes the need for them. So the ideal perfect achievement of humanity would be we get to the point with technology where we remove the need for everything, every non-choice reaction, and make them as pleasurable as possible or whatever, right? So we remove the need. So let's say technology does this by tomorrow. Like, we have the ultimate technology. All it's doing, all our achievement, just makes everything more convenient and easier, right, for us to do. So, for example, we'll remove the need to eat. We'll make a pill that just feeds you for a year, and you eat it, and that's all you have to do. And then you'll overcompensate still by eating things for the taste. And you'll, it's also the relief fallacy. Like, you could be in the hot weather for a long time, and now water tastes better or something. So just a relief from a negative stimuli is taken as a false positive, even though, again, it's a net neutral that you're just returning to a balanced state. So it's not that, it's a positive for this thing. It's just that you're in a negative state and then you're imbalanced and then you go back to normal or you overcompensate. So again, all these sort of false positives in a neutral reactionary state. So that one is important, the fact that, again, all human progress and achievement is just mere convenience. So you're trying to subvert meaning, the need for meaning, by saying, we'll just make everything so convenient that you don't have to do anything, do as much, work as hard, to do this zero-sum sustenance. So now, because everything is automatic and easier, you're just removing steps and effort that you have to do. So that doesn't give it meaning, or that doesn't even have inherent meaning. All you're doing is perpetuating your own existence and removing the need for as much effort and just making it more convenient. So that's all of human accomplishment and achievement and action. All you're doing is trying to make your zero-sum existence more convenient. So like, it's not whether or not something has meaning to it or value. It's that, I don't have to work, I don't have to try as hard now. So now I won't question it as much, or now it's not as much of a cognitive dissonance to say whether there is meaning or not. So you're sort of removing the need for meaning by saying, well, everything's automatic and everything's easier now because of technology. So just remember that. Like, there's not some grand meaning that is being achieved by technology and progress. All you're doing is taking zero-sum reactionary non-choice standards, like the need to eat. So now look how far our food industry has come, or the need to do this or that. And again, everything is just taking those zero-sum non-choice reaction needs and making them easier, removing the need for them, like making them better, making them more pleasurable. So you're overcompensating again with that, like make food taste better to make up for the fact that, oh, you didn't choose to eat it, or the fact that you have to eat it. And then also again the false meaning and inconvenience, like, oh, that's the greatest accomplishment of humanity, that we'll just try to undermine and remove our own needs that we have there. And once we get to that state, what meaning will there be then, right? And the answer is, all you're doing is, again, removing the need for that basis. Like, okay, you can take a pill and you don't have to eat for a year, you don't have to drink for a year, you don't have to use the bathroom for a year, you feel in the best physical state possible, everything is good, you can have sex every day, you can do everything you want, and everything is perfect, but that's still a zero-sum process. Like, so you see that what you're struggling so hard to do is just zero-sum self-interest, zero-sum sustenance, again, minimizing and all this human achievement. That's all it is. There is no other. The best argument is just, oh, you're trying to preserve the species, like, oh, if we terraform Mars, we'll live through some disaster on Earth. But it's zero-sum self-interest, zero-sum sustenance, zero-sum means, and it's also the fact that you have the ability to basically just do it in such a way that zero-sum means and overcompensating. So think about that as the depth of your progress. All humanity aspired to, all these great achievements of technology and goals and everything. Oh, all it was to do was to make everything easier, so people are lazy, just to make it more convenient and minimize the amount of effort put into it. That's all people have ever done. That's all people will ever do. That's all you can do, right? What other purpose of function in life? Again, either an overcompensated measure where you take some non-choice reaction, zero-sum process, and try to make it sort of more pleasurable, right? False meaning and means, or you try to remove the need, minimize effort put in, make it more convenient, so that now, as if to remove the need for meaning, that, oh, now you don't question it, now you don't care because everything is automatic and effortless, so now you're just removing anything that you even have to do, as if to make up for that. Like, oh, now we still have the non-choice reaction need to eat or drink or whatever, but it tastes better again, overcompensating, or it's just easier to do. We don't have to go out and seek it ourselves, and it's also maybe more effective and things like that. So the trick to overextended collective contrivance is low standards, because you can never win against that. Like, you can't do anything with that. Like, people will settle for low standards, and it's admirable, and all these kind of anti-virtue things that I would point to as an absolutist. Like, you need this thing here where you get to glorify struggle, glorify suffering, glorify being poor, glorify all of that, and you sort of perpetuate it. Like pretend this is your sort of minimalistic perspective in life. Like, you're trying to avoid making things as difficult as possible, and you do that instead of, oh, I'm going to make them as difficult as possible and then struggle with them. Like, oh, I'm working this job and I'm not making a lot of money, and then I have kids and now I have to work an extra job to take care of them. Like, so you're creating that process yourself, right? An absolutist would never do that, because you minimize that. At least you minimize the conflict, and the reason why you minimize the conflict is because, or any potential thing, like, everything becomes simpler by that. And so you have the ability to basically I only go to Walmart like once a week, but I do end up spending a lot more than I expect. I've been obsessed with these little, like, peanut butter things lately. Like, I'll have like a scoop. It was like a chocolate peanut butter thing. I'll have like a scoop of that every once in a while, but it makes your stomach a little upset, if you know what I mean. Like, you have to relieve yourself, but it's pretty good. Peanut butter is one of those things you can only have so much of it. Like what would happen? That's like a challenge, right? Try to eat a whole thing of peanut butter, a whole jar, like, at once. And I don't know that you would die, but you would probably shit yourself or something. So yeah, that movie was not particularly great. And we get to basically do episode 7, but we have a few things we want to do first. We want to do the chess game, continue against the bot, classical game, whatever, infinite time game. And then we also want to do that thing, the, the review on the character point system for Monk. And if you can do that, then that would be good. Okay, so today I wanted to do chess by voice and continue that bot game, but we can do that later. There's a few topics that are worth touching on. This is why it's kind of good to do this, because it turns it into whatever is sort of relevant at the time you can just do, and in a way that I wouldn't normally do. But, you know, I always have that analytical perspective anyway. So over the years, I've said a lot of things that kind of bother me, because then I hear somebody else say something similar years later, and it's like, it's not like they're copying me, but sometimes I'm ahead of the curve, and then you know, it takes a long time for people to catch up to that. So if you had chronicled that then, it would have had much more. You could look back and say, wow, he was ahead of the curve. Like on Ding Liren's choking tendency, at least, I certainly identified that. So in other words, it's nothing new. It's not like, oh, it's the pressure of the World Championship. It's just, he was always like that. He would always underperform despite being world number 2. He would never play like it. He would never be challenging Magnus for the World Championship. So he would never live up to it. So he had a habit of choking. And now it's just magnified under the big stage. So that's often what happens with things in society, like, or in the media and perceptions. Like, something is always true, but now it becomes magnified under the microscope of like, oh, look, you know, like wealth makes you a jerk, but maybe you were always a jerk, just people never paid attention to you until you were wealthy, and now they want something from you or whatever. So let's look at one concept here, and then I'll talk about that drone situation and try to analyze it psychologically. So the date is like December 14th, so you would know based on that, you know, maybe I'm ahead of the curve and this and that with respect to what I'm going to say, because we don't know necessarily anything about it yet. So what you have now is the ability to consider that you have the ability to consider something better, which is going to be like an appearance concept. Like, why does an absolutist believe in minimalism and monotone and all this kind of stuff that would be against appearances, superficiality, performative aspects, etc.? Why would that be the case, right? And the reason why they don't value that and deliberately even are neutral with it and non, if you will, is because they believe in or they view it very clearly as ability should speak for itself. Performance should speak for itself. Any like sort of a product or a service or anything should speak for itself. So in other words, you shouldn't need to do that. And the fact that you do need to do it almost indicates something negative. Like, you have to overcompensate with performative aspects. Like, oh, we're not buying from you because it's the best product or the best service, but oh, because you, which would be based on ability, but oh, because you're nice, because you're friendly. And it turns it into a contest of contrivance that way, when a truly meritocracy-based society would ignore all that. It would just be straight to the point. You wouldn't need to dress it up. You wouldn't need to, be good at sales and marketing. You wouldn't need any of that. It would be to the point. It would be like, it would be very to the point, because you have the ability to consider that, you would be able to consider that So the point is, again, it almost indicates something negative. Like, if you have something that's good, a good point, an idea, product, whatever, it should speak for itself and be held on its merits alone, instead of, you're going to overcompensate with appearances, superficiality, pretenses, right, everything like that. So it's almost like you have to overcompensate for something, and the fact that you need to do that indicates a lacking in quality, or that shouldn't be the defining factor. Two things could be equal in quality, or or it could be even worse, so you have something to overcompensate for, something to try to prove, something to sort of show off, instead of letting the inherent merit speak for themselves, and then it turns into a contest of like who can create not the best product, etc., but the best appearance. And so you would reject that and say, oh, the focus should be, if you take all those things away, pretend everybody's just neutral and monotone and boring or a jerk or rude or whatever, everybody's the same, right? And not placing that sort of undue positive emphasis. Now it comes down to what is actually the best underneath that, instead of letting that sort of obscure and deceive you that, oh, you shouldn't need to do that if what you're doing is good in the first place, right? You're overcompensating, or you're trying to, again, sort of mislead or make something out to be more than what it is, which you shouldn't need to do. It should just speak for itself. So and yes, people might be stupid and they need to be informed and this and that, but it would be more direct. It would be sort of monotone, neutral, and of course, in the contrivance sort of state that we live in, that would be seen as outward, though, somehow, that you have, you're not defined by placing undue emphasis, you're defined by not doing it, because everybody does, or everybody's expected to, right, things like that. And so you also have the ability to consider that, there was one other point with it, but I can't seem to place it, like, the way something is said shouldn't matter, like the person saying it, how they look, their performative aspects, their race, their gender, anything like that, or the way they say it, the tone of voice, the delivery, the passion, the emotion, or the language they speak in, or how, the way they talk, their mannerisms, all these things just distract from is what they're saying, which is a reflection of a thought that universally all humans can think any thought. So is the idea good or not, right? That's all you focus on. But the more you distract from it, the more you appeal to other things and distract from its merits or lack thereof. So it's a negative process. You should just focus on the actual idea or the practice itself, which, again, all these things, even if the two overlap, like, they have good performative aspects and a good idea, okay, then it's just icing on the cake. But you shouldn't need that even as a baseline. It could be like, just because it can overlap, then you could have a good idea but bad performative aspects, or you could have a bad idea but good performative aspects. One of them is the consistent factor that, the idea is what really matters, or the product or the practice or whatever, but that other element is unduly emphasized in terms of it's unduly emphasized because, again, it could either be a net positive, but it could be something overcompensating or deceptive, or, the more that appearances are insisted upon, the less depth or value something has underneath that you have to kind of dress it up, or just that you feel the need. And ultimately, it's one of those things, like I say, blame the audience, because blame the audience in terms of, like, or just people in general, like, that we value those superficial aspects too, right? I can't blame a company for valuing that if that's what people react to, but just remember how easily the initial basis can be manipulated. Like, people know something is being perceived a certain way, so they'll create the best possible appearance, even if it's not justified with what goes along with it. So you're being manipulated by it. You know that people are aware that they're being perceived, like, you put a camera in front of anybody or a microphone, and they're automatically going to be disingenuous because they know they're being perceived by other people, right? So they'll play it up, or they'll play into that, or they'll adjust in some way. And so that is very relevant, because you have the ability to consider that all of these things are very telling, and the reason why they're telling is because of the simple fact that again, the fact that you need the appearance, or the fact that, we value appearances so much in society, it requires you to not really think, is really what it comes down to, right? You're not thinking, you're just reacting. So you're going by first impressions, appearances. Sure, it's an unwillingness to be puzzled and some sort of hierarchy within that. But if you were to really think and consider, you would realize, the initial perception is only manufactured, right, as far as performative aspects. So it's not real or inherent, and it's being done because you are going to perceive it, right? Like, so people are tailoring it whether they realize it or not. So you're just going on very base reactionary things that are being presented to you and taking them at face value, taking them as absolute, even though they are performative and possibly overcompensative, right? So you're just kind of playing into it too much. Now, it could be true, like, where the two will align with each other, but it could just as easily not be. So the two aren't really tied together, right? How something is presented isn't necessarily tied to the reality. And again, it can often be contrary. Like, you have something to overcompensate for, so you present yourself that way because you know how people are going to react or something. And then it's a fallacy of like, oh, that's how people inherently are. Not that you're a variable, not that you self-actualize, not that you are constantly choosing to be and do what you're doing, that you're defined by action or practice. But it's a situation where you are really to blame, that you would buy into that, play into that you would value that you would use that as a criteria, as in because it's just insulting to your own intelligence. Like, you're going to judge everything by appearances and surface level, even though you know that those things only exist for that reason, to give you that impression, right? So it's important to keep up this appearance, not because it is so, but because that's what we want people to perceive, whether it is so or isn't, right? Oftentimes because it isn't, right? And I have some expression like a society that will value appearances instead of reality, or even at the expense of reality. Like, you're so concerned with keeping up appearances that you neglect the reality actually beneath it, or something like that. So, sort of a superficiality protest thing that I had written. It's just kind of like, even on a functional basis, to say the best way to judge people is by some initial superficial appearance that they could choose to uphold or not. So see what it really comes down to. Like, the absolutists would deliberately just, and it'll be framed in sort of a false duality, like, oh, they must be doing it to spite something, but it could just be neutral. Like, you're just not placing any emphasis on appearances, so you just don't care, and they're not impactful or important anyway. They're only as valuable as your own acknowledgement of them. But that comes down to some aspect with respect to that people are only doing it, it's a front, it's being done because it's being perceived, and it's being perceived, and so it kind of speaks for itself. And so it would be sort of redundant. Like, if everybody just didn't care about that, then it wouldn't have any impact. Or if everybody, again, it's like the best way to judge people, but the best way to judge something would be to not go just by initial appearances and dig a little deeper and read into it. Because again, somebody who puts up a good front might have bad underneath, or somebody who isn't bothering to put forth the effort, there could be a certain feeling of, there could be an interpretation that that's genuine. Like, somebody doesn't put up a front, so they don't feel the need to do that, to overcompensate or anything like that. So they're just sort of more neutral, which might be sort of boring or bland, but that's more real and to the point, versus the contrivance state that is somebody who feels the need to constantly place undue emphasis and positive this and that, and so much emotion and emphasis, right? Versus the person who's more neutral and non and sort of to the point. That's more genuine potentially, because you don't need to do anything, right? It's more basic and neutral and to the point. So artifice might be rewarded by people, but it's also, it's sort of hard to explain. Just like, you want that sort of artifice to be emphasized, and that's what you go on and value, but it's also, it's artificial and performative. And so what you have is, but yet you still take it seriously, again, on that initial basis. Like, anybody could just do that, right? So now it becomes, oh, but who can do it better, right? Like, so it's not whether it's fake or performative or not. It's like, who can do it in a way that's, it's like convincing or believable, but it's all fake anyway, right? None of it is intrinsic or inherent to a person. It's like, so we want somebody who puts up a good act versus a bad act, a convincing act versus an unconvincing act, not whether it's an act, period. And then, okay, let's get into this drone talk as far as, topical. So there's a few things to consider. So they've been seen sort of worldwide. So it wouldn't just be some isolated thing. It could be like here are some of the theories that people come up with, at least. Like, it's a globalist conspiracy, like they're doing it as the next COVID to try to control people in some way, preparing people for something that way. And certainly, my whole thing is like two things can be true. Maybe it's something that could just be genuinely happening, but then it could still be used to control you all the same. Or it could be perpetuated for that very purpose, of course, as people maybe postulate. And then also you have like, a disturbing lack of concern from the government, the fact that they're even telling you in the first place, the media and stuff. They had some briefings on, UFOs and stuff a while ago, like a year ago. So, like, the fact that they're willing to tell you tells you that there's some other incentive to it, right? They won't tell you unless they have to, or unless they want to stay ahead of something, or, they're only telling you what they want to tell you, right? They're not telling you for your own good or just because it's something relevant or important. They're going to tell you only in the way that can be best used to control you or your perception or something like that. So, could it be a foreign government doing it? A lot of these are appearing near military bases, so that is concerning regardless of the nature of it. There's sort of a laissez-faire approach to it, which is surprising. So it could be China, it could be Russia, it could be something like that. So it's interesting there's not more concern of that. There's a bit of a contradictory statement that has been picked on, like, this idea that you have, this idea that, this was one absolutist tendency, quote, I was talking about. This is some other topic, but, like, somebody, has some low-key kind of disposition, like, that they're disappointed or sad, all right, that they have to be part of this, reduced to this contrivance state known as society. Like, it's something broader than any specific reactionary thing, right? The same way that people are, like, reactionary to externality all the time, whereas here you would be not reactive to it. You would have an inherent self-actualizing basis or standard, etc. So you wouldn't care. So that's seen as like a false negative, but it's actually, you're sort of define yourself. You're not positive based on externality. You're not negative based on it. You're kind of just neutral. It doesn't affect you. And then you define how you want to be for yourself instead of just being a reactionary, letting all that always dictate and define you. And then the other point is that, okay, like, a lot of it around military bases and stuff like this. This is the kind of thing that people would do to farm for content in all areas that, look how much coverage we're going to get from it. But no, it's disturbing us around military bases. The U.S. government has been very laissez-faire about it, but it's also been in other parts of the world. So even if it's an inside job government kind of thing, it would be done with coordination, sort of a globalist government agenda, similar to, again, whether COVID was really planned to happen like that, or whether it was just simply used in a convenient way to try to control people, etc., right? And then also you have the ability to say, the ordinary person is very naive, that they don't believe in something until, again, the expression that's maybe overused but very appropriate still, like, it's easier to fool people than convince them they have been fooled. Like, it's easier to perpetrate a conspiracy than it would be to convince someone that there's a conspiracy going on. I always use the expression that whether through error or ulterior motive, this applies to like the whole border situation too that was happening, whether through error or ulterior motive, something that's bad is still bad. So for example, it wouldn't matter then whether it's a conspiracy or something like that or not. It would only be that you have the ability to consider that like, again, whether something's done intentionally, like, it is part of some big conspiracy, that would be bad. But then people get caught up on that, like, oh no, you're, tinfoil hat, this and that. So then don't worry about whether it's a conspiracy or not. You could instead focus on the fact that the end result in the practice is still bad, regardless of whether that's the case. And so what you have is the ability to consider that, again, whether it's an ulterior motive or whether it's simply their incompetence, like again, the border. 20 million plus people came illegally over the border. Maybe it's some conspiracy to try to get those people to vote for them, right, and remove voter ID laws, etc. That might be the motivation, but pretend it wasn't. Okay, they're genuinely trying their best to protect the border, and they're just so incompetent that they're unable to do so. That's still bad. So don't get caught up on that, like, whether 9/11's an inside job or not, right? Whether it's an inside job or not, that would make it worse. But don't get caught up in that. Instead, realize, it's still the government's fault that it happened, and it's their job to protect you, and so you should blame them for not being on top of it. That's one of the main functions of the government, would be to protect you from something like that. So that's the point. So again, could this be a government conspiracy, that they're doing it on purpose? Yes, but it could also be that they're just too incompetent to figure it out or deal with it, or that they allowed it to happen. And it could also be that, it's actually aliens, but then they're just not reporting on it, or they're not wanting to tell you the whole details, or I don't know, there's some other ulterior motive. But again, whether it's that conspiracy or not, you could recognize something bad is happening, and it shouldn't happen, and it should be prevented, and whether they're just too incompetent to stop it from happening, or whether they want it to happen, isn't the most important part. And so people are made to argue like that, like, you're just a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. But either way, the event would be happening, right? An event is happening that is undesirable. And one side would say, well, it's a conspiracy. And the other side would say, oh, no, how can you say that? It's not a conspiracy. It's just... But again, it's still bad. So either way, the focus... We can both agree to disagree about the motivation, but we can agree that, it's bad. And so the people in charge should be held accountable. They should be kicked out, right? Like, either you're part of some big conspiracy and you have ulterior motives, and that's bad, and you should be kicked out because of that, or you're just so incompetent that you're letting it happen anyway and you're not stopping it or anything, so you also should be kicked out because of that. So see, the end result would still be the same, maybe different levels of accountability, but still accountability nonetheless. And so we can agree on the practice and cut through, again, all the conspiracy theorizing. But this is a textbook way to make people be conspiracy theorists, because they're giving us such little information, or even telling you don't worry, right? So that's the contradictory statement that is so noteworthy, is that on one hand they're saying we don't know what they are, they're not telling us what they are, but on the other hand they're saying there's nothing to worry about, it's not a foreign agent or any threat. How would you know it's not a threat if you didn't know what it is? And then if you do know what it is, tell us. And then if you don't know what it is, then it could be a threat, so address it, right? So it's obviously that they do know, but they don't want to tell you. And this is the kind of time where, let's say it was an invasion or something, this is the time when you would need it most, but it's to stop people from panicking, and maybe there's only so much you can do, or there's nothing you can actually do, and people can take it into their own hands and do a laser pointer or shoot one down and investigate for yourself. And you might say, you shouldn't do that, but then if the government's not going to do it, you should do it to some degree. I'm not encouraging, but at least investigate and figure out, because you're not being told, and this could be a major threat and all this. The same way, like with the border, like, it doesn't mean that all 20 million people who came over are going to be bad or do something wrong, but even if 1 out of the 20 million kills somebody, right, imagine if they kill you or your family member, or Lake and Riley, people were hearts in their sleeves about that. All it takes is one of those that could have been prevented that tells you the process is bad. So don't give me this broad sweeping, like, mostly peaceful protest, right? Yeah, millions of people are protesting, and out of that, 99% might, or 95% might be peaceful. But that's not the issue. It just means you got to rein in the things that aren't, right? Same thing with that. Like, 20 million people come in illegally, and the vast majority of them are just good, ordinary people. But even if 1% of 20 million, or 0.01% do something violent or bad, that's the whole point, right? So don't use this broad sweeping thing to say, well, the majority of them are fine, so that justifies it. No, first of all, you can't just suspend a proper legal process, but second of all, you can't, I don't know, the focus should be then on, okay, at least punish the 0.01% or try to stop them from coming in, and that's the whole point. Like, so it's sort of a false duality there. And so there's all these theories, again, somewhat this could be true, like once people start hearing about, a drone sighting or this or that, now people start to see ghosts everywhere, if you will, right? You start seeing it everywhere. So you could just be seeing planes, people are taking video of normal planes on their normal route, right? That's how the government might try to talk out of it, like, well, people are just assuming that normal planes and normal things are suddenly some unknown object, right? So you'll start seeing it everywhere once you hear about it. So that could be fair and legitimate, but it's still like there's a reason why people are hearing about it in the first place. So there is something obviously happening, right? But I get that tendency is very powerful. Like, you hear something's happening, so now things that you would have never noticed before, you see planes pass by every day in the air, in the sky, and you see this every day. But now you'll start to notice it, like, oh no, now this is an unidentified thing, right? But it could just be, that's just a normal plane going from point A to point B, like we always have. So once you get people looking for something, they start to notice it and see things that aren't really there, like things that they normally wouldn't notice or pay any mind to. Now they start to make a whole big thing out of it. So that is a fair consideration, but obviously this is some worldwide orchestrated thing, so it could be like one of three things. It could be a foreign government that you should be more concerned about than the concern that's being shown, especially with the proximity to military bases. Then you also have the consideration that it could be like a terrorist group organization or something like that, even if it's not a government. And then number three, or it could be like your own government doing it, as again, some sort of false flag situation like that. And then number three is, okay, it could be actually aliens. So let's look at this within the lens of my cui bono concept that I bring up on various subjects. And the cui bono is like who benefits. So who benefits from doing it in this manner, like making it so conspicuous? So that would hurt the argument that, it's like a foreign government or something, because why would it be so obvious and so easy to see them? It's almost like they want it to be seen. So that hurts the foreign government angle. It helps the sort of false flag agenda angle, because again, it's like they want to be seen and they want to be used as a pretense and a false flag and something, right? So that goes into that theory. If it really was China or somebody, then why would they be so conspicuous and so well known, right? Well seen, right? So it hurts the, who would benefit from that. So again, it's something you want awareness of. And there's all these other theories like, okay, if it's aliens, then they've been going under the water for a long time and plotting and some deep sea base that they have that we don't know about because we haven't we haven't thoroughly explored the bottom of the ocean. Which is kind of a clever tactic, if that was true. But yeah, there's that. There's all these UFO stories over the years that would gain credibility. There's also the fact that, people will kind of use this kind of event to reinforce whatever they already believe. So this is God coming to punish us for our sins. Or, like that scene in Contact is so amazing, where she's kind of driving along and she sees people having conflicting things. So whatever they believe already is what they're just going to reinforce with externality, whatever happens. So some people use it to prove that God doesn't exist. Some people use it to prove that God does exist. Some people use it to say, people are using it as a pro N-word from the 1930s Germany, the other N-word that I won't even say with the H guy. Somehow, people were rallying around that idea because they heard his voice, because that was the first message, right, emitted to space. So or whatever, in radio signal, something like that. So the point is, people will see in something whatever they want to see, regardless of the reality of the situation or anything like that. So that's the reality, is that it's not really about that. It's about their own psychological need and desire and reinforcement. Again, this disproves God, because then all theology and Christianity goes out the window. But then to somebody else, no, this is a sign of God, and we see God in this. And some people see miracles, the way that M. Night Shyamalan wrote about it very well in that scene. Do you see signs? Do you see miracles? Or from a more cynical point of view, no, they're going to come here, they're going to kill us. That's the end of the world. So there's a few interpretations on the alien angle that are worth considering, right? I almost picture, we don't look at it from the aliens' perspective all the time. We look at it from our own perspective, like how we portray it in the media and stuff. The fact that you have the ability, they're going to be high tech. They might not be as much more high tech than us, And number two is like, you know, they might not be so perfect just because they're more technologically advanced. Maybe they made a mistake. Like, they send these in to probe us and learn about our planet, and they might not know everything about us coming in, and they're in an unfamiliar atmosphere. So like, oh, they practiced all these stealth drones, but now they didn't account for something in our atmosphere because, you know, whatever. Like, it wouldn't be perfect. Like, maybe they would get caught out. Maybe something's malfunctioning, so they're being seen and they're not meant to be seen, or the stealth thing only works partially and some element of our atmosphere caught them off guard. And, you know, they could make mistakes too. They're not gods, they're not perfect just because they have better technology than us, right? So that's number one. And then number two is they could be coming in a position of desperation, so everything's not perfectly plotted out. Like, their planet's dying and they're coming here as a last resort, so they're not really coming with all the best planning and stealth in mind. And in some ways they might be surprised by how technologically advanced we are, because, oh no, if we try to invade, then we have nuclear bombs and we can just blow up our own planet, then it'll be useless to them, right? That's the theory that's always been thrown out there. And also think about the whole idea of waging war. Like, it's the fact that our technology might be less to them, but they might still be looking at us kind of scared, like, oh, wait a second, now we're screwed because we're so technologically advanced, even to the point that we are, even if it's less than their state, obviously you would assume, it might be that even the discrepancy is neutralized and negated a little bit by the fact that, well, they have to travel all the way here. We have the home court advantage, if you will. We're more comfortable here. We're already set up here. We have bases. We have military. We have nuclear weapons. We know the environment. We know everything about the planet. So we have that sort of home court advantage. So that gives us an equalizing factor, even though their technology is greater. And then it also considers the fact that, you know, we have 8 billion of us here. We outnumber them. Imagine how hard it would be for them to bring that many people here. So they'd be outnumbered. We'd have all of these other advantages. We're more comfortable here. They'd have to go through great lengths to get here. Think about how far away they are. Again, I'm not doubting their technology to get here, but look at it from a different perspective. Like, look how hard it is for us to go to the moon, right? So imagine if we didn't go to the moon just to explore, but like, oh, pretend there's like a primitive alien species there that's equal to like cavemen were, right? So they're in a primitive technological state. But imagine how hard it would be. I can imagine like an astronaut going there in the spacesuit and moving all slowly and struggling with the gravity, assuming that they're in their element, the caveman alien people, they're in their element, and it's not throwing them off at all. But so they're comfortable moving around and fighting in that. So even though their technology is much less than ours, we'd be out of our element, and it would be we'd have to go through great lengths to get there and to fly there and you know, to set up all that. And then we'd send a very small number of people because of the logistics difficulty. And then we would also have, our technology would sort of struggle and suffer, and we can't exist outside our suit. And we also, you know, have all these weaknesses, and we're slow, and our weapons might not work right. So we may have that technological advantage over them, but a lot of that is negated and neutralized by the difficulty of going there in the first place. As far as like, you know, imagine we have to send so many troops there, and there's millions of them, and, you know, so that would be the problem, right? We would be on a fool's errand, because, so picture that from aliens' perspective. It's, yes, they are technologically advanced, and yes, they can come all the way here, but can they come all the way here with the intention to fight an also technologically advanced society that has all these advantages, that has home court advantage? So that's the one relieving element, that like, it would still be very difficult for them to do that. And the reason why it would be so difficult is because, again, they have better technology, but it might not work exactly right here. They don't know everything about the planet. They'd be trying to send in just to probe and assess the danger and the whole thing. And again, think about that as an equalizing factor. They might be more technologically advanced, but that advantage is negated to some degree by the fact that, well, they have to go through all this trouble to get here, use all these resources, they're out of their element, they might have to wear these biosuits, spacesuits, they're going to be not acclimated to the gravity. The better way to do it might be they would just send technology over, like we would send drones over to like fight, like robots over to actually fight on our behalf and clear out the planet first and then go. But right on an individual basis, you know, an alien separated from their technology wouldn't be that much more impressive than we are, because it's like, you know, like, oh, when they seem to struggle with pantry doors and signs or something, if you took away technology from a human being, as technologically advanced as we are right now, all of a sudden it doesn't matter. An individual human is not that impressive, just like an individual alien might not be that impressive. despite what their collective accomplishment and technology might represent. So those are two different categories. But no, think about the difficulty. Bringing a large number of them over might be hard. Coming here in the first place might be very difficult. So just because they can reach us doesn't mean that they can fight us necessarily, because, again, they'd have to bring so many of them. They'd have to go through so much technological logistics. They'd have to deal with, the weaponry. It might not work exactly right. They have to acclimate to the gravity. They're not used to it. They would have to, obviously deal with some other disadvantages and stuff. So, yeah, they'd be very out of their element. So just picture that as the analogy that I like this image of an astronaut, a human astronaut, with whatever technology and things we have on the moon, fighting against moon alien natives that are comfortable there, that are like in a primitive state using spears and, lesser technology. But imagine that fight. We'd be moving in slow motion. A lot of our weapons and technology wouldn't work. It would be an ordeal just to bring us there, just to get us there, a small number at a time. We wouldn't be able to match their numbers if there's millions of them, right? So we'd be out of our element. We'd be outnumbered. Our technology wouldn't work exactly right. We wouldn't know all the terrain, right? They would have all these advantages that they're comfortable there. So even though their technology is lesser, right? One of our astronauts in a spacesuit versus 10 of their primitive spear-wielding people, though, who are comfortable, right, on the moon, they would have a tremendous, that would sort of equalize the advantage that we would have technologically, because you're not realizing how difficult all of this is, that they have to come all the way here, they have to fly all the way here, they have all these ships, they have all these resources, they have all these weapons, they have all these things they have to bring, they can only bring so many people, so many aliens, right? So the logistics of that is a bit of a nightmare, that we don't think about it from their perspective, how difficult that would actually be to do. Yes, they have better technology, but they need that just to get here, let alone to then combat us too on our own territory, right? So those would be all ways to look at it. Like, again, just picture that fight of an astronaut. This is such a funny kind of image actually too. An astronaut fighting with a gun and all our modern technology, fighting some space cavemen on the moon. And they might be in a primitive state, and we might have better technology, but what good does it do us when we're outnumbered, when we're in a disadvantage, when we're in an unfamiliar environment that messes with all our technology, right, all of that kind of stuff? We're at a major disadvantage. We'd be moving slowly, skulking around, not used to the gravity, where they'd be acclimated to it, so they could take advantage of that, and even with lesser technology, probably outnumber us and beat us in that way, or again, at least equalize a little bit. You could analogize it a little bit to the Europeans going to the Americas and attacking the Native Americans, but that's kind of a little more comfortable, I guess, than space travel. They're going on ships, but it still does put you at a disadvantage, right? There's way more Native Americans in number, and they're already comfortable there. If they were a unified government and stuff, that would be different. Instead of just scattered tribes, more like a sitting duck effect in a historical context, victim blaming kind of perspective. But no, it's a situation where you would obviously understand that would be difficult. You have to send ships over every time, you have to bring technology over every time. It makes it more difficult than if you were on equal footing, right? If Europeans just lived next door, right, in the Americas, and we're all set up there, imagine how much easier that would be to take them over, right? Whereas it makes it much harder, because now the Native Americans know the terrain and have guerrilla warfare and all this kind of stuff. The one thing they don't have is a centralized government, but yeah, it puts you still at a disadvantage. We have to come over in small numbers, we have to come by ship every time, we have to bring all this stuff over with us, we're out of our element, we don't know the terrain, right, everything like that, we don't know entirely what we're up against. So that is the point, that you have all these sort of disadvantages still. It's especially exacerbated in space, right? So look at it from their perspective a little bit, that it wouldn't be as easy as you think. A lot of it would come down to, okay, they might use technology that way, robots and stuff that would be better. So, and I always kind of speculate on the likelihood. What is the likelihood that aliens exist, period? That alien life exists? That's pretty high, but not necessarily intelligent life. So go through the layers of it. What are the chances that alien life exists, period? Pretty high. What are the chances that intelligent alien life exists, such that that life that we talked about with the first step would have been around long enough and survived long enough and evolved long enough and survived all the calamities, like you look on the Earth, all the natural disasters over time and meteor strikes and climate changes and ice ages and all this kind of stuff. What are the chances that that life would have survived through all that enough to develop to a state of intelligence similar to our own, if not greater to our own, and a state of technology like that? And then what are the chances that they would also reach a state of technology that they could reach us, and also that they would have lasted, that long and not gone extinct to some event before then? And what are the chances that they'd be close enough to still reach us, right, in proximity to our galaxy and solar system and stuff? And then what are the chances that they would still be around at this point, even if they had existed before, or that it would exist in the future? That's the one step that really I would reject too. What are the chances they exist right now? Although time gets a little murky when it comes to space travel, but what are the chances that not only would another intelligent alien life exist, not only would they be more technologically advanced than us, but they would also exist at this exact period of time in history as us, which is a small, it's a small speck of time, because, you talk about, 10,000 years of human civilization is pretty small compared to the millions and billions of years that would be relevant in space. So yeah, maybe a million years ago there was an alien technology species like that, but now they're gone. They went extinct too. Or, maybe a million years from now that'll happen. Or maybe a billion years ago there was something like that. But what are the chances that not only does alien life exist, not only does it develop to the level of intelligence that we have, right, and survive long enough, which is very unlikely if you think about all the things that the Earth has been through, that any one thing could have made it so that this wouldn't have happened exactly this way, and then we'll go extinct soon enough too, in due time, but that they would survive long enough to get to that point, that they would surpass us technologically, that they would basically be in a position to exist at the same time as us right now, that they would be in a proximity to us, that they would get to us, that they would find us at this exact time in history, which is a small speck in the bigger picture. So there's a lot of unlikely aspects to that, right? I don't think you realize how unlikely it is, right, to get this level of intelligent life, right? It's unlikely to get life, period, in the universe. Then it's more unlikely to have any level of intelligence and get to that point, and then it's even more unlikely to get to our level of intelligence, and it's even more unlikely to get to a higher level of intelligence than us and a greater state of technology, and then it's even more unlikely to exist at this exact same time period as us and be able to reach us and all of that, right? So the chances are actually pretty low in that context. But when you look at the likelihood of the drones being aliens, you have a situation where you're basically able to consider that it may very well be possible, again, going back to my cui bono effect, because it doesn't seem to make sense that, again, a foreign government would be so conspicuous. It doesn't make sense that your own government and media would be willing to even tell you about it, or, they're doing it more reactively as a need, or that they wouldn't react to it. If it was a foreign government, they would react. If it was them and an inside job, they wouldn't be so quick to tell you about it, or it would be still more concealed. So it could it be an alien operation gone wrong, that they just maybe were trying to be stealthy but they weren't, or maybe they're not afraid to hide their identity. That could be the really scary thing. Not the fact that they're all sneaky and not letting us know about their presence, but no, the fact that they would be willing to let us know about their presence and not really care, or almost want us to know, like, they're not afraid of us knowing, they're fine with it. Like, the fact that they're that confident or comfortable, right, with being so conspicuous, or even that they're trying to bait out our reaction. Like, what would we do, right, if we saw these probes kind of probing for information, going to our military bases, and evidently our response hasn't been that strong, and so, right, they're getting a feel for us and what we would do, right, and sort of testing us, so they want us to know now. And again, they can have the underwater base. There's all these theories that come out, but again, the best way to inspire people to come up with conspiracy theories is to not give them an adequate amount of information, and to sort of basically give them breadcrumbs and leave them room to wonder, right? Either tell them as much as you know, or don't tell them anything, but when you leave it in this halfway sense, right, it becomes a problem. This is why it's very hard in the modern day to cover things up, because all it takes is one thing on social media and it'll circulate like crazy. It'll be very hard to stop that. But you saw kind of with COVID the response, like, oh, social media is going to try to crack down and this is going to try to crack down. But in this interconnected modern media, internet-driven world, it's really not very possible to do that. You can't really censor stuff. People will have it on a hard drive somewhere. It'll be you can try to stop people from sharing it, but you can't stop people from simply possessing or being aware and still, doing that. You can control kind of like, as I always say, what people talk about, but not necessarily what they say. So you can control that, everybody's talking about the drones and COVID and stuff, but not everybody is talking about, not exactly saying what you want them to say about it. They might still talk about, it came from China in a lab, and it's all part of a plan to try to depopulate China because they're overpopulated and kill all the old useless people by their government's perception and keep all the young healthy ones alive, right? That almost would be a very fitting theory that I said very early on, that wouldn't that be very noteworthy? What are the chances that something originating from China would kill only older people in a country that's overpopulated, that would also be in a position to basically kill all the old people and people who are already sick and keep all the young ones and healthy ones alive? That's awfully convenient, isn't it? If you could ask the government and they were honest, that's exactly the kind of thing we would want to try to depopulate our country, and they wouldn't have any moral inhibitions about doing it because they're the Chinese government. So that comes into play, and you also have the ability to consider that. So I'm almost ruling out it's a foreign government, because again, that statement is even telling, like, on one hand, they don't know what they are, they're not willing to tell us what they are. On the other hand, they're very highly conspicuous. On the other hand, they know that they're not a threat, or they know they're not from a foreign agent. So the two theories that are left on the table is it's domestic governments doing it to their own people, could be some sort of test to try to surveil people and control people that way. And you could always pretend like, it's aliens, but really it's not. But no, it seems sort of amateurish either way. It could be aliens, again, sort of botching an operation a little bit. But yeah, it seems very conspicuous. I have a hard time believing that the whole thing is just a hoax or fake, though. At least fake within the sense that it's not some organized government action being done on purpose, or that it's not, again, some organized alien action maybe potentially going wrong, or again, maybe they just don't care that we know about it. But again, something in our atmosphere might caught them off guard, like, we thought these were meant to be stealthy, but they're not exactly stealthy. So, yeah, that was an interesting discussion topic that we just come about with organically. This is why I'm grateful that I do these, because, again, even if nobody watches them, you might look back on this in years and say, wow, this guy was on top of it, or ahead of the curve. I have a lot of those moments where I say stuff like that. Like with chess, I said, female title shouldn't exist, or there should be unisex sports. Like 15 years ago, I thought this or wrote this, or maybe even said it in some video that I would have done at the time. And at the time, to whatever people I discussed it with, that's sexist, that's anti-women. Now it's become a trendy take to say that, female title shouldn't exist. I've heard that recently. Like, that's so annoying, because I thought the same thing years ago and would have said it and wrote it and stuff. And then same thing with the sports. Not exactly that people are arguing for unisex sports, but it's kind of come around to that anyway. That meritocracy always wins in the end. That you have the ability to consider that unisex sports, like with the trans situation, you got to decide one of two things. Either you remove the labels of men's sports and women's sports, because you're considering them that and segregating them based on that anyway, right? Or you are having unisex sports if you say that, gender doesn't matter and people should be able to identify and compete. So you got to make up your mind yourself, right? It's not about what claim you're making. You're saying, if you call it men's sports and women's sports, then you have to define and restrict it that way yourself. And if you don't want it to be that way, then you can just have, unisex sports where anybody can compete regardless of gender. So that's the problem is solved, right? Same thing with like the bathroom issue. It's not about men's and women's bathroom. It's like you have family restrooms, right? So anybody can go in there. The same way that You have a unisex bathroom, anybody can go in there. So you can have that, but you could also have these other ones as an option, or not that people couldn't just go into other ones anyway that you wouldn't, really know, but you go in the bathroom and you look kind of manly, but is somebody really going to question you on that? Like, that could be a good idea for a social experiment. You go into a women's bathroom as a man, or you seem like a man, or you're a hermaphrodite or whatever, and you pee standing up and see how people react or something. I don't know, that's just the way to show it, though. You have this standard of meritocracy that's you get to basically do it in such a way that you're able to come around to unisex sports and stuff like that in a different way than simply saying it's for that reason. And so what you have is a simple ability to consider that whatever, that was always a fleshed out discussion, everything I was thinking about. The one image actually strikes me, though. I want to almost make a short film that would show that. A human astronaut goes to this planet and tries to fight them, and it's yes, we have greater technology, but again, they're in their element, they're comfortable, we have to work around just to get there, just to stand there. Think about how hard it is for us to even go to the moon, how many millions of dollars, how much effort, how much time, how much planning goes into just going there, then how much effort goes into prepping us, we have our suit on, everything like that, then how much would it inhibit our ability to fight and all that, whereas they're just comfortable in their element, know the environment, they're acclimated to it, right? Well, that same analogy goes, if we were to get attacked, we have pretty impressive technology and military, and so the fact is that yes, they might be more advanced than us, you would assume, if they have space technology, but would it really be that big of an advantage? Because a lot of that is equalized by the sheer inconvenience of getting here, by the sheer inconvenience of again, not being acclimated and having to do so many workarounds, wearing suits, having special considerations. A lot of their technology wouldn't work properly. They'd be severely outnumbered. It would be hard to sort of hide from us, in when we have eyes everywhere. 8 billion people on the planet. Antarctica would be a great spot to go to. How many eyes do we really have on Antarctica? Right, despite how inhospitable it would be. Either that or the deep water. That would actually be my plan. But then again, it would still be obvious to us because, on one hand, it's empty and nobody's really looking there, but if you had some big ship land there, it would probably be, that's in the thing, where that thing lands. It sort of crash lands, whether intentionally or it's certainly very convenient. Or no, it's actually the worst. You would think, I don't know, actually, what the logic behind that would be. It went there so it wouldn't stand out to people, but then also, if it did it on purpose, but also it could have landed there by accident, but, it's, if it had landed somewhere more conspicuous, it would have been able to take over people more easily, whereas there, if nobody was in Antarctica, maybe it would have died, but then they also say it wants to be buried under the ice and kind of preserve itself that way, and then eventually it'll be found and then it'll take over people or something like that. But I like the implication more that I hate that line actually, that it wants to freeze itself in the ice and live on like that. No, it should be more like it's going to die, and so it needs to take us over, and so it ended up in the worst possible spot where there's only a handful of people or animals or living things in Antarctica. So if we don't that would have been the better ultimatum ending. Like, if it doesn't take over or get one of us to survive, then it dies. So in other words, that would have been the sacrifice at the ending, that we're just going to freeze to death here. And so even if you are the thing, there's nothing you can do. You can't go under the ice and freeze. You're going to die, and that's it. Right? You're going to die because there's nobody else to take over, and everything that you did take over is dead, and there's no way to get out of here. So whether you are the thing or not, we're both going to die. That would have been the better implication. But they put in that stupid line that, oh, it wants to go under the ice and freeze. So by that logic, it could do that at any time that it wants to. And you know, it can always escape, and it can always do something else. And they give it too many powers and too much ability where it doesn't feel like there's a limit. It can just do whatever it wants whenever it wants. A little piece of it could have survived somewhere else out there in the ice. Like, you know, it's just too versatile. But there should have been some strong implication, like, that's the last piece of it. There's one piece left, and it has to take over a human, and it has to get out of here. And they've destroyed their own base and everything. So now everybody's going to die, and including the thing, and it won't be able to take over everybody on the planet. And it's it takes over everybody, and like, so yeah, now there's nobody to take over, so we're willing to die and not escape and just keep it here, right? And it has no way of getting out, and it's going to freeze to death too. It doesn't mean, just because it's so versatile, doesn't mean it's immune to that. Especially, it needs to have a host body, so the host body is going to die, right? Because it's, even if it doesn't feel the cold or care about the cold like that, the host body is still going to die, and there's not going to be any host bodies left. So that's like the heroic thing that it could have ended on, but the way it's written is kind of sloppy because, you know, the host body is like, you need a host body to survive and to continue to corrupt others, but because you're in the worst possible place and there's no living things around other than people or the dog that they brought and stuff, and everything's dead and everything's burned down, now there's nothing you can do, so now you're going to freeze to death, and so is McCready, and you're both going to die, and the thing is going to be vanquished forever, except, oh, it can just hide under the ice, so all it would have to do is send a little part of it somewhere else, and you might think, oh, it's being watched by McCready, but it has too much freedom. Like, it's had so much time to, why does it even have to be around these people? You could just run out into the snow, or it didn't have to come back when it did one time, or it's had too many options. Like, it could have another person somewhere else. How would we know? Another piece of it somewhere else. It could just not keep coming back or not engaging these people. Right, so you would have had to set up some other limits, and then that ending actually works pretty well. That, like, it's really on the ropes. Like, it took over Childs, and now it needs to take over McCready, and it needs to escape. Otherwise, it's going to die too, and freeze to death. And so the fact that McCready and everybody's willing to blow everything up, and everybody else is dead, and the fact that, you know, you're going to freeze to death in the cold and there's no escape for either of us, is a very heroic sacrifice that, like, I'm comfortable dying if it means that the thing will be trapped here, and if it means that it won't be able to live on and take over anybody else. So that's quite a heroic sacrifice moment, that, like, the only way you could have escaped is through human selfishness. If you somehow got out of there, or if you somehow, you know, had everybody escape. Or yeah, there's too many loopholes and everything that, like the blood test. Why couldn't you do the blood test again then if you, or I guess you don't have the material. There's too many loopholes and gimmicks with it that, you know, just have like an airtight thing where everybody always has to be together all the time or something like that. Everybody's always tied up. There's some cool things about it, but it's not entirely logically consistent. So yeah, what we have is the ability to consider that that you'd basically be able to I don't know. So yeah, well, what other theories do I have? I think I said most of them. Just it could be for real as far as an alien presence, because again, it doesn't make sense in any other sense. You might think, well, they also wouldn't want to be seen, but for it to be on this massive of a scale in various countries all around the world, the government doesn't have a clear answer. That they can't say it's a foreign government. They can't say it's not a, they're trying to just stop panic, but if they acknowledge it too heavily, then it'll seem like they're hiding something. If they don't acknowledge it, then it seems like they're also, it's just a lose-lose. So you end up in a position where you can't really do anything about it. And the reason why is because, pretend from their perspective, what are they really supposed to do? Oh yeah, it's an alien invasion, and let's go to war. Like, everybody will freak out, and I can kind of understand that. But then if they say it's a foreign government, then people will freak out too. It's going to be World War III. And then if they say they don't know, then why don't we shoot it down, or why don't we find out? Why don't they know? And then if they do know, then they want to hide it from us. So what do they really say? And the answer is, it's really hard to come up with anything to pacify people. So yeah, not the kind of thing I normally like to really delve into, and I won't upload this for another 2 weeks probably, so, or maybe sooner, but when I do it, I'll do it like all together. So, yeah, we got Monk episode 6 on the docket, but before I do that, I want to do chess, and I also want to do the other thing, the review on the character point system for the Monk characters. I'd have to skim. The longer I wait, the worse it's going to be, and the less authentic it's going to be, so I hate it, but it's kind of annoying. Right? I'm not going to remember all the key moments. I'll sort of skim through every episode, not really watch, but like I'll just jump from scene to scene and like, oh, I remember that moment where this, Sharona was flirting with somebody, and I remember, or where she was like enamored with the psychic, that gets a -1, or where she's flirting with the guy, the doctor in episode 4. These two doctors look very similar, didn't they? The one in episode 4 and this one in episode 6, actually. So we've had 2 doctors as killers in 6 episodes. We've had 2 people in government, basically, the campaign manager, and then the commissioner, and then we've had an actual criminal or a carnival worker in the other one. As far as the simulacrum, it exists to perpetuate a mass production mindset, the idea that you would have, everything in mass produced suffers inequality, so you're trying to reduce it to a half-mass state, like, it'll just keep reproducing, lower everything in quality, overextend more, right, something along those lines. So it's not geared towards maximum value the same way that society itself it's meant to overextend and reduce people to a lowest common denominator. So it's not meant to enable you or have the most full or complete experience, and you can't even do that much where you get to just be objective or think or anything freely. Everything is restricted. You need the structure's permission to do anything, right? And you're supposed to be somehow grateful and overcompensative. Machination process obscures. So you have this problem where everything is going to again, as far as the stimuli acme exists to reinforce a state of half-mass existence, and again, it keeps doubling up and overextending the more people there are. It shows a lack of value for life. If you truly valued, you wouldn't overextend to that degree. And then also the half-mass state of this is the fact that the half-mass state is the simple fact that you're never trying to reach your full potential or do anything fully or most efficiently. It's all about maximum efficiency is never the measure. You're never trying to fully do something, full experience, full anything, any measure. You're never fully in control, fully thinking, fully objective. everything has to be reduced to half-mass state, reduced to structure, contrivance. So again, maximum efficiency, value, self-actualization, self-awareness, none of those things can be done fully. It's all overextended. If you do them too much, it's bad. If you do them too little, it's bad. It's, again, the trademark of a half-mass state, that it'll glorify certain things, but if you do them too much, or some arbitrary way, right, you have to do it exactly a certain way, but then it's not held accountable consistently. So there's a lot of issues with that. So this notion of true value, full value, makes people uncomfortable because it threatens their indoctrinated state, so they have to overextend, insist upon that. Otherwise they suffer cognitive dissonance for it. So it's really a lack of peace and value for the self that you exhibit there, because you're able to suffer for it in that way. And again, the maximum potential is not the priority. The only priority is, again, to reinforce a half-mass state that you are already in. And again, the mass production stimuli acme problem exists, but also the human function issue happens too, because even if you were to value things in terms of functionalism, you're not valuing them fully now. You're only valuing them in part, and so this becomes an issue too. And so, I don't know, I'm not really in the mood to do this, but yeah, like you can't do anything freely, fully. It's all just sort of in pretense. So you would glorify some standard, like, oh, this is the reason why, this is where meaning and value comes from, or this is the reason why such and such, right, would happen. And the problem with that is the fact that, or to justify the structure even, but then if you fully do it consistently, accountably, now it's invalidated. So you have to appeal to some either ego or something else to bypass critical thinking that, oh, like the stimuli acme is the measure, but then you won't actually engage it, it'll be half-mass hedonism, it'll be reduced to structure, it'll be for the sake of some family system. So it's all very telling, the sort of insecurity of that state, that it has to insist upon itself, because if it doesn't, then it's revealed as the artificial structure that it is, which still doesn't mean whether or not you should or shouldn't do it. It's just a question of you probably wouldn't do it. I love this. There's this plumbing sign that has like a poop emoji on it. But yeah, there's like this exterminator building that has like a big spider on it, whether that's for Halloween or just in general. But yeah, that's a great way to attract people to, that's going to scare them more so than anything. But average day in Australia, am I right? You just move there and you'll have a booming business. Not saying that doesn't happen in other areas, even the Midwest, U.S., etc. But yeah, let's see what else we got here. You have the ability to basically, I want to do that voice by chest thing. It was working pretty well against the bot because I can really take my time and I don't feel any pressure to worry about flagging or worry about the guy, just I feel bad for making them wait too long too. It just feels improper, and especially at the beginning of the game. So you just have to keep hitting it though still to mute and unmute. There should be a voice command that causes it to listen and stop listening, but I've tried that and it just doesn't work, so I have to keep doing that, which you might think, oh, that's no more difficult than why not just make the move, but then you have to be more precise. Here I'm just hitting the same spot over and over, whereas there I'd have to precisely move, I might make a mistake, and then it has to defer to colors at some point when it can't figure out what the fuck you're saying. I think I'm pretty clear, but somehow it really, really struggles. You can blame my phone speaker or something. So yeah, there's like this delusion in society of something that you're so indignant about your contrivance state, but yet you've been trained, indoctrinated that way. So objectivity is the ultimate thing that people would be forced to avoid. And the reason why is because it would force you to at least come up with a consistent measure. Like, you value yourself, okay, but then you do this, that's collective overextended. Or you value the collective, but then, you do this, that's non-base of self. So there'd be too many contradictions. So the issue is, you might think, oh, well, that's part of being an adult and, mature, this and that. But even glorifying things on that way doesn't really work because there's no consistent standard that's held. So now you're acknowledging you're in a half-mass state, but that means that all these idyllic things that are used to justify structure don't really work. Like, oh, it's God's will and it's because of religion, but then that implies an absolute, but then you're not holding anything absolutely. It's all inconsistent, reactionary. And same thing if you pose it even in terms of morality or some other standard, efficiency, zero-sum means, functionalism. None of this is being held consistently, and so now you're in a troublesome situation. So this is why artifice is so important, because people require constant reinforcement through externality because they are part of this half-mass structure state. That's where social contrivance is actually such a danger, because it has this problem where if you pretend it wasn't there, now you'd have to rationalize or practice something in a way that's more inherently valuable, either in terms of the function it reaps or otherwise. But instead you have this where, even when something isn't justified in any way, you can just use social contrivance to try to justify it regardless, and do this sort of, mental gymnastics and try to lower everything to a lowest common denominator and then try to manipulate it or, justify its structure that way. But social stigma and things like that. The thing is, it wouldn't be necessary if something is inherently valuable or, justifiable in some way. And so you have the ability to realize that it's reactionary and redundant at best, but then also a contrivance response at worst, that it's like it exists because it needs to exist, because if it didn't, then it would be a problem. Then it would be like, it's some overcompensation is necessary to achieve a certain state, and the reason why is, or to maintain a half-mass state that you've already been reduced to. That's the whole issue with it too, on top of everything else, is the fact that if you even if you believe the state you're in, supposed standards you have, etc., would really be of your choosing or some natural conclusion. You know what it is? It's like this reductive thing that, human beings are exist to suffer and struggle, and it's impressive when, you overcome that and overcompensate. But, like, why is that the standard? Why shouldn't it be that we have higher standards? Like, again, this is where the stimuli acme overextends itself in terms of just mass produce, even suffering equality, even any negative. That's more important. You can't control yourself, etc. But, like, why shouldn't the standard be higher? Like, why not remove the need? Why not, okay, if you're struggling to put food on the table, don't have kids or more kids, or, only do it in a state that you consider where you wouldn't use it as an excuse or struggle, or like, so again, you glorify struggle, but it's like, why not minimize the need for it? Why not just, like minimalism is a good example. It's not that, you want everything or you want luxury and this and that. You might just be happy in a minimalistic life. You don't want much, you don't do much, you don't expect much, but yet you decide to value it anyway because you've been indoctrinated to it or you're just used to it. So you have a problem where, minimalism removes the need for many things that are insisted upon as though they're valuable, but none of them actually are. And so, not inherently, not absolutely. And so you have a real problem with that because, again, there's a lot of things that if you just take away, like that layer of social contrivance, for example, now you would look for some more inherent value in something that is often lacking, so you often have to overcompensate with that. Or again, it's sort of the glue that holds together one self-interest connecting to another, and you want to pretend like it's about something else, because if it was purely zero-sum self-interest, then there'd be no inhibition about how you pursue it. But even then, you could, it requires too much of the self-awareness, self-governance idea that people simply are not capable of doing. So it's really the individual basis and the individual fault that you get into with respect to the simple fact that... Okay, so today I'm going to continue that bot game against the computer, Stockfish level 6 on the chess, and I'll have to go through and tell you the position. I wonder if there's some good way to do that. Like, you know how there's chess 960, so like it'll be X position. Whatever position I'm at must have some code for it. Like, this is position 64219 or something, and it's like, you know, just some sort of it'll tell you the whole board position. But I'll just go through manually, and it'll help me learn the thing. It'll help me learn the notation a little more. So we're in a position now. I'm playing as black, Stockfish level 6, and I am black. They're white, obviously, and I'm trying to get my thing to sit in the little stand, but my old one broke, the little phone holder. I put it in my air vent, and it's just kind of a little clunky, but that one worked so well, but it finally broke, and now this one I just got it, so you got to break it in, I guess, a little bit, break it in a different way. So what we have here is, let me try to understand. Their king is on A1, A2 is empty. Their rook is on A3, oh, sorry, it's not, I'm doing it the wrong way. Their king is on A1, B1 is empty, C1 has their rook, then D1 is empty, E1 is empty, F1 is empty, G1 is empty, and H1 has their other rook. Then A2 is a pawn, then B2 is a pawn, then C3 is empty, what am I saying? A2 is a pawn, B2 is a pawn, C2 is empty, D2 is empty, E2 is empty, F2 is empty, G2 is a pawn, H2 is empty. Then, and this isn't that hard to do actually, just going one by one like this, but a lot of them are obviously redundant, empty. I'm not too happy with the position of this, and the reason why I'm not happy with it is because I don't fucking understand why it's like this. It won't go in properly. I just can't fucking believe it. You know, the most annoying thing to me in life itself is when you're like driving or doing something like this, and then things won't cooperate with you then. Like, I tried to set it up, whatever. So again, now we're on A3 is empty, B3 is empty, C3 is empty, D3 has the dark square bishop, and E3 has the light square bishop. That's actually kind of an awkward positioning for the bishop. And just to try to understand what Stockfish level 6 should be, Stockfish level 8 should be better than Magnus Carlsen. Stockfish level 7 should be at Super Grandmaster level. So Stockfish level 6 should be basically IM to Grandmaster level based on that metric. Then level 5 could be like 2,000 plus. But I mean, this should at least be 2,000 plus, which of course I am not. But yet, you know, there's some consideration that you would say that, like, if there's 8 levels and 8 is supposed to be better than Magnus, then 6 relatively should at least be 2,000 FIDE plus, which again, I'm not 2,000 FIDE, and I shouldn't be able to beat somebody who's 2,000 FIDE, like Alex Botez or whatever, but you have a situation where, you know, something about it just doesn't jive. And the reason why it doesn't jive is because it doesn't feel, I don't want to talk trash and then get punished, but it doesn't feel really that strong, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I don't get it. You would have to put a metric like that. Level 8 is at least Grandmaster level. It would have to be. It should be much more than that. It should be Super Grandmaster level. It should be even beyond Super Grandmaster level, because, you know, we all know these engines are better than even the best players in the world. And sure, that might not be the best one possible in existence, but I would assume level 8 is at, if not above, Super Grandmaster level. So 7 would be at least like IM to Grandmaster. Level 6 should at least be 2,000 to 2,200 FIDE at minimum, right? That would have to be what makes sense. And so what we have here is the ability to consider that it's kind of hard to do this while driving actually, but you're in a position where you want to, but no, I was getting actually comfortable with the notation, just going one by one. Let me think what I want to do here. Just so the position is basically just immediately out of the opening. I don't know what move it even is. I can't see the notation list kind of thing. That's what you'd have to write out with your hand as you. What if you cheat like that though? You could write out a whole different game than what's being played, and then somewhere along the line you can test, oh, I'm losing, but technically I wrote an imaginary position, and I don't know, like, you could probably get away with certain things that way. Or like sometimes players will cheat, and then like more established, better players will cheat like that. The touch move rule and this and that. And then, if you call them out for it, you'll get in trouble because, that's Gary Kasparov, and you're only little, lowly Judith Polgar at that point, or whatever. But that move is really hard to interpret because a lot of the time people are just touching it to adjust it. You know what I mean? Like, and they can cop out, but it should be a little more strict like that. If you want to, I get it, and especially in faster formats, it becomes a crapshoot. Like, people are making illegal moves 100 times, and you can't really be an arbiter on that. The best way to do it is just to have it on video, which thankfully in this day and age, a lot of high-level games are, but it's so stupid. You're just kind of throwing pieces all around, and there's probably several illegal moves, but nobody is even processing what's happening. It's like an honor code that, nobody's even understanding what's happening, let alone playing at a high level or anything of the sort. And so you're basically in a position to, let me try to map out the rest of this position, and if I can do that, then I'll try to figure it out from there. This thing is leaning. Yeah, I'm not too happy with this. I'll just tell you, I'm not happy with it. I don't know how or why it's in this position. I just can't. I might have to pull over, and I hate doing that, but it's too bad, man. It's too bad that we have so many technical difficulties with this to the point where I just can't even explain it because it's tough, because I'm trying to do this while driving, but okay, I'll just wait a minute, like, oh man, motherfucker. Thing fell. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to pull over in a minute, that's fine. It's too bad, bro, it's too bad. What a professional setup we have here. But no, I'm going to include this too, because when I just upload the whole thing indiscriminately. I can get pulled over by a cop, and I still upload that shit, and I do whatever. So yeah, I'll try to figure out the positioning of this in a second here. And this is the sort of thing, like, once you get in a rhythm of doing it, it's good, but I don't really understand how this thing is supposed to work now. It's the same one that I've been using, but whatever, dude. So some of these sessions you'll notice that they sound different because I'm using the mic in some, I'm not using the mic in some. But I wonder if you'd ever get in trouble for that. I literally had the mic running and stuff too, I'm surprised he didn't notice that or anything. The wire was like going across my body onto the thing, and I don't think he even saw it or noticed it. But it's like, I'm recording him for my own safety or something. But really, I'm just a clown podcaster type of shit. But there can't be a rule against that because all you're doing is talking. Like, you're not texting or something. You could construe it as a distraction, but it's not a big deal. And what you can basically do is but no, I love that this can turn into those type of moments. It's just one step below a radio show because you don't need to show anything visual for that. Turn it into what's that clown's name? The guy, Howard Stern. You turn it into that, and you turn it into something else. Alex Jones or something. I love that we're at that point in society, though. Like, you can get in trouble for what you say. Like, are you serious? Like, this is where we are, that it's just words. Like, it's not... That's the whole point of communication and conversation. You can just disagree and make... That's always my standard. Like, don't tell me my argument is bad or my opinion is bad, state your argument, make your argument, and state your opinion. And if it's better, then that should win by social Darwinism, and mine should be no threat to you, right? Like that should be the perspective. I'm kind of triggered by this, and so I am going to have to pull over somewhere, and I'm not too happy about it, and let's just bitch about it and keep this in here, ASMR bitching while driving stream. The ambiance in the background doesn't even bother me, but I can understand why people wouldn't like it. It's the most scuffed way you could possibly do this, right? Especially before, like you're not using any kind of mic, you're doing it while driving, you're distracted, although that doesn't really affect me too much. I think I've given some pretty high-level commentary things, especially in the context of the thing, like The Sopranos, or especially, it takes me a while to get into it, but then I start to really get into it. But that's like Sopranos or even Monk. I've given some good analytical things. I guess my favorite trope is that I'm realizing in all my time doing this, and even before, that I'm something of an editor. Like, I should be a producer/editor who decides, oh, you wrote a great story, what a great thing, and then I just change one scene. I change the ending, I do it. And I would want to be a producer on top of an editor, because I would say, I 100% am going to force you. I don't care what you think. I'm going to force you to change it. I don't care about your creative vision, because somehow I always come up with like a better scene than what you realize. Like, and again, I couldn't write the whole story. I'm not saying that, but I'll come up with like a better ending or a better moment or a better plan for like how the villain is defeated or some reveal. Right, like with The Mentalist, I would have done that. Red John. If you are going to push it to season 6, honestly, the season 3 one, I have nothing to say. That's perfect. I would have just added a montage at the end of it that Jane's in a jail cell smiling to himself. That's how it'll end. But the rest of the montage is like, it'll cut away from the mall where Jane has his hands on his head, and then it'll cut away from that to, everybody packing their bags at CBI, and there'll be just music, and nobody will be talking, and Rigsby and Van Pelt, Van Pelt is taking pills and struggling and quits her job, and Rigsby gets transferred, and Cho goes back to the military or something, and then Lisbon quits and becomes an alcoholic like her dad. So you show that, where the badge is hung up and she's resigned, and she's almost like holding a gun to her head, thinking about suicide, or at least, becoming an alcoholic. And the point is that everybody feels sort of betrayed and just has a picture of Jane in the trash, just conveyed that she feels, it's not just like, okay, he got his revenge, whatever, but they feel betrayed, because Lisbon especially always said that, and the show kind of forgot its own themes, like, I told you that we'd take him to court together, we'd try to catch him legally, but obviously James, being as smart as he is, realized this guy's untouchable, you'll never be able to do that, you'll never catch him legally. The only way you would have ever dreamed of getting him is right the way you did. You catch him off guard, you beat him in one moment, but you gotta finish him off right fucking then and there. And that validates his character too, because it's like, if you don't catch Red John in that moment, you're never catching him. You'll never see him again. He'll escape into the crowd, he has some plan, unlike McAllister did even when you shot him and stuff, he would have escaped into the crowd or something, because he's so fucking smart. He's literally Red John. Like, even with Light Yagami, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be, anything, but do you know who Light Yagami is? Bro had a piece of the Death Note up his rectum. Like, bro had it stitched in his gums. Bro had it, he would regurgitate it out of his mouth like Kimberly does with the Philosopher's Stone. And he would still die. Ryuk might kill him, or he'll die from his wounds getting shot by Masuda. But bro is going to actually kill everybody. He's going to kill he's going to kill Nier and everything like that. That would be my ending. Yeah, I'd actually change it. Like, he still dies, but he takes everybody with him. Like, dude, you can't beat Light Yagami. And you might think, oh, that's crazy, but the same guy who put a pencil lead and a piece of paper in his door just to see if anybody's coming in his room, you're trying to tell me this dude wouldn't have some other piece of Death Note even on top of what he has? Like, he has the one in his watch, but that's not all. I also have one in somewhere else. Like, So that's all I'm saying is like you've written, and you might think I'm being unrealistic or something, but you've written it that way. Like the same guy who did that, I'm even using that as a case example, like something he did. So, like same thing. You don't think Red John's smart enough to have some other trick up his sleeve to, at least with Light Yagami, it makes a little more sense because he's under constant surveillance. But he would have had that shit. Literally, I imagine I would have written it this way. Like the publisher wouldn't have let him. Like, bro, literally pukes up his piece of the notebook. Like, sure, they search him then. Maybe they would even check his rectum or something, right? But because he shot it on the ground and everything, but. I don't know. I feel like he would have had one more. He would have a one out. Again, he still dies. He still loses, effectively. I'm not denying that. But he goes out, like, he writes everybody's name. And, like, maybe Ryu kills him before Matsuda dies. So he's the one who gets to live somehow. But no, like, I almost want Nier to... That's what it should show. You beat Light Yagami, but it took L dying. It took everybody dying. It took Nier dying, Mello dying, everybody dying. Like, you do not escape this guy's path of destruction. I would have written it like that. Everybody fucking dies. Everybody except around Light dies except for Sayu and her mom. Right. That would have been more satisfying because you like, yeah, you maybe beat me, but you fucked with the wrong guy. Like, you don't get to escape this shit. I'm Light motherfucking Yagami. Like, and you might think it's a stretch, but it's not. Like, he deserves that. This guy was written in such a way that, like, you don't beat this guy. You just don't do it. Or you don't go unscathed. Like, he takes everybody with him. So that's what's unsatisfying. It's not believable. Like, he would have had something. He would have had somehow, some way. He would have had something a block away from Daikoku Wharf that Mikami would have picked up on his way there, like a page of the notebook hidden in the ground somewhere. And then he would have dug that up as a last resort. Like, he would have... And you might think, oh, how could he do that? But Mikami... I guess Mikami is being watched the whole time, so you don't know but what he may or may not do. But, you know, Nier doesn't have eyes all over Daikoku Wharf, like, such that he could know anybody who's within 10-mile radius. Like, you know what I mean? But I guess they're following Mikami himself, so... They didn't really seem to be following Takeda. Like, Takeda was able to do whatever she seemed to want. Like, and she's being protected even by guards and stuff. Even though the fucking Hal Lindner is a clown. Because she gives up Takeda to Mello and gets... Yeah, how about we say that? Like, literally Hal Lindner gives up Takeda to Mello. And even if, that's part of the plan. Well, she fucking died because of it. And you don't know that Kira killed her. And Mello died too. Like... So, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? It ended up working out, but Hal Lindner looks like a total clown C-word at that point. Like, I don't have any sympathy for her. So, yeah, okay, we've lost track of the position, but I think I had done the C row, so, or the third row. So, A3 is empty, B3 is empty, C3 is empty, D3 is the bishop, E3 is the bishop, F3 is a pawn, G3 is empty, H3 is empty, then A4 is empty, B4 is empty, C4 is empty, D4 is empty, E4 is a pawn, G4 is empty, A4 is empty, B4 is empty, C4 is empty, D4 is empty, E4 is a pawn, F4 is empty, G4 is empty, H4 is a queen, and then A5 is empty, B5 is empty, C5 is empty, D5 is the knight that they just moved there. So D5 is a knight, E5 is empty, F5 is empty, G5 is empty, H5 is empty, then A6 is my pawn, then or I guess what I'm saying is everything up till now has been his pieces, right? Every single thing. So again, his king is on A1, his rook is on C1, his rook is on H. So white Okay, I'll just do it like this. White king on A1, white rook on C1, white rook on H1, white pawn on A2, white pawn on B2, white pawn on G2, white bishop on D3, white bishop on E3, and then white pawn on F3, and then white pawn on E4, and white queen on H4, and white knight on D5. So those are all the white pieces. Then in my territory, black pawn on A6, black pawn on B7, black pawn on C7, black knight on C6, black king on B8, black rook on C8, black queen on E8, black rook on H8, black pawn on F7, black bishop on G7, black bishop on wait, am I missing something? This doesn't even look right. Oh, do I have it backwards? But how? The notation looks kind of backwards to me. No way. No way. But how? Okay, dude. Fucking. Bro, I'm not even in the mood to do this shit. Because I was thinking the king side is A for some reason, even though I always say ladies first, like A is on the queen side. Oh, God. You're so fucking stupid, man. Just forget it. I don't even want to do it. Just forget it right now. Fine, so... his king is on... Okay, white king on H1. White rook on H... Oh, fuck me. White king on H1. White rook on C1. No, okay. Because I'm looking left to right and it's more intuitive. Oh my god. Okay, white king is on H1. White rook is on F1. White rook is on A1. White pawn is on H2. White pawn is on G2. White pawn is on B2, white bishop, whatever, white bishop is on E3 and D3, also a bishop, white bishop, and then white queen is on A4, white pawn is on B2, C3, and D4, and then white knight is on E5. The numbers I had right. So for my side, my black pawn is on H6. It's another black pawn on G7. Another black pawn on F7. The black knight is on F6. The black king is on G8. The black rook is on F8. The black queen is on D8. The other black rook is on A8. Then a black pawn is on H. No, I don't know if I'm saying it wrong still. Black rook is on A8. Black queen is on D8. So, okay, we have a black pawn on A6. We have a black bishop on B7 and on B6. and then we have a black pawn on c7, and so you have everything accounted for, and then you're able to okay. So this position doesn't seem too bad. So their last move was knight to e5. Let me do my piece again. Okay. My pawn is on h6, then another pawn is on g7, then another pawn is on f7, then the rook is on, and this is all black, the rook is on f8, the king is on g8, the queen is on d8, the rook is on a8, another pawn is on c7, another bishop is on b7, a bishop is also on b6, and another pawn is on a6, and then the other rook obviously is on a8. Holy shit, bro. There's the game. Now I'm done. I don't have to play it. Like, fuck you. It's just unintuitive that left to right is not that. How does that even make sense? I guess if you're sitting at left to right for me is because I'm black, is H to A. Left to right for them would be A to H, I guess. Alright, so the only thing you gotta understand is that you could try to actually play a move here, which I don't even care to do, like, just forget it. This is always more comfortable though, because I can take my time and glance over and do it like that. The only thing I have to do is keep hitting the voice thing, despite it being intended to be voice only, but I still have to touch it. So now we have the ability to do, you have the ability to do, they go knight to e5, so now my next move is going to be, let me think about it for a minute. I mean, my king side seems pretty comfortable. Nothing really going on with that. My rook and everything is good. If I move the knight, that thing's under a bit of threat. So this is the key piece on this move, is the pawn on f7, right? Because it's being attacked by the rook and by the, it would be attacked by the rook if the knight moves, and by the knight. So my goal here would be to more so trade stuff off, but also you get to, I could try to trade the queen, and I could pin the knight into the uncovered bishop here as well on the e file, on e3. So the reason why this is so good is because, again, I'm offering a trade to the queen. You got to just double check everything. And could they bring their bishop in between? And the answer is they couldn't. And the reason why is because my pawn would take them from there on h6. And so now, or on a6, fuck me. And so now you have the ability to consider that yeah, let's think about like this stereotype for a second. Like if somebody's actually super smart or whatever, right? Just in society in general, right? Like they won't fit in, or it'll be somehow negative or stigma. Not because there's anything wrong. Like if you're not even smart, but like just exceptional and you know really good in some way, that's actually a bad thing because oh no, you gotta reduce yourself to this collective lowest common denominator contrivance. You know, so people glorify lower standards because they want to feel comfortable and at home with them, so they don't aspire to something more. And even in a way, you kind of aspire to something less because of that. So, yeah, my concern is that square on f7. And the way that you can address it is by covering it with the queen, for example. There's no other really good way to cover it. You know, maybe you go bishop to like d5, but that seems awkward and stuff. One thing you can do is like don't make a move where they have an immediate reaction to the move that pushes it out. So they could raise the pawn in front, and then I have to move it again. So their reaction to this move, if I go queen to e8, it would be that they could trade, which I want them to trade, or they could trade queens, or they could leave the knight pinned and then something bad could happen to them. And also you can try to they could block it with the thing, but then they're pinning, and I could also, they can't even move the knight then because I take the dark square bishop itself. So I think this is a good move, so I'm going to go ahead and go queen to e8, attacking the knight, trying to trade for the queen. So if we trade for the queen, though, what does that do? Like it puts my rook in the same spot, pinning the knight to the thing, and then it also, I don't know, something bad is going to happen with this knight, though, because this knight on f6 is pretty bad. Like, it's becoming a bit of a target. So let's go queen to e8 here. Queen e8. e8. Purple. Okay, I go queen to e8, and they immediately decline the trade, and they go to c2, it looks like. So they go queen to c2 and deny the trade, and they have the double stack attack, double diagonal with the light square bishop and the queen. So yeah, they go queen, I go queen to e8, and they from d to e8, and then they go queen to, from a4 to c2. And so now what you can do is you can look at it from a basic perspective that hang on a sec, we got a cop. This happens so often. We always get these cop incidents. Okay, and so, yeah, they go queen to c2, and from there we can figure out what to do, and that is going to be very problematic because you get to, or no, I mean, they're denying the trade, so their outlet to use the double diagonal is not very strong because they give it check, but I can just move the king, and I could even trap it later within the perspective of this. Like, if I raise the pawn, then on g6, right, then their bishop gets trapped in there, and then I can take it later. Alright, so again, I'm not threatened by the double diagonal, but I'm threatened by maybe something that could happen with the actual knight itself. And the reason why I'm threatened by that is because of the simple fact that this is, like you're playing a correspondence game. I mean, it is, since I don't have the time limit. But of course, they move at hyper bullet speed anyway, but that's just the engine. Which is why I don't get why people say, oh, you can't cheat in bullet. Like, people always say, oh, don't play classical online or something, because people cheat. But then you can easily cheat in bullet if the engine can move this fast. They can play bullet too. It's not like engines are incapable of doing that, so it might not be as good, but it'll still be good enough to beat any human player. So I'm having a problem here. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that if I move my knight, right, they'll attack on there. But actually, that doesn't even matter. But maybe opening that is a bad thing. Like, what I almost want to do is I want to attack the knight with something, right? So they have to move it, and then I can take their bishop for free. That would be the point of attack here to consider. And the way... the way that you can consider that is the simple fact that you have you're trying to push that out, and I don't have a really good way to push it out is the problem, right? If I could attack it with something else, that would be very good, and I don't know what it is that I would attack it with, and I think that, you know, it's on a dark square, so I'd have to use the dark square bishop itself, and I'm not a big fan of that. And so I would almost have half a mind to move the knight to like d7, and then if they trade, I take, and if they take the pawn, I take with the rook, they take with the thing, I take back, right? So it wouldn't be a big deal. But what you do have is the consideration that could I double attack it somehow? And the answer is I really can't. And the problem is that I guess I'll just do a lazy move like this when I'm not really vouching for it, especially in a long format like this. You probably shouldn't do something like that. In fact, what if I go like knight to d5? Knight to d5, you attack the dark square bishop itself. See, the way that this would work is like they take with the knight, I take back, and then I'm attacking the bishop. But it doesn't matter. You gotta. Oh, you know what you gotta do? But it makes it difficult. You know, here's what I'll do. Because you're setting up for if I raise the pawn, but then they'll give a check and whatever. But let me do that. I'll move the knight to ABCD D5, right? And if I do, I move it to D5, and if I do that, I should be in good shape. Knight D5. And so now you're hitting the bishop, and now it moves out of harm's way with the pin. So now it's useless that I did that, because it's like, oh, well, you know, I was doing that so that I could push the pawn and force the knight to move, ergo, I could take the bishop, but they could have still done something cheeky and give a check or something, but, so that didn't do entirely what I wanted it to do, and the reason why is because now I don't know what to do with the knight itself. I can leave it there for now. They could pin it into the bishop itself. They could pin it in such a way that they would go bishop to e4, right? And so now the question becomes very complicated. That this is an interesting position for sure. And the reason why, I keep saying like filler stuff like that. The reason why, okay, this is a complicated position. So you don't really want to move that pawn on f6 or f7, but let me think here. I want to trade something off, but they're not really letting me. This bishop has a nasty diagonal if I can get the queen up somewhere. So let me try to understand this a little better. We could bring out the other rook. I mean, you should sometimes at some point just bring out pieces, but it's a position where I don't know really. That was a defensive move by them, so it doesn't really do anything. So let me just bring my rook to, like, you got to probably make a queen move here or something of some substance, but I don't know what it's going to be. And the reason why I don't know what it's going to be is because I don't know. We could probably just go like rook to... No, but the bishop is going to be what poses the problem, because you're going to pin the knight into the bishop. So that knight position isn't even good that I'm at. I don't even like it. And so now what you have is the ability to consider that you want to trade. And the problem with trying to trade is that you can't really even do it. And so what we have now is the simple ability to consider that okay, I'm getting a little distracted now somehow. Okay, you got to kind of glance over and just... Okay, so what do I do? What do I do? I want to trade something. I want to move the knight. I can't move the knight anywhere really good. And the reason why I can't move it anywhere good is because there's just... I don't know. I'm not too happy about his positioning, and I have to just deal with it for now. And I have to figure a way to... I have to figure a way to make this happen. So what we got here is a simple ability to consider the fact that you're basically able to move the queen up and make it in a more dynamic position. I can't go to there, though, with the dark square thing. There's a lot of pinning opportunities that they're going to have here. That's my main issue. The main weakness seems to be that, somehow. The fact that you could pin, so like I should just move the knight. Maybe I should just move it back to where it already was, which seems kind of dumb, but there's no actual suitable good spot for the knight to go. There's 0 spots to go. So I could go back, and they can't really do a whole lot with it, so I'll do that, I guess. Knight F6. No, cancel. I can always abuse the takebacks here, that's why this is good. Knight F6. When you say a thing like that, it does it like... So they sack a piece, so this is the kind of stuff that you gotta consider in your life that... Look, dude. Look, man. Look, dude. Look. If you take, they do what exactly? I don't even know. It'll open up a lot. Like, I don't know, man. I take there, then they could just do something with the thing. They would just take the knight back, first of all. And so that's problematic in itself. That's too bad, because, that's sort of a passive move itself. Although I don't know really what you would have done still. I don't know what the correct move there would have been. I don't know. So I guess I'll take it. Let's just take it and see what happens. Pawn H6. Pawn H6. So we captured the bishop. Obviously, I guess maybe I didn't say what their move is. I got to be more clear. They went with the dark square bishop to h6. Obviously, they took my pawn, right? So they go bishop h6, then I go pawn h6, then they go rook to rook f6. And the reason why is because man, I'm just really not in the mood to do anything, but that one move was kind of telling. You're making a passive move by moving a piece back to where it already was, and you're also, allowing the sack in the same moment. Like, whatever move you made there could have been a little more active. That's the only point. Right, that was a very passive move, and so I hate this kind of shit. Like, there's so much traffic today and stuff, too. Just that it's getting close to Christmas time, so, I mean, it's not really even that close, but... okay, so they take with the rook. Now, the only solution here is... My dark square bishop is in a really bad spot. My light square bishop actually has a pretty good diagonal. If I could move the queen to try to attack there, right, that'd be a good thing, but these kind of threats just really don't work is the problem. So I could try to... it seems like the knight could be very dangerous here, but I don't actually see what I can do about it because... that's unfortunate, because what happens is, not only do they win a pawn, but more valuable is just they open the king and create a very dangerous position for me to deal with, and now you're in a position where you you're in a position where I don't know what the fuck is happening, but I mean, I just wasn't super happy with that move. But see, it's more like a lack of imagination. I don't know what I would have done there to necessarily stop that, or I guess by moving the knight, you would justify it a little bit. But if they were willing to do it just to open the king, like maybe that wouldn't be worth it on its own, but you would have, man, there's a lot of cops out. What the fuck is going on? Just everywhere. This is where they gotta earn their payday, I guess, but... okay, look at what you need to do, and what I need to do is I need to... It's a very positive thing, though, that I'm making the most of driving so much by not only am I doing this to make it more enjoyable or interesting, potentially, although sometimes it is a bit of hard work and gives me a headache and stuff, but it also is going to allow me to basically, I'm making something good out of it, but I'm sometimes not too happy with it. Alright, so now I'm feeling kind of sick. I gotta stop this shit. Okay, so you got the pawn. You can try to move the king. If you move the king, you're gonna get hit by something. So I kind of have given up on this one already, so I'll just leave it. I don't care. But no, it tells you that something is going to be relevant along the lines of the actual thing here with respect to like that move was killer. It's more just like aimlessness. Like all I'm doing is moving that back just because, right? Not because it's actually the best, not because it's really what I want, but there's just nothing better. So it ends up being preferable. Like, I don't have the imagination to do something really crazy there, so... holy shit, this light, man. I like how it turns into that sometimes, just like road rage bitching type stuff, but I don't really even have that. I'm just more impatient, especially when people are total clowns, like, oh, but patience is a virtue. Okay, then just wait forever, your whole fucking life for nothing. This is how society operates. So yeah, we don't really know what to do now, and I'm minus a pawn, and more importantly, my position is sort of busted. And the reason why my position is busted is because they were able to do that. And I mean, I guess that's not that hard to see. They can take, and then I take with the pawn that's covering the knight. But by putting the knight back there, it was bad, and it makes you wonder why they couldn't do that sooner. What had changed? Like, I moved the knight back there, but I already had the knight there in the first place. So couldn't they have done that before I, like, threatened the bishop? What? The knight's there. Then I threaten the bishop, then the bishop goes back, then I put the knight back, and the bishop's in the same diagonal the whole time, and then now they take the pawn. So I wonder what changed from that seemingly the same position before. This is a nice little line I just thought of, like, a meme becomes role play when you take it seriously enough. Like, memes become role play when you take them seriously enough, right? What's the difference between a meme and a role play? Right, just how seriously you take it, something like that. And another thing like to do with chess, like, imagine if Sergei Karjakin hadn't been banned for political reasons, Ding wouldn't have been world champion, and maybe Karjakin would have been, and he could be the 2-time world champion right now, because he could have won, obviously, obviously last year, and then he could have won this one too. So imagine that he could be the 2-time world champion, and the only reason why he isn't or didn't have the chance to be is because of strictly political reasons. And then the other thing is, I was just watching like some Gukesh interview, but I wasn't even feeling like recording. I got kind of sick all of a sudden. I got like a headache while I'm driving, but maybe from that fucking chess game. But yeah, it's like all these kind of joke things to do with chess. Like, imagine studying 20 years to get a majority of draws, right? Like, you know, you would love this game. You should play chess. Or you should study chess to win, right? To win, right? Like, to win the majority of games, right? To win, right? Oh, no, you study to draw the majority of games, because that's really rewarding. Like, I know people defend it by saying, oh, it's a high level of play, and I'm not denying that it's a high level of play, but typically in a game, a high level of play is rewarded by victory, not by draws. So it's sort of unsatisfying and feels like both people lose. I would honestly rather lose than draw in a game, because at least somebody's happy, and I would frame it like that should have been me and I should have done better, and it's my fault that I didn't. Like, but I would accept that. I would rather lose and think that, oh, I should have won, than to draw and be like, well, nobody wins and everybody's upset and it's just a waste of everybody's time. Like, I would do that. I would have like 100% draw rate just to troll the fucking game, and like, what the fuck is this shit? So again, I'm not denying a high level of play, but that's an inherent flaw of the game. A high level of play is assumed, right? Everybody at the top level in a game is going to be high level in sports, in checkers, in badminton, in anything, right? So that goes without saying. Of course, there's going to be a high-level competitive play in chess, as there is in anything. But that doesn't mean that, oh, it ends in a majority of draws, right? That's an objective, inherent flaw to the game, which, to be fair, probably applies to a lot of other board games. I'm not even sure. I know checkers, obviously, it's very high rate. In fact, it could be 100% rate. But that's not even necessarily true, because it's solved at the computer level, that, like, for a draw, but it's not solved at the human level. Like, human beings can't really, I couldn't just play checkers and be the best player in the world and draw everybody every time. I can't do that, right? You'd still have to study and work hard, so that's a little bit different. So, like, let's say chess was solved tomorrow. That doesn't mean that you can solve it. Like, it's already solved at the human level, right? Computers are already far better than people, so if you could play like that, you solve the game. There you go. You'll win every game. But, just because a computer can do it and theoretically it's solved doesn't mean that it applies to you as the person, as the player. So now, oh man, let's just watch the end of this, but I don't even know what timestamp I'm at right now. But no, I like this whole chess thing, but I don't, I can just do it on and off whenever I feel like. So realistically, tomorrow I should do Monk, but now I'm going to feel lazy and not want to do it, all because of that drone shit that we were talking about. I love how nobody would just shoot one down themselves or do a laser pointer or some shit. But now it's like one of these, almost Twilight Zone type moments. Now you've conditioned people to be afraid of all kinds of flying objects. Like, I could be seeing one right now. I see a light in the sky. Is that Is that a drone? Is that just a normal plane or something that you would be seeing? That actually looks kind of weird. There's like a light in the air. It could very easily be a drone. So now you'll think everything's a drone, and then you'll start shooting shit down or laser pointing. I love it. I can actually see it. I mean, I don't know what it is, but you just assume it's a drone. I love it. Just as I'm talking about that too. All it looks like is just a light in the distance, but it's moving in such a way that obviously makes it look like a flying object. Just imagine, you could be witnessing an alien invasion right now, but it wouldn't be so much an invasion, it'd be more like probative, and I'm trying to think, like, what techniques would they really use? They would, be sort of subtle about it, but this is kind of too conspicuous, so it makes you question it. It makes you question even whether it would be a foreign government, right? It's the sort of thing, like, whatever it is, it's like they want you to know, whether it's your own government doing it, whether it is aliens, they want you to know that they're doing it. And I don't know why they want you to know that, but now they'll use it as a pretext for something else. People are talking about, it's something to do with Space Force. Oh, look, I think I see another one, or maybe this is the same one. Oh, shit, I think this is maybe for real. Look at that, I can see, well, I mean, you can't see it, but is that actually what this is? I wish I could... Oh, shit, I see another one. Is that actually what we're seeing right now? Just get a laser pointer and point that shit in there. Yeah, it looks so weird, to be fair. Like, I've seen plenty of planes all the time. I've never seen anything quite that looks like this. So I'm seeing two lights in the sky that are moving in like a weird way that you don't typically ever see. It's moving in such a pattern that is so weird. Look at that. I can't believe it. I'm literally going to be the one to find out. Like, all you'd have to do is shoot that shit down, dude. How hard would it be? Like, somebody at some point is going to be doing that. Of course, that might not be what it is, but I see like two of them there. It's hard to judge really how close they are. That is so weird. See, now it'll make you think that even if it's not anything, but it could just be a regular plane or something. Yeah, even one of the news reports are saying, it looks like a drone, the side of a school bus, but it's a plane. You can see it's a plane. That doesn't mean it couldn't still have some other issue with it, but like... I don't know why it's so hard to figure that shit out. Like, no explanation, nothing. That would almost lead you to believe it really is aliens or something, because you would think they'd come up with some excuse at least. Like, it's totally a foreign government, don't worry, it's not aliens. Like, you would rather say that than say aliens, because then it's a pure panic. Like, what could you really do if it is? Get like a fucking telescope or something. If only I was a more outdoorsy type of person, I could have all this shit and just... I am very intrigued by it. I'm surprised nobody's reacting in their cars, or maybe they are, like they'll all take pictures of it, or I'm just so perceptive that I'll see it. You know, I'm genuinely... I was just talking about it too, like... That is so weird. And it's moving like so fast too. Looking down on us like the little insect ants we are for their amusement, and They were going to probe every area of our whole existence. My camera on my phone isn't even very good, so I couldn't really... You almost wouldn't believe it, but I did see like 2 dots of light in the air, and I don't know what they really are, but, I admit, I've seen planes all the time and stuff, and I've never seen anything quite like that. But again, they have a light on them for a reason, so it's like, what would that indicate to you? Like, everybody becomes an internet detective now. Why would the light be so conspicuous? They could easily hide if they wanted to. Like, they want you to see them. It's going to be like right above my house too. Like, I'm going to get closer and closer to it. That is weird. So I'm in New York, so a lot of the sightings happen in New York and New Jersey and stuff, so... I mean, they've been all around the world, though, apparently. It's so conspicuous. Like, it's just a light in the sky. Again, planes don't really move like this. And it seems to be actually moving insanely fast, like, compared to even what you would see a plane doing. I'm gonna get in a crash looking at this thing, but... Yeah, I'll become internet famous from that more than anything if I take a picture of it or something. I just don't have a very good camera or anything, but... Then it'll turn out it is just like an actual person, like a normal thing, and you'll shoot it down, and then you'll get in trouble, but... Out of curiosity, you can't blame somebody for trying to do that, or you again, use like a red laser pointer at it or some shit. But no, that's what it poisons everybody's perception, that everybody assumes that all the time. Like, now you'll be thinking about that, whereas normally you wouldn't even notice it or think twice, like, oh, it could just be a plane, it could just be anything. It's definitely a real thing in terms of, something is going on. And, the government was just talking about aliens and disclosing stuff like a year ago, so there is a bit of a pattern going on here with respect to maybe that's the next logical leap, or they're just trying to use it as a pretense, but that kind of gave me chills a little bit and freaked me out. Like, I don't know. I just get some sort of vibe from it that's different than when you're seeing it on a video or something. Like, you're seeing it, and we're just like these little insects on the ground going about our pathetic lives. Like, that could literally be, you know what I mean, like an alien thing, or it could be anything. And it just, how helpless we are, how clueless we are, caught up in our little, whatever. Like think about the window of opportunity we're giving them. Oh yeah, go ahead, look at our military bases, look at us, look at our lives, look at, like, what do you mean? Whether it's a foreign government, whether it's alien, like, it's just odd. And, all it takes is one, you know what I mean? Like, all it takes is one sighting or one thing to catch it. So, like, to figure out, can we not find one of these or get confirmation on one of them? So, like, how can you... Yeah, that was the joke, too. You could make, like... What? We heard you were allowing in illegal aliens, right? I heard the United States was allowing illegal aliens, so here we go. Here we are. As in, not those kind of illegal aliens, actual aliens, but... the aliens got the message. It's a lost in communication type of thing. So I can see it even from here as we get close to my house. Such a conspicuous light, dude. The fact that Like, pretend that's actually what it is. Just imagine it for a second. You're witnessing something that will go down in history. Now, what might happen is actually anticlimactic. They might realize, oh, this is going to take too much work, so we're going to wait 50 years and then attack you then. Right? It won't be quite the same. But it's what you'd expect. But then again, if they're being this conspicuous about it, I would have to be concerned. It shows a certain confidence, too. I'm almost thinking that. I don't know. I'm a pretty cynical, skeptical person, but something, I don't know, I'm getting like a different vibe than what you normally would. Like, people are stupid, right? And so, I don't know, you coordinate this all around the planet and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm getting actually like an uncomfortable vibe. I can see it from my house. Okay, let's look at a few concepts here. Like, the issue of a structure isn't that you fail to achieve it or adequately overcompensate for it or abide by some standard of it. The issue is that you are part of it or reduced to it in the first place. Or here's a big trick or fallacy of contrivance that you would say, well, the biggest trick of contrivance is to convince you to take pride in and identify with and associate with things that you didn't choose in the first place, like the non-consensual social contract of society in the first place, but like where you were born, your gender, race, things like this, things you didn't even choose, but then you're somehow convinced or tricked into taking pride in them, right? And you insisting upon them, being indignant about them, and then just like a lowest common denominator aspect that people need everything to be reduced to that, so that's the challenge of something conveying things, and even that defeats the purpose sometimes of what is being said. So like, if you could understand something, or if you were able to see something, you would already see it. So the fact that you don't means that anything from externality isn't going to have an impact except for your direct reactionary basis to it. But yeah, if you were capable of seeing something, you already would. So it means that you're just choosing not to, etc. You cannot dissuade with the reason what came about by a desire. One point is the fact that you this notion that whether you think you're above contrivance or not, to be aware of it is not to be above it. But there's this line from a short story I did, like, talking about an absolutist character, like, he must think he's so much better than this or above this, right? And then the response of somebody who knows them is, no, he knows we all are. In other words, it's not that they think they're better, it's that he knows, right, that we all are better, but we're just reduced to it, or we kind of insist upon it. There's one thing to practice it for a functional basis, but it's hard for people to recognize the functional basis, but also still practice it. Okay, so let's look at a concept here. The structure is always more important than the substance or the practice. So, like, you can look at a larger process and see something in terms of that. But, oh no, the larger process is the same, but often not acknowledged within the contrivance. So, two things can be done because of the same larger process. Like, look at the stimuli acme. Like, okay, it's still about the same thing, but the actual practice is a little bit different. So what you get into with that is the simple fact that you have the structure is more important than the actual, again, substance or process within that. And so, again, a larger process could be the same throughout. So what that means here is, like, standards will be posed or held in pretense, etc. But it's more important, again, like, this can be applied in government, like, whatever the standards are in society, there's a certain dogma that comes first. Like, your standards are still secondary to the power structure in place. You have to defer to that, or that comes before, and then everything else is secondary, rather than that dictating or defining it or holding it accountable and things like that. That in China or wherever, it's not that society doesn't have certain standards, but it's just that if the state says something else, then that comes first, or if some other incentive is in mind, zero-sum means or otherwise, right, that comes first. And so you're in a position where something like that always comes first. And again, the reduction to structure. So if you look at like social contrivance, for example, there's a few absolutist tendencies here, like the amalgam theory, where like it's the human family, so everybody like knows each other, and there's no, like you just talk casually as if you know everybody, versus like this sort of cynical structuring, but that's the result of overextension too, and some sort of zero-sum projection, right? But the reality is that, you would have this amalgam theory and the human family and everything like that, so you would be very, like everybody just talks and acts as if they know each other, everybody, right? And so that, and then even like the form of it, so like it's the same process that's taking place in two scenarios, right, where somebody is effective at social contrivance versus either ineffective or choosing not to practice it, or etc. is one of those false duality things too, like assuming intent and something like that, where it's not that you couldn't just have a different measure or something like that. You have to do it in an exact way, and if you don't, it's an ability issue, but then it's also inconsistent with how it's done. It's not a clear criteria that's used, so it's valued sort of just in pretense, but it's treated as an absolute, even though, again, like no other measure could exist, no different preference criteria, anything. Nothing else can exist besides one-size-fits-all kind of structure, which, again, even then is not held accountable or practiced consistently. And then the other point is the fact that you have the ability to consider that when it comes to that, social contrivance is the fact that like the process would be the same, but like the larger process of two things, like, oh, the only reason why somebody's doing this or being nice or something is because they want sex, or because they want money, or zero-sum means, or they have some incentive. So on one hand, that would be cynically acknowledged that that's the process, but then what's defining is not whether or not that's the case. What's defining is, they're willing to overcompensate enough to try to make it seem otherwise, like to deceive us or whatever. So if somebody is blunt and to the point and direct, in other words, they're not trying to deceive you, either their incentive is clear or they don't have an incentive, they could be neutral, etc., that would be framed as negative because there's an undue positive emphasis required to overcompensate for the contrivance state in the first place. So instead, we would glorify artifice and deception. We would condemn the zero-sum process beneath it, but because people operate on an initial-minded basis, they don't see the zero-sum incentive because, it's masked in the social contrivance, outward appearance, and performative aspects. So the issue becomes not that, there's a zero-sum incentive. The issue becomes, you're not adequately overcompensating and dressing up the zero-sum incentive that is a defining dependent factor in both scenarios, or maybe not even in the other scenario where there might not be any incentive at all, thus there's no corresponding contrivance. You might just be more neutral and not place any emphasis that way. But even assuming the incentive is similar, you're sort of rewarding somebody who's willing to be deceptive for that zero-sum end versus punishing somebody who's being genuine or neutral and not placing any emphasis. So, and then it turns into like a skill, like a contest of contrivance. Who can be the most fake and the most artificial and the most convincing way? And let's glorify that and reward that and punish something that's a more basic, absolutist process. The reason why that is necessary is because you're overcompensating for an objectively adverse structure, as in this overextended collective contrivance state. And so, again, it's the typical framing here where you would look at it like it's never the fault of a structure or a process or whatever, government or society, etc. It's always the fault of the individual and their failure to overcompensate for its flaws, not that it has any flaws, right? You could never point to that. it's always, blame the individual for questioning it, or again, failing to adequately overcompensate for it, correct for it, etc., adhere to it. So the other point is the fact that you have the collective contrivance state, and there's a lot of maybe personalization that would be used to do this, but again, human beings have this objective capacity in their mind that has nothing to do with their physical state or their state of being. So you can consider various things, countless things, infinite things that have nothing to do, right? Some that might overlap with yourself, some that might be contradictory, some that might, it doesn't matter. Like, you could think objectively and be this physical, limited, initial, subjective state. You can do both of those, but that's something that society considers in a threatening way too. Like, oh no, you want to be reduced to structure, you want to be lowest common denominator. We glorify that because it's easier to predict, easier to control, etc. So the incentive behind it is wrong, right? By any sort of self-aware standard, you wouldn't say, like, oh no, it's good to not think and not be objective and not utilize our defining human trait that makes us a human. It's not a soul, it's not morality, it's not anything else. It's not a heart, it's the mind and the self-awareness that we have and the intelligence that we have. Thinking defines humanity. But rather than a collective contrivance state acknowledging that, that's undermined constantly and controlled constantly, right? People don't want to acknowledge that, so they'll rather say, oh no, let's condemn anything that isn't reduced to structure, right? Let's condemn anything outside of this contrivance state so that we effectively condemn our defining trait of thought, and in its place we get half-mass functionalism, contrivance, etc. Even if tied to zero-sum means, that's an incentive that is disqualifying and as a basis. And so now you have a situation where they it's always this reluctance, first of all, to see a bigger picture, larger process. People will focus on the specifics, like, oh, look at this one person's idiosyncrasy, and that's an endless cycle that always loops, because there'll always be something, somebody has this idiosyncrasy, somebody else has that idiosyncrasy. This is an endless process, whereas the stigma effect of the absolutist or a larger process awareness would tell you, you would look at the big picture in that, you would see through the specific, like, okay, they might have that, but so does everybody else, or so do you, everybody has some idiosyncrasy, so if that's disqualifying, then everybody's disqualified all the time, or the fact that you're aware of that is only because of performative aspects, not because it's really defining trait, or, it's not really noteworthy, it's just that, you happen to see it at this incidental way that you could do with anyone else's, so you'd be aware of some larger process at work, but instead, the collective social contrivance state is more like, we want to pretend like there's no awareness, like we want to be initial minded, lowest common denominator, we don't want to think, or we want to at least play dumb in this social setting sense to fit in, and again, see with the lowest common denominator. So we want to be ignorant and be reduced to an initial minded basis, and the reason why we want to do that is because then we don't have to question the larger process, we can just be subject and reactionary to the appearance, pretense, performative aspect, projection, everything like that. So that's the surface level is taken as absolute and the reality, and nothing else is delved into. When if a process is disqualifying, then you realize that, everything is a process, so everything is disqualified. So now it becomes a contest of contrivance, like who can put up this appearance best, right, this performative aspect, not whether it's rooted in that in the first place. But there is some internal fallacy there, like, this person's only doing this for this reason. But in both cases, whether someone is putting high performative aspects, undue emphasis, and somebody's being neutral, non, etc., in both cases, the zero-sum incentive is there. So now it just becomes, whose zero-sum incentive is better, concealed, or... because it's still the defining element. If you take that away, then there's nothing else. But, everything else goes with it. But it's the fact that who can better overcompensate for it. And you might think, that's a good thing, then the amount of effort you put in is rewarded and appreciated. But the problem with that is, on one hand, it's a non-impact state. It's just done just for, again, it's only as valuable as acknowledgement. And so it's subjective and left to interpretation and arbitrary. But also, like, there's no clear criterion, it's inconsistent and all of this. But it's also the fact that it shouldn't be necessary. If what's being done is inherently valuable, then that should speak for itself, functionalism, etc. but there's like this constant need for reinforcement through externality of a collective contrivance state, and so now the larger process comes into play. In other words, that the reduction in the structure is so important. Like, you can say, if you do the same process, but you don't do it exactly the way the contrivance wants, that'll be the issue. Like, oh, look at this person failing to do, look at this person in blank manner. It's sort of hard to explain, right? If you say something other than a canned phrase that's expected of you, it'll be looked at a negative way. But the canned phrase itself, like how are you being said excessively or thank you or something, that's okay. It's okay for the canned phrase and all of that to be very template assembly line. That's not insincere. But if you do something else other than that, oh, that's negative. So what's being valued is not some inherent standard. It's just, oh, we have this specific structure that we defer to with no real standard or basis. We just do it mindlessly, and that's it. And that's more important than any other standard therein, right? And then beyond that, you have an inability of any full value, full thought, full self-actualization, full experience in any way. Everything's overextended. Everything's reduced to collective contrivance. And there's like some other element with that. Let me think. Like being just sort of non-emphasis, but that's a threat to, again, this contrivance state that depends on externality in such a way that is, constant reinforcement through externality, which, again, indicates the fault of the failure of overcompensation, not the fact that, it's necessary in the first place, that might lead to some question. So, again, therein lies the conflict of contrivance, that you need to do all these things to deal with it, to uphold it, but that never calls into question the nature of it in the first place. It's just taken for granted, taken as absolute. And then the other point is that you have this initial basis that is used, you have the same larger process that is used. So this is how an absolutist could perceive something, is that one of two areas, it doesn't even have to be absolutist in this case, but one of two things would be perceived. Like, well, everything is incentivized and everything is a process. So let's look at this on the initial basis that may be perceived by people, right, more broadly. So if you want to be sort of fooled in a social contrivance sense, where like, oh, you're not thinking about that, you're distracted, you're cloaking it in something else. But if you think deeply enough, you realize, oh, the only reason why this person is being nice or doing this or that is ultimately because of some zero-sum incentive. That's the whole reason why we're having this conversation. That's the whole reason why they're talking to me. That's the whole reason why we're in this position, right? It's not really truly unconditional. There is a dependent overextended pretense. Again, zero-sum means, stimuli, acme, etc., right? Even nearness, postulate, gratification, etc. So there is an incentive to everything. So that's the problem, where if you take away the performative aspects, right, and you leave that same scenario, now it's like, oh, this person's doing something wrong or bad because, look, they have the zero-sum incentive. And so if you perceive that the incentive itself is wrong, it's very inconsistent, because that incentive is there in both cases. So what you're really saying is, oh, the zero-sum incentive isn't wrong, but you just have to adequately overcompensate and dress it up. But the problem with that is you're not recognizing then at least the nature of the process, and so you're sort of mistaking the performative aspects for something of substance or something intrinsically different, right? Like, oh, it's something more, but you're doing the same exact thing for the same exact reason. Well, you're not doing the same exact thing, but again, you're rewarding appearance, pretense, things that don't have inherent impact, that aren't measurable, that are basically arbitrary. So you're rewarding dishonesty in a way that is, you're neither acknowledging the nature of the process in that case, nor are you're not acknowledging the nature, nor are you practicing it in terms of like, you're not acknowledging what is actually happening there, basically. So it becomes very interchangeably subjective, like, well, it's just an arbitrary overcompensation, but again, because on the initial basis it's less critical, you just kind of accept whatever is presented to you blindly, right? And the standard is very low, just like social contrivance itself is reduced to a very lowest common denominator state. And then the other point is the fact that you have you have a situation where let me think. Again, so if an incentive is disqualifying, then everybody is disqualified by that all the time. Then it just becomes a contest of contrivance. Who can put up the best appearance and performative aspect best, right? So as if the real perspective would be, it shouldn't come down to that. It should come down to the best function, practice, action, behavior, product, accountability, like something that isn't some subjective, arbitrary social contrivance, should not be a dictating, defining factor because it doesn't have any real impact aside from acknowledgement, no inherent value, and also it's sort of just arbitrary, subjective without any clear, consistent criteria standard. And then the other side is that like a larger process at work, which is similar, but like, it's a process. Like, they're only doing this sales technique, so then you wouldn't like it. You don't realize that everything is always a technique, like whether even people are aware of it themselves. Like everything you're doing in a social setting, there's some sort of psychological technique behind it. There's some sort of sales technique. There's some sort of seduction technique, whatever it is, right? So if you knew that, this person went to a seminar on this exact subject the other week, and they were trained to do exactly this thing, now you'd realize, that's so artificial. They're just doing this canned thing. But instead you treat it like, because we dress it up. Like that's really the awareness fallacy. You know the whole process that goes into it. You know that, this person's been through school, and they've been trained in this way, and they've been told all these cynical things, and they've been, all of this. But then you take it at face value when they do it, right? Imagine you think about that all at the time in terms of, as somebody is talking to you, you think about all the experience that they've had in life, all the things that they're going through. They're not being genuine or sincere or something, depending on how you'd even define that, but they're going through some script that they've learned in marketing class, sales, all this kind of stuff. And it's not that that's their fault, it's that that's all that everything really is. They're just doing this in some canned way, prepared way. So you have to do something in a disingenuous way, but you have to almost convince yourself that it's not, or you have to just do it in a way that seems convincing. So that's the issue with it, is that you are posing two contradictory notions. So again, if something being a process is a negative, then you could think deeply enough and realize, everything is a process, so everything is invalidated, right, with respect to, that's just blank. So your awareness of it becomes the defining factor. So, don't make it, this is really what it is, don't make it obvious that you're using a technique and the technique works. But yet you would still have a basic awareness that you could think, everything is a technique, this is what people go to school for, or this is what you're trained for, and this and that. So it's not anything other than that. Even social contrivance in general, right? There's some irrational insistence upon self aspect of it, but there's not a sense of again, just, it's interesting to pose that as an experiment, because it's like you're taking superficial performative aspects, social contrivance, as somehow meaningful in acknowledgement, but then it's very inconsistent how it's treated, and it's not acknowledged for the actual nature of the process. Rather, it relies on the lack of acknowledgement, like, let's just treat everything, take everything at face value. So what we question is that which has no process behind it. We project. That's really what it is. If someone's neutral and non and unconditional, a process is projected onto them. They're just after this, as they're doing nothing to achieve it. So, right, as they're not necessarily acting to show that. So now, what that shows you is someone being completely neutral, that's framed as a negative because of this undue positive emphasis contrivance. So you you would do it in such a way that you realize, again, by being neutral, that'll be like, now we see the incentive because you're not adequately dressing it up. So you're rewarding that, and you might think, oh, that's a good thing, that's a base of value that we have to have, but you're not acknowledging the nature of it, that it is really just arbitrary or again, a preconceived process as well. So you would take issue with the process if you're made aware of it, but not the larger process itself behind everything that you could easily just think about, like, oh yeah, this person is totally not just doing it because this is something they learned in a performative way, like they're just doing it for this incentive, and they're just doing it this technique. Everything is a technique, everything is a process, right? So you're going just by some initial minded awareness of it. So that's where, ability comes in here. Like, well, if you're kind of slow at it or inefficient at it, then, oh my goodness, now people realize that, oh my goodness, they're using a technique and they're not good at it. And so it's not that you're not good at it that's the issue, or the telling factor. It's the fact that, that becomes the telling factor, not the fact that you're using a technique in the first place. So two people are doing the exact same thing for the exact same reason, but one is just more effective at deceiving, or again, keeping up the appearance that keeping up the appearance that you're basically able to do it in such a way that again, the appearance or pretense is defining, which again, you might think that's a good basis for society, but when it's so subjective and so arbitrary, it's hard to define, even by people who are judging. Again, it's one of those things that's taken uncritically. Like, you just go by whatever superficial appearance is in front of you and just take it like that. So there's no real, honestly, it comes back to not only appearance pretense defining, but also the non-basis of self. You don't really have a standard. Again, in this case, the structure doesn't come first before a standard, but the self does, the non-basis of self. Things are valuable just as they pertain to you. So you'll pretend like it's a standard. This is the whole hierarchy of contrivance and overextension. Like, standards of value will be posed as a hypothetical or a pretense, but then in practice, it comes down to the self is defining. So you'll act like, oh no, we're doing this to save the environment, but only as it still benefits me in some way, that we're using it as a prop to sell products or feel good about ourselves, or there'll be a defining thing. So you may choose to do something else overextended, but it's still the non-base of self. Now, that's not even to condemn the non-base of self, but it's to recognize that natural process and say, well, if we're going to condemn, or if we're going to pretend like we have standards, the real standard is something else. That, it's defining on yourself, and then as an overlap, you could do something else too. But that's often just to justify it within the collective contrivance state, to say, oh no, I'm not just doing this for mere zero-sum self-interest. I'm doing it because I'm saving the planet and zero-sum self-interest. So you're trying to attach that to qualify it to a collective state, which consists of individual selves whose basis is also non-basis of self. So now they feel like, oh, we're benefiting from it in the greater good, so now we won't question you as much, or we glorify you on that basis. So you're appealing to the self-interest in any case anyway. And then it's very easy to deceive people by that. The rule by omission standard, deference to invisible authority. Again, appearance pretense is defining, some inconsistency of non-base of self. So that's what you realize with a lot of things, is there is no standard at work. And again, realize that there is a process, that everything is a process. It just requires a certain amount of thought and objectivity to see that. You could trace something back, like, oh, they're just doing this because they learned this in school and training, and they're just doing this because you could say, oh, they're doing it because it works, or because people desire that, but it's sort of backwards. It's like, there'd be no need to do it then, because, right, you have some other incentive in mind. And so it's weird. Like, there's some larger process that you would acknowledge, but again, it's only the manner in which you do it. Like, so it's interesting. So the more neutral you are in that sense, let's say you're neutral, unconditional, a lot will be projected into that as if, right, the one who has the incentive is the one who's not doing anything, and the one who doesn't have the incentive, or who's treated that way, is the one who's placing constant undue emphasis, contrivance, positive pretense, whatever. as if to overcompensate and do that, and achieve the incentive. So you kind of see the difference is that one is willing to try very hard to pretend for some goal, and one is just being neutral and letting it speak for itself. And so it's interesting to think why that's such a threat to society, but that is the whole fabric. Like, you have to pretend it's about something else, even though it comes back down to the same thing. So, like, we go through all this, like, oh, we believe in the goodness of people and collective overextension and this and that. But then it comes back to, oh, the ultimate basis is non-based of self anyway. So there's a contradiction with how you do that. And there is no answer to it. Like, the self is overextending for the collective is sacrificing for the self. So you might think, oh, that's a good balance and sacrifice you have to make and blah, blah, blah. But then it's only done, again, in pretense, where in reality, the individual is still seeking non-base of self, as rationally they should, but there's no, there's no other process. So again, that explains the initial basis pretty well. And the reason why it does is because, again, appearances and pretenses are defining. Any larger process is ignored selectively based on that overcompensation. And so just in both cases, the larger process is still there and present, but one makes you more aware of it because, oh, the process is non-existent or flimsy, and projection happens even if there is no process, where it's assumed. And then, like, let me state it more simply. Like, this is how you could perceive it. Look at this person trying so hard to sell something because they're talking so much, they're being all friendly. They're only doing that to try to sell something. And, they shouldn't need to if what they're selling is actually worthwhile. That should speak for itself. And the fact that they're trying so hard, talking so much, undue emphasis, all this kind of stuff. So that comes back to the fact that you have, that's how you look at it on something other than an initial base. Like, oh, look how hard they're trying. They're just doing it for zero sum. And so you can maybe admire, oh, at least look at the effort that they're putting in to achieve the zero sum end. But it's more basic than that, as if people aren't thinking about it. They're thinking about the initial basis, like, oh, look at them doing, it's almost like a distraction or something. They're doing all this, so now you're not thinking about the pure zero sum aspect of it. And then something more unconditional is like, again, you have projection for, and then you have, again, no awareness of a larger process, except when, I guess, it, again, isn't adequately overcompensated for. So that tells you the structure of social contrivance to a degree, that it's not about whether there is a process behind it, underneath or not, non-basis self, zero-sum me, and simulacrum me. It's the fact that it relies on this constant deception and pretense that we're trying to make something seem like what different than what it is, or distract from that. Because if we acknowledge, okay, there's just a zero-sum non-basis self-incentive, then the whole fabric of society is objectively adverse and finite to everyone within the perspective of, the collective versus the self kind of conflict that you have there. Even if you argue for some sort of balancing, it's not consistent, because that'll be glorified. Like, oh, it's good to sacrifice self-interest for the collective, but then the only reason why you're saying that is because you want other people to sacrifice their self-interest for yours, because you're part of that collective, right? So that's the fallacy that you play on. But even then, if it's really glorified, then okay, sacrifice it fully. But then you wouldn't do that. And then, oh, if it's not worth doing, then don't do it at all. It's just non-basis self. But again, it's this overextension that's inconsistent, where the self would rather not do that at all, but they want to pretend that they'll do it so that they can benefit from the collective contrivance and have other people do it. So there is something very disingenuous about that with respect to I should make it clear when I'm actually ending one of these segments so it's more obvious, but sometimes it will cut off in the middle of something and I won't know why, and I won't be able to figure it out, and I'll never necessarily be able to get that part back. Right, like just when I go to edit it, I realize, oh, one part sounds like it ends abruptly. But maybe sometimes I was about to end it right there in the middle of saying something because whatever, but I just somehow should make it more clear. So, like, I'm ending this segment now, so now you would at least know for sure. Okay, let's look at a few concepts here. Like, the only basis in a lot of cases for social structure contrivance, human functionalism, like why people do what they do on a mass scale, there is no rhyme or reason or thought to it, even if it's a reaction to technology that gives it seemingly more structure or purpose. Even then, it's just sheer reactionary basis to the current state of technology at the time that is then indignantly insisted upon as though it's a preference or a choice in all these areas. Like, what a coincidence that you live in this era and these are your hobbies or habits or preferences. So even that is not inherent base, choice, position, how it's reached upon. But even there, the only basis is reactionary. That's the simplest statement to put it. Like, the only basis for why do you do what you do? Because you do it. Because you were born there, you happen to live there, you happen to be raised there, indoctrinated there, you happen to be born, that's why you live. You happen to be stimuli acme preserved, so you happen to continue that process with the half-mass Hayden stimuli. Why do you do it? Just because it is. Right? Things are the way they are because that's the way they should be. So you don't question it on a basic inherent level, objective level. You don't apply standard criteria, anything. And then you also... there's the stigma effect I wanted to discuss, and there's also another one that is like contrivance is antithetical to value. So the stigma effect could be seen as like you're aware of a tendency or nature of a process or even like human nature at all times, so nothing people do would surprise you. You'd always be aware and vigilant and even of your own tendency. Like, I know people have a tendency to have this flaw, so I'm going to be actively aware and vigilant and counteract it instead of being blissfully ignorant and just undue positive emphasis and then suffering from the conflict of contrivance that results from it, that you're like not aware. It's like holding high standards is a negative, that you can't actually do it, or you know, it's somehow that's like a negative attitude or something. And then the other point is that the other side of it is that now we have, like in contrivance, no high standard is possible. Value for the self is not possible. That's the stigma. Like, oh, you're just being arrogant or narcissistic if you actually value yourself. Or have any inherent value, self-actualization, oh, that's selfish, and you're not accounting for the collective contrivance reduction enough, or even thought is a bad thing, oh, you're crazy for thinking or talking to yourself, or you're an overthinker, or et cetera, you're a nerd, you're a geek. All these things are stigmatized. Also, glorify reducing something to a lowest common denominator, right, collective contrivance, and condemn any sort of self-actualization, any sort of value for the self, any sort of thought, objectivity, all that's negative. Any sort of high standard is negative. It has to be, you're doing it too much, you're doing it too little, right? Half mass reduction. Every element is stigmatized. Like, you just can't simply have that sense of value. And the only reason why truly it's stigmatized is because the collective seeks its own. So, like, no one human can fully value themselves, so says the collective, because the collective wants to extract from other individuals and reduce them to a structure that's subjectively adverse and finite to everyone, just because it has its own non-basis of self. So don't kid yourself that it's some higher standard, like, oh, sacrifice your self-interest for the collective, but that's only because the collective consists of individual selves that are somehow tricking themselves even into saying that that's a good thing. So everyone sacrifices, right, for the collective, and then the collective benefits, but the collective consists of selves in the first place. So if you remove the collective structure, now you don't have to make that sacrifice, and now you're fully, uninhibited in the first place. So you're creating a problem and then reacting to it. So it's a situation where those were the three things I wanted to talk about, though. So the reason why a process exists is just because it already is. So, like, why is life valuable, or why do people live? Oh, because they were born, so they had no choice, they had no meaning in it, so they don't self-actualize or question or hold a standard or any. That's the key phrase. They don't hold a standard. They just mindlessly regurgitate and mindlessly insist upon it, like, oh, it's valuable just because it is, rather than holding it accountable to have some value or having some consistent standard or criteria. Because if you had a consistent standard, nothing is really consistent with that in a contrived state. It's all going to be arbitrary, right, just done halfway. And then the other side is that, again, the stigma effect you'd be aware of all, through history or nature, tendency, observation. You'd be aware at all times of various things like the finite, aware of death and the finite nature of existence at all times, but also beyond that you'd be aware of human flaw, tendency, error, right? If you're aware that, throughout history, all these things have happened, people have perpetrated all these different things, atrocities, etc., nothing would surprise you, and you'd be sort of very vigilant of that, right, of those possibilities. So why would it surprise you that on an individual basis somebody would do something duplicitous or whatever, just because, in human history this has happened so much, so that wouldn't surprise you at all. So you'd be aware of it at least, it wouldn't surprise you, etc. And then the third layer was the fact that you have the third layer is the simple fact that you're able to consider that again, in contrivance state, everything is stigmatized, everything is condemned, like, you can't value yourself, you can't think too much, you can't do this, you can't do that. Anything that's actually value, peace is negative. Like, to value yourself is narcissistic or selfish. To seek high standards and things like that is, that's somehow entitled. To be at peace with yourself or inherent nature, that's somehow negative, as like, oh no, you should seek constant reinforcement through externality, ergo you can be a slave of it and controlled by it and reduce the structure. And also, you can't think too much or, revel in your defining human trait, which is not some emotion or human heart or anything like that. It's actually the mind. That's what separates you from animals, is the ability to think. And so anything that limits and inhibits that is a negative and goes against your true inherent nature. And so now all of that is condemned. And the reason why it's condemned is because you have this need to reduce it to a half-mass contrivance state that's objectively adverse. Like, there's no real good explanation for it. So anything that would be self-awareness or self-value or true value is going to be it's going to be done in such a way that you it's going to be done in such a way that you're able to, again, it's somehow, it's sort of very hard to explain it, but I think that's the best I can do. Like, so I might do the character review thing for Monk, I guess, today. I've been trying, and then I could watch episode 7. I've been trying to do it, but I just always get distracted by something. Or like I was playing that chess game by voice, and then I made one bad move or they made some sack, and then I kind of didn't want to play anymore. But that is always an interesting thing to do. Playing against the bot makes it much easier because I'm just playing with voice, and I still have to keep tapping that thing, but that worked out pretty well because I can kind of take my time and stuff. Yeah, I'd like to do the character point review here, like while I eat. Would not be a bad idea to do. And then I can watch the thing, I guess, after that. So the show has been really good so far. For some reason, I've been calling that episode the weakest so far. Not that it's even bad, but it's sort of, it felt the most cliche and the most, like, just predictable, and that little, they keep using this technique of, like, Chekhov's something, though. Right, Chekhov's fishing pole, the fact that he'd be fishing in the chimney, although I don't know if Monk really identifies that as a clue. Like, he's just saying, oh, you've been fishing, And maybe he genuinely does like to fish, but then he uses that to try to pull out the gun. That's the worst part of that episode, is the fact that why would it still be there? He's had plenty of time. You might say, oh, he's been afraid to go up there for such and such reason. So he waited for this guy to be in the Santa Claus. But, like, you could come at some other time, or there's some other way you could... He's there, like, all the time. You couldn't find some pretense or excuse or some way to somehow do that. So you wait all the way until Monk... It seems very weird, like... That's always a bad trope in detective fiction, is, like, how could this evidence still be left around there? Like, oh yeah, the main character comes here 10 years after the case was made, after there was a crime, and nobody was able to solve it, but conveniently, this person can solve it, and all the evidence that they would then need to solve it is still there. Like, how would that make any sense? You've had so much... Like there's a moment like that in Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, that's so terrible. The Case 3, where Dane Gustavia, who's a badass character, and he got away with the crime for like 18 years or whatever. But the issue is that... Or maybe more than that, but... The problem with it is that, on one hand, he believes that, oh, he was immune from prosecution anyway because of the statute of limitations running out. Like, after 15 years, you can no longer be tried for a crime. And then you catch him on some loophole. But if he thought that, which he genuinely seems to think that, it's not like he's saying that just to try to get away, he genuinely thought that, then why did he return to the scene of the crime to try to manipulate the evidence if... Maybe there's some other reason, but, like, he returns to try to manipulate evidence to cover his tracks from 15 years ago that he was never caught or even suspected really strongly for, and then he now gets away in terms of... So if he thought he was immune from that, why would he come back and implicate himself by doing that? You should have to chase after him in Zhengfa somewhere, some foreign country that you'll never find him, right? But instead he volunteers, he comes there, and it makes no sense because he believes he's immune anyway, right, where his statute of limitations has expired. So if he believes that, why would he even care? Why would he even come there? That's a major, major contradiction of the writing. And beyond that, it's also stupid because even if he believes he is guilty, and somehow he knows that, but I'm pretty positive the way it's written would imply that he doesn't. But like he's just doing that as a last resort to avoid getting caught, but he knows that technically... I'm pretty sure that's not how it's written, but... Even if he's smart enough to know that, like, oh, technically I was in Zhengfa for a couple years, so that doesn't count as part of the 15 years, or whatever, there's some technicality. Even if that's true, the problem is that... Still, why would you come back? It'd be way harder to catch you there. They'd have to find the evidence and come back, and I don't know what it is. He knew that there was some incriminating evidence being brought out for some exhibit that, oh, there's still something in there that he left, or I can't remember what it is, but... I think they finally did port that over, too. To English. But again, it'd be like, oh, that gives me a chance now, I should play it again. But what's the point when I did the fan translation. It was actually really good. Like, it didn't hurt the experience at all, or I guess you wouldn't know what to compare it to, but it felt very authentic. There were a few moments that felt like they were making references that were a bit contrived, that maybe wouldn't have been done officially, but then again, there are a lot of stupid references that the series actually does do. I remember Justice for All in particular, they had some really bad ones, like... I don't know, I can't remember, but they had like a lot of weird references that almost felt like they were trying too hard, and that's more of like a localization type of issue. But then again, even in Japanese, they might make some stupid reference like that, but... You can't fake the funk on a nasty dunk. It's like something Maya says in Acro's room, looking at the basketball hoop for the monkey or whatever, but the point is... That's a reference to something, which I don't even know exactly what, like a song or something, but they have a lot of those weird ones. I just remember Justice for All sort of standing out in that a lot. Which maybe is more, again, of a localization issue. They're just trying to fill stuff up with something, but there would have been some other reference they must have made there. Or maybe it is a direct translation and they just made stupid jokes even in the Japanese, but... yeah, perhaps I'll do this. It just takes so long. Like, I'll never be able to really do it, but I'll just skim through every episode, like, literally just go scene by scene and just, like, look, like, okay, I remember this happening in this episode. That was impressive. Monk is actually a fascinating character for the character point system, honestly, because since he has this idiosyncratic nature, I guess to some extent Sean and Jane would be like that too, but not really. Like, I don't think Jane will do some weird things that would cost him a point, like he makes a whole big spectacle, but then he'll redeem it. So, like, everything they do equalizes itself. So it's a perfect example of, like, a 0 point character point system guy, because he'll do some negative things, but then it ends up being part of some positive investigation and catching the killer. So you get a +1 for the result, but you get a -1 for the process of how you get there. So Sean being all idiosyncratic and Jane being all weird and bitter and just getting under people's skin, and Monk is more sympathetic even, because it seems like he can't really control it, some of his tendencies, but he'll do something weird and piss somebody off and make a big spectacle, but then he'll also do something really good too off the back of that. So right, so again, you're constantly doing something bad that you almost can't control. Again, idiosyncratic, so we're partly played for the humor. I don't actually find this series humorous at all, though. It's really great, and I can understand some of the comedic moments, but I actually take it very seriously that, like, this is a disturbed man who has psychological issues. Like, what's so funny about that last episode? Yeah, he's somebody who has traumatically lost his wife, and he's psychologically damaged because of it, and he's going through real psychological issues, and he breaks into somebody's house and commits a crime because of it, and then he goes to a psych ward because of it, and then he solves a murder because he happens to be there. Like, what part of that? Oh yeah, haha, where's the punchline? Like, I don't get it. The fact that the guy dresses up as Santa Claus, like, I don't know, to me, I'm taking it very face level serious. I understand the other undertone that's also a strength of the show, that you could take some of this as being funny, but it's written in a way that's actually pretty serious. Like, in the first episode, I was even shocked by that his wife is dead, and that's something big that you're going to be focusing on in the series. I don't think of that as being a strong point as far as the humor of the series. I can almost understand based on that why Michael Richards would have turned it down, because it's really a serious detective procedural drama story on top of everything else, where this is a show that really, even early on, has a lot of identity to it. Like, it's not just trying to check the boxes and say, oh yeah, let's just be a typical detective story and see what happens. They're really going into some interesting places. Like, again, the character interest and all this is, like, it really was ahead of its time, and just, it's very, very special. So this came out in 2002, I believe, so it took like 4 years for Psych to try to rip it off, even as much as I respect and like that show. And then it took another, 2 years from that for, I guess, The Mentalist to rip it off. And I always felt bad for Psych, because The Mentalist did so much better than it, because you have The Mentalist ripped off. And what I especially don't like, that you might start to see a little bit here as we go on, is the fact that you have the ability to consider that some of the episode plot points themselves are directly ripped off. In fact, that would be the trifecta. That was one of the worst things about The Mentalist. They would copy these exact killer plot points, episode moments. Like, it's one thing that you're copying the premise, like psychic detective, like, we get it, but some of the stuff was really on the nose. And so what you learn from that is the fact that like the bomb episode, I always bring that one up. That's a terrible moment. What would make it hilarious is as I've ragged on The Mentalist all these years for that, the fact that, they copied that bomb plot exactly, and the way it ends even is similar to the way they catch the killer, right, by forcing them to defuse it. That's taken right out of Psych. That same exact plot, same exact scene, everything is in there. So how amazing would it be if now Monk has that same one in there, which shows you that not only did The Mentalist copy that exactly from Psych, but Psych copied it exactly from Monk. And just in a broader sense, you have the case of realizing that you realize that the mentalist is, that could happen with a lot of other episodes too, where like it won't just be again that they're copying the general premise and character personality and quirky stuff and all that. They're copying like exact, direct, episodes. So like when you talk about plagiarism as a potential, that almost should be. Not the fact that, okay, it's a psychic detective, a fake psychic, whatever. That part is okay because you can't take a monopoly over just the premise of the show. Although that is oddly specific. It's one thing like, oh, somebody who's just a really good detective who's just, quirky a little bit. But when it's on the nose like that, oh yeah, Psych and the Mentalist have that exact premise. Even this one isn't quite like that. In fact, there's almost a lacking bit of qualification here. He's just really smart and really good at what he does, and some of his quirks are making that a little confusing as to whether he was like this before, but he's just really a good detective, right? Like, he's not, there's no psychic element or anything to it. We need some backstory on, like, how is he this good at what he does? He just happens to be, or you might say, oh, it's part of his OCD tendencies and stuff, but even that is said to have been created or maybe exacerbated by his trauma, so I'm not even sure at that point what to make of it. So I would love, that's one thing I just can't do while driving either, that I kind of dislike, is the fact that, maybe I still don't even really feel like doing it. Or I shouldn't do both. Like, maybe today I should just review the character points, but now I'm not even going to have time to do that, because I was going to stop to eat, but now I'm a little too early, so nothing's, like, open. So I'll have to stop somewhere later on, and then I won't have time to watch the episode. So maybe I'll just do it like that, where I get towards the end, I'll eat something, and I'll just do the character point review then, and then I'll save the episode for later. But no, it's been generally a lot better than I would have expected. It's a lot more serious in tone, too, than I would have expected, from the sense that you have, just the wife dying, and even, again, how his quirks are not really, it's something almost you feel bad for him, sympathetic that he's, like, not in control, and as a result of his trauma, and just that's why even in Psych I didn't necessarily find a lot of the material funny, but there it's more goofy. Sean is just a smart guy, he's having a good time, he's quirky, he's weird, sometimes trying a little bit too hard. That show really embraces the comedic element, like they just go deep into it, which is sometimes alienating a little bit, which is why it wasn't as popular, but they'll make all these weird in-jokes and references that sometimes I don't even get, or whatever, right? Even some of the nicknames they come up with, or some of that people would find cringy, but the reason why, even though I might a little bit, and I'm not the type to really like that kind of thing, the show is still so good because the cases are so smart, and everything about it is just so good, right? The character interest, and I think the one character I really dislike is Lassiter, because even though at times he can be enjoyable, he's played too much as like a direct foil type character. Like, he's just being difficult just to be difficult, and like it goes on and it gets tired. Like, he's this adversarial cop that's just always going to be adversarial because he just has to be, and that's just his little role as a character, right? Who has to always doubt everything Sean does and try to oppose him every step of the way and compete with him. It wasn't fun because it was too obvious and too on the nose, and it gets tired after a while. So this is one thing I appreciate about the captain here. He's not really like that. He's somewhat skeptical, and he rejected even his ability to get his badge back, but he might be somewhat skeptical, but he's also, he has more respect for Monk, and his whole demeanor and tone is more fair. Like, he's not being a dick just to be a dick. He respects Monk, he even likes Monk, but he also has some doubts about him and skepticism, so it's different. It's hard to explain. It's almost like a family dynamic where somebody in your family will pick on you, or you have a little back and forth, but you still always have this underlying love and respect for each other. So he's not unreasonable, he's not difficult without a good cause, and then I wonder if they're going to dangle that around us the whole show, the fact of Monk getting his badge back. Because really, like, that's stupid. He's so much better than all these other detectives. But it's like, oh, whether he gets his gun or badge back, like, who cares about that, dude? He's better than all of you. So that's the way I look at Jane. Like, Jane doesn't want a gun. Jane doesn't want a badge. And he's the best. You know, there's a certain power to that. Oh, he's just a consultant. And I don't think he even cares about the money. He's made enough money in the past. They never even talk about that the whole show, right? Whether Jane's getting paid or how much Jane's getting paid. Like, he doesn't give a shit. He's doing it on one hand for fun to keep himself amused, as he says. And on the other hand, he's doing it to try to catch Red John through law enforcement, which you might take that for granted. But, you know, even as smart as Jane is, he can't do it on his own. And even with the help of law enforcement, he ends up not really doing it very convincingly. And, yeah, like, that'll be the biggest thing to tell with it, like, whether or not you're able to have an arc about the person who killed Trudy in a satisfying, iconic way that would live up to the notion of the Red John storyline and arc. I kind of doubt it will be, so that'll be the one edge that the Mentalist has over this, and that it certainly had over Psych, because even towards the end it just inorganically tried to do that, but it's a genuine thing, like, who killed Trudy and how we find that out, and because they've only mentioned it a little bit, like, they haven't really talked about it. What they need to do is they need to at least give us a clue, like, okay, it could be this unnamed figure, right, like a Red John nickname type of thing, or give us something, and then this phantom sort of that we don't know who it is, but we know it's somebody, right? That's important. So now we associate it with that figure, and if they give him a nickname like Red John, something, you know, just some unknown Jane Doe type of killer, now that would really shit all over the Mentalist. But the Mentalist does a good job from the very beginning with that interest in Red John, and what could have made it really successful is if they either ended it after season 3 with what felt like a good ending, or they at least ended that arc after season 3, or at least they ended it in season 6 a little better, but that was just them milking it inorganically and really ruining and shitting all over your source material. But there is like a little mat set thing that I would almost want to show to somebody, like, let's make somebody watch The Mentalist for the first time and convince them that season 3 is actually the ending, and they watch it totally blind and don't look anything up. And, like, how perfect would that be? And as somebody who watched it up to there, I was satisfied. Like, that's a good ending. It's not even, like, hindsight bias, like, saying, oh, you're just saying that. No, at the time, like, that's a great ending. And I would love to see Jane actually go to jail for it. And end like that, with him in bars with a smile on his face. Like, he's willing to live with that sacrifice. And Lisbon's all torn because she's so disappointed that he did that and feels like it's a betrayal. And so she quits her job and becomes an alcoholic. And Grace goes into therapy and is, you know, losing her mind because he lost Craig like that. So basically everybody loses their job and goes their own separate way. Or you could show, like, Cho takes over for Lisbon and just isn't as good at his job. So, like, you know, he's not as good at working with people. So you could show that, like, that he got promoted to Lisbon's job, but that it's just not the same without her, and he's struggling to, you know, acclimate to it. So that would be like the fates of all the characters. You would show a montage after that, right, where Grace is sitting at home taking her antidepressants, and somehow you got to indicate that they've all lost their jobs. Right, so you show Grace sitting there, popping pills, crying, and, like, she has a letter of termination from her job. Like, she gets fired, actually, for either involvement with Jane or something, because she didn't have seniority. Whereas Lisbon would actually resign. That would be sort of the difference. I don't know how you would show it in a super convincing way, just like that everybody... So Rigsby gets sort of transferred somewhere else. You you show him in like an arson division in some different place far away in the snow or something, and then it's a combination. Like, you would all get in trouble because Jane went to jail and committed a crime, and you were working with him and aiding and abetting him, but also so you would get reprimanded officially and fired or transferred and all this, put pressure, but also you get psychological, and you feel betrayed, right? Like, it would be a sort of a sad ending for everybody but Jane, and he ends up in jail, and it's so perfect. Like, it's actually, I guess they didn't show this part, but that's how I would have done it, and that'd be like the end of the show. You'd show like a montage in the credits of like Grace popping pills, and you show, then you zoom out and show she's eating ice cream and stuff, and there's a thing on the table that's like, she's like living like a slob, and the thing on the table is a letter of termination to show that she's been fired, and then you show Rigsby like in the snow getting used to doing work. So Rigsby and Cho would still be doing the job, but they'd just be moved away, right? Because they're at least mentally resilient and they weren't culpable as much. Grace is more mentally weak and went through that with Craig, so she's just totally out. She's been fired, she's been reprimanded, she didn't have seniority, her behavior in this is not excused, and so you get rid of her because she has the least experience and everything like that. Rigsby has a bit more experience, he has the arson specialty, so now he goes and he's transferred somewhere else, but he's able to do that. So he's up in the north, and he's in the cold and in the snow, and looking at like arson cases or something like that. And then Cho actually gets promoted to Lisbon's position. So you see him in Lisbon's office, and you kind of have his name tag that he's like, his rank being the same as hers, but he just looks sort of sad and out of place, and he would have like some brief little social interaction where he's awkward, like, where he's both dissatisfied with the situation, but he also struggles with this leadership role that he's sort of just thrust into. I don't know exactly how you'd show that. Right, that it's not the same without Lisbon for two reasons. Number one, everybody, kind of loves and respects her, but also number two, that he just doesn't have the personality for it the way that Lisbon does. But no, it makes sense because he was very experienced. He was in like the armed forces, and he was also Lisbon's like favorite and choice that she even appoints when she temporarily has to go away. So it makes perfect sense. Like, okay, so he ends up there, but he gets that position, and then Lisbon is at home with her thing hung up, her uniform hung up, and her badge and uniform, everything hung up, and then she's an alcoholic, similar to, I guess, Grace. Or you could show Grace, like, actually in a therapy session, like, just talking to somebody, like, I think there are some scenes actually where she really does go through that too in season 4, but whatever. She's struggling over Craig and just torn, and then Lisbon is again, but the alcoholic thing is very important because think about what the implication is. She feels so betrayed by Jane that she resigns and quits her job, and again, she has enough seniority where she could certainly, they wouldn't fire her over that, they would just reprimand her, but she chooses to resign. Right, because she's just feels so betrayed that Jane wouldn't let her be a part of that or let her arrest him the way she wanted to and take him to jail. They had that conversation numerous times throughout the first season, like, revenge is for fools and madmen, and when the time comes we'll arrest him and blah blah blah. So she made a strong stance on that, and then they forget about that because they're fucking clown shithead writers. But that was a good theme that they had going on, so it would have been perfectly consistent that she feels betrayed, and she feels, maybe somebody could even commit suicide, like Grace could, like, oh wow, that would be dark. Grace would overdose and actually die, because it's too much for her to handle. or like she's cutting herself or something. I don't know if I want to go that dark. Just show she's in therapy and she can't do her job, and on antidepressants and stuff. And then, yeah, Lisbon is an alcoholic and hung her coat up and just everything like that. And she feels so betrayed. And then Jane is in jail. And he just, you zoom in on him, he's just sitting there looking all content. And then he gives like a smile. And then it ends, fades to black. And that's the perfect ending because it's like, he did what he wanted to do. That was it. It doesn't matter who he had to use and betray and everything. Like, he had one goal. He did it the only way it was possible to do it. You catch Red John out on one plan, one time. You get the upper hand once, and you have to kill him in cold blood in public because you're never going to be able to catch him any other way. And so he did what he had to do. And the gun he used should have been the same gun that was given to him as a gift by the one guy in the one episode. And that would have been more apropos. I guess it wasn't, technically, but I can't remember. Somebody gives him a gun in some episode. And it's like, oh, that's the only way he could really get a gun. And that's because they don't give him one, and it's not that easy for him to just get one. So he would have used that gun, and it's symbolic for revenge, and it's also something that Red John wouldn't have expected him to do. Like, Red John's smart enough that he would know if Jane had a gun or if he carried one around, and he knows that Jane doesn't like guns, and he knows that the police wouldn't give him a gun, and he knows that Jane doesn't have one registered to his name, or, you know what I mean? Like, Red John would have no expectation that Jane has a gun. I didn't expect that as an audience member, so the fact that he does might not seem like a big deal, but Red John feels totally safe, and he has some escape plan and everything ready anyway, as he always does everywhere he goes, blah, blah, blah. He'll escape into the crowd, etc., but he's not accounting for, on one hand, that Jane has a gun, because why would he expect that? Jane wasn't expecting to meet Red John there. Jane doesn't typically carry a gun ever, right? You don't know that he has one. And then, also, you wouldn't expect that Jane would just be willing to shoot you just in cold blood like that, and go to jail for it. And so they trivialize the themes of the show, like that revenge is fools and madmen, and you shouldn't do it like that. And they not only trivialize that twice by not only killing somebody who isn't even Red John, but then you also kill Red John again in season 6. So you trivialize it twice, and all those themes and everything. But then you also trivialize him going to jail for it, jury nullification, and then you also trivialize everything, really. You trivialize the whole fucking show. It's so stupid, like, that they had to do that. But, that's why they got to drag it out. And again, the thing in season 6 was still pretty fun. The fact of, like, knowing the suspects, and those first 8 episodes were pretty good. I mean, that's all I've seen of it. But the way they juggle all the suspects and everything is actually pretty good. But I don't. I don't know. I kind of have my reservations. But yeah, that season 3 ending. I'm trying to think, like, we got to come up with, like, a really clear, concise image since we're talking about this. Grace would be in therapy. And you could show, like, a brief scene of even each of these characters talking. Like, so you show a montage, right? After that mall scene, it zooms out. Then you show, like, sort of the aftermath. So how would you show this? Like, pretend we're a director and we're going to go image by image. Like, it zooms out there with Jane at the mall, hands on his head. And then the last scene that you get is a montage with some maybe sad music. And you have Grace in therapy. And the therapist is saying, and she's like showing a lack of interest, like, I don't want to talk about it. And then the therapist says, that's the only way you're going to get your badge back. And then she's all sullen and upset. And then she grabs, like, she's given, like, a thing of antidepressants. Right, something like that. So that would be the main thing. You show Grace, and you show that she's, like, I don't, like, she could just go in saying that, like, I don't want to talk about it, because the audience knows what we're talking about, the fact that she lost Craig, the fact that everything has happened. So she's sitting there on the couch, I don't want to talk about it. And then the therapist nicely says, well, that's the only way you're going to get your badge back. Like, you have to talk about it. And then it just cuts ahead, and she just grabs some antidepressants, and you can see that. And maybe she even just, like, eats them right then and there. Or something, right? Like, she just grabs it angrily and just storms out. And then you cut to Rigsby up in the snow to imply that you're somewhere else. And you'll show, like, a sign that this is, like, Seattle, right? And where somebody maybe he mentions that, like, he's from, or you could reference some place that he's familiar with, but whatever. He gets moved up to Seattle. And then you see him approaching a crime scene with, like, a burnt building. And he's wearing, like, an arson jacket. Arson Seattle jacket. And you put, like, something to show he's, like, a new recruit there. I guess you already know that. That he's, like... He just walks up and says... He walks up to somebody at the crime scene and says, Rigsby, Arson Division... Pleasure to meet you, and he shakes somebody's hand who's, like, the boss. So that wouldn't seem like such a sad scene, but it's just more like congrats on your transfer, and that would be it. That almost seems like a positive thing, like, oh, look, you, but it's to show that, like, he's moved away and the team is broken up and everything. And then Cho would be in Lisbon's office looking a little sullen, and then somebody would come in, or he'd get a phone call. Or no, let's do it like this. He's sitting looking sullen in Lisbon's office, you see the name tag to show his rank, and then somebody comes in, and I can't think of exactly how to portray this. Like, they say something, and he tries to bond with them or show some interest, like... You know, they kind of have a similar scene, like, with Lisbon, where she's sharpening pencils, and she's up in the north doing some simple job after the 6-8 Red John kill. But it won't be quite like that. Like, somebody comes in, they knock, and he says, come in. And then it's like somebody more upbeat, and then like some new young person, naive young kind of person, and then they ask him something like, can I go to the scene of the crime or something, and then, or I have a witness to question, the witness is here. And then he says, okay, let Jane, and then he cuts himself off. I'll handle it. And then they say, yes, boss. And then he says, like, I don't know how to really do that. Like, it's to show that he's sort of socially awkward and lacks the presence that Lisbon had. And then he says, like, you can call me Cho. And then they say, yes, boss. Or, sorry. And then they leave. And then the phone rings, and he's picks it up and hangs it up immediately to just show he's not happy. And then Lisbon would be sitting at home watching TV or something, drinking alcohol in her bed and crying, and you would see her badge and everything hung up. So here you could show like the letter of resignation too. and you could show her phone that she has X number of missed calls from Bertram or somebody. Right, trying to get her back in there. So it shows so many layers. Like, the team is broken up, everybody's life is miserable, Rigsby gets transferred out of town. So that's similar to what happens to Lisbon, I guess, that in the real show. And then Cho, I mean, in some ways it seems like Cho gets promoted, and it makes sense, right? He would be more unblemished, he has more seniority and stuff, and they go with that. And then it ends with then Jane, one final cut. That is so sick, actually. I want to somehow show this. It's such a good way to end it. If I could make like an animation of it or something. It shows Jane and just him smile. And that's like the true ending of The Mentalist, because he did what he set out to do. It doesn't matter that everyone's betrayed. It doesn't matter that the team broke up. It doesn't matter. This is what it took to take out Red John. This is the sacrifice. This is what he did it for. He doesn't care. He's happy. He smiles. I'm in jail. I don't care. Lisbon's an alcoholic, just like her dad, and everything's ruined. And she quit her job. I don't care. Right. 17 missed calls. G. Bertram. Right. That they're trying to get in touch, and she's just an alcoholic, and you see the letter of resignation over there. I love it. Like, it's so good, dude. It's so good. And again, I'm not saying I would have come up with, like, I'm just extrapolating on it in my editorial type sense, but the way they did that was so good. The only bad thing you can say, oh, you don't know this character well enough, but then the alternative ending is that, oh, you get Thomas McAllister, who you don't really know that well either, because you've seen him, like, if you were going to do it with a character that you've at least seen multiple times, at least choose, like, Brett Stiles, where, yeah, you only saw him for a few episodes, but he had more presence in the show. You choose a character that you've barely seen, as in McAllister, who you only saw for one episode in the first 6 seasons. So what good is that? And then you see him basically in 1 or 2 episodes briefly. You know, the Duck Pond Killer case, he gets a little more time, but you do all that just to show a character like that you've seen once, and you see once more, and then it's over. Like, I didn't feel like that was really worth it. So in that sense, the guy, Timothy Carter, effectively, I guess that could be his real name too, and he just, you could give some background, or you don't even have to, like, that's good enough. He's just a really smart, accomplished guy. He looks like a businessman based on how he dresses, or something. He has a lot of friends in law enforcement. I don't know what you could explain. He's just a criminal overlord type. You don't even need it. Like, I'm satisfied, because his behavior and his actions and everything tell you everything you need to know that, you know, this is the guy. He has that sort of playful attitude about the whole situation. He's showing some regret and everything, but still he wouldn't want to get caught or obviously killed, but he almost seems like the bigger man, and it's so good, dude. I can't even describe it to you. Or yeah, I should learn how to use AI, and then I don't want to do it even with AI though. But that is perfect, dude. That is perfect. This is the kind of thing, like, if either I could reenact it with actors, but that would be super expensive. I'd have to find people who look like that. Or I could do it with, I guess you could do it in animation form. Like, yeah, I mean, I can't do it, but it'd be a short animation. Like, you just show the mall scene, and then you zoom out, and then you go into Grace and the thing, and the therapist. I don't want to talk about it, she says. And then the therapist says, well, it's the only way you're going to get your badge back. And then she just grabs the antidepressants, and you see the label, and she grabs it and she walks away. And then the door closes, and then the scene ends, and the therapist sighs. And then you go to Rigsby driving up to a crime scene, a burned down building, in the north and it's all snowy to show that it's not California or whatever. And then he's wearing like Seattle Arson Division is on his jacket, and then he shakes hands with the captain. He says, "Hello, Wayne Rigsby from the Rigsby. I'm the new." I don't know how. Like, he gets out. He says, "Wayne Rigsby," and "Hello, sir, Wayne Rigsby," and then he says, "Welcome to the team." So again, just to show he's been transferred out. I don't know if his jacket should say like new recruit or trainee, because he's experienced in this, but just like Wayne Rigsby, Arson Division. I mean, it would imply that he's new, like, well, welcome to the team. And then Cho would be, again, in Lisbon's office. And the reason why that's relevant is because you would have his name tag showing the rank. You would have him looking a little sullen, although he always looks sullen. And then you would have somebody come in, like a perky young type, and then knocks and says, "Come in," and then he asks, "What is," or he doesn't even ask, or he said, "What is it?" And then they say, "The witness is here," and then he says, "Let Jane," and then he cuts himself off. "I'll handle it." And then they say, "Yes, sir." And then he just says, "Just Cho is fine." "Yes," or like, "Yes, boss." And then, "Yes, boss," or "Sorry." And then they leave, or he tells them to leave. Or like, they say, "Yes, boss," or "Sorry." And then he just says, "Close the door." They're walking out, and he says, "Close the door." And then he looks all sullen, and then the phone rings, and then he just immediately hangs it up. Like, he just doesn't want to talk to anybody. And then Lisbon is shown in her apartment, or house. I think we see her house, in the one where the shrink... Yeah, that's weird. We see it, and then we never see it again. Or maybe we see it later in season 6. But whether it's the same one or not. And then she's drinking, and she's... You would show her drinking on like her bed or her couch watching TV or something, and then you would show some other bottles, some beer and some liquor on the table, and you would pan over and you would see a letter of resignation and the phone ringing that says Gail Bertram and like missed call 17. And at some point you would see the jacket hung up and just... her uniform hung up, like the jacket and the badge, and then like maybe this might be over the top, but like a picture of Jane in the trash. Or like she throws the bottle that she just finished into the trash, and then you see a picture of Jane underneath it. Of her and Jane or whatever, and then you see Jane, then the final thing pans out to black, and then you see it appear in a prison cell, and then you see Jane in there looking all calm, just looking ahead, and then you see him give a little smile. Like it was all worth it. It ends on that image too of him smiling, similar, of almost a silhouette of the Red John smiley face, like he gets the last laugh, he gets the last smile. So think about what that does for the storytelling. Like, this is what it takes to beat a man of Red John's caliber. Like, that's what he would destroy everybody's life, everybody's dying, sad, alcoholic, antidepressant. Like, this is what it takes. That makes you feel his presence. Even though Jane gets his ending, that's the kind of ending I want to see. Like, everybody is fucked. The whole police department's in shambles, everything. Like, this is what it takes. Right? Because there's nuance to it. It's not just, a happy ending. They die and everybody, Lisbon gets married and Jane. No. Everybody's fucked. Lisbon's going to drink herself to death like her dad did or whatever the fuck. And then, Grace is going to shoot herself or overdose on antidepressants. And Rigsby's going to be miserable out there being an arsonist. But basically, Rigsby and Cho get the better end of the stick. Like, they're... he might do okay, he'll have his own life there, he'll be an arsonist, but just, he loses his job there, he transfers at least, and then like, Rigsby walks out, Sir, Wayne Rigsby, Arson Division, and then he says, oh, so you're the new recruit. Oh, so you're the transfer. So you're the new transfer. Yes, sir. Oh, it won't seem that bad, but just the fact that he had to do that and inconvenienced his career. But those two would live the most normal lives after that. And then Cho actually gets promoted to take Lisbon's job. But because think about it like that, it's like Lisbon not only didn't even resign yet, she had the letter, but she didn't bother to hand it in, and she's just at her house and just doing that, ignoring calls. So like Bertram has no choice but to promote Cho quickly because we gotta get somebody in there. Like, we don't have a choice. But even if they wanted to do it in a more formal way, they can't get in touch with Lisbon, and they can't. You have to move on, so some time has passed, obviously. Jane's already in jail, or this might not all be happening at exactly the same time, but I absolutely love that. And so, that is so good, dude. That deserves to be made in a scene. I'm actually thinking, like, I'll hire somebody to animate it, and voice act it, or I don't know. It'd be so much work, but it's so good. That's the kind of thing that we get like 1 million views, just because it's so good. Yeah, let's get another concept to do with social tribe. It's like everything is performative or something, but then you're supposed to sort of pretend to value it, but then you don't really value it. So like, that's what social contrivance is, the overextension of collective the self to the collective. I'm actually a little paranoid about people stealing some of my quotes. That's why I didn't want to do, like, I don't know, or that maybe, not that I don't really care, but I only care when something else happens. Like, you know, I've done this stuff for years. I did the debate format. I did everything. I don't care really about getting recognition for it, honestly, because I didn't do it for so long. Or look at me with this channel, I have 1 subscriber. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when somebody says the exact same thing or something like very similar, and then they get millions of views. It's like, what a genius, what a amazing thing. The podcaster with the mask on, who you can't see his face, like, and then it just feels dumb because it's like you're getting it for still the wrong reason somehow. There's a certain deference to performative aspects in that, like, I don't know, something about it I don't like. I don't know if I even want to do the character point thing now. You should never drive with a jacket on, because then now I start to feel sick and get a fucking headache. Because then I can't take it off while driving, and then... And I don't even have my heat on, but this is the worst thing to do, and I always do it. So yeah, that was a weird random diatribe into that, but the point is that we'll see if that lives up to it. I'm trying to do it very visually. Normally I'll come up with like these scenarios in, like, if I was writing in a short story, like I've done, so many of those in the past, but here I'm trying to do it with a visual element, like how you would show that. I'm trying to think of some better other way to do it. Maybe that would be my strength as a technique too. I have to pose a scenario, and it might be imperfect, and then I go over it myself the same way that I do, like as if I was editing somebody else's work to make it better. Like, I love that as a thing. That seems to be something actually I excel at in a way that I never really realized fully. Like, I'm not saying that, I could write this amazing story the way that some of these things I look at are, but I could take it and improve certain moments or elements, which is similar to what you're doing with film critiquing. Like, why couldn't this scene be different? Why couldn't this thing be better? Right, and you might say, that's easy to do, but it's not that it's easy to do, it's that it's something that you could do. You could have someone there to do. Like, you write this excellent story, it's cohesive, it's this and that, but then you just correct or improve one element of it. So you have somebody go over and be like, this is amazing, but this one part could be better, this one scene could be better, rather than this, like, unquestioning, you wrote the whole thing, so who are we to question you? But there could be something better that you could improve about it. So yeah, that was weird kind of a session. I would like to do it here at the end here as I eat, but I don't know if I really feel like it. It just takes so long because I'd have to look through everything, and the longer I wait, I'm definitely going to do it before episode 7, although I did say I'd do it before episode 6. I just can't remember to keep track of them, maybe because I keep watching all this random shit in between. So we did the F letter movies, so now we'll do Monk episode 7, season 1 obviously, then we'll do a G movie, so we're kind of moving along with that. Again, these are all sort of obscure movies or things that I wouldn't typically watch, so I'm not watching the movies because I really expect them to be good. Right, I'm watching them because I am just looking for something unusual a little bit. So we got an Emma Stone sighting at the beginning of this, but I guess at this point she wasn't really a star, or I don't know if this came before or after. It was the same year, I think, as Easy A, but that would have made her into a star, obviously. Okay, so here I'm going to finally try to do the character point system review. So I'm not really going to watch through much of this. I might see like a little second or segment, or you can kind of still see the subtitles as you scroll through, but I want to see... again, episodes 1 through 6, and every noteworthy character point moment. So again, I'm going to go... The first scene, right, is a good example of a negation tactic. right, where of Monk's. Like, he's worried about the oven and the stove, but he's also coming up with some great deductions. So I think ultimately between this scene and the next scene of him choosing the drapes with the captain in there, saying that the drapes show that he was a sniper and this and that, he used part of the blinds, all of that combined with this is a net positive of 1. Whereas arguably being worried about the stove and stuff could be a -1, but that would negate with this first scene, but the second scene is a net positive for his deduction with the blinds and everything like that and the height. So that, see, he still gets a net positive +1. Sharona might get a +1 for trying to calm him down and stuff, but I guess I won't even give that. But I think what I do at the beginning, too, of series is I give, like, 1 just for their overall disposition. So I'll give... So Monk almost gets a -1 for his disposition, but, again, let me see. Monk gets +1 for his overall inquisitive disposition, and then, so he's a +1 net. Sharona gets a +1 for helping him and sort of trying to keep him focused, right? So they're both at a net +1. Then Monk gets a -1 for his concern about the stove and, idiosyncratic nature that he's fixating on that too much. Then he gets a +1 for his deduction there, right? So right now he's at a +1 and Sharona's at a +1, right? I guess at this point it doesn't matter so much what it's for, but I have to know exactly what they're at. So they're both at a +1, right? Because his whole movement has been, he starts at a +1 for his deductive nature and everything that he kind of shows in that same scene. No, I guess that should probably count then only as a 1, though. I mean, I guess it's the scene, but it's also representative of them, so... So he'd be at a +1, she'd be at a +1, and then he's at a -1, so 0, because he, has that idiosyncratic moment, and then he does the, other good deductive moment coming up. So the point is he should be at a +1. He's at a +1 and then a -1, and then he'll get another +1 coming up when he does the whole thing with the blinds and everything. The therapy session is kind of a neutral. Stottlemeyer's disposition gets him a +1. So again, Sharona's a +1 for being sort of generally just helpful to Monk. Then Monk is a +1 for deduction. The blind scene most recently. And then Stottlemeyer is a +1 for his overall good disposition. That he's not too forceful. So now this scene is telling for Monk because you get that he knocks the board over, but then he puts it back. So that's just a net neutral because, yes, he gets to show off his ability to do that, but he also gets to the fact that he did it in the first place. So this one is the blind moment, so we saw that. Then, see, again, this thing with the keys, that would be impressive, but the fact that he drops them negates it. So, it's one thing if he was doing it to, pickpocket something off somebody. Then he questions the wife or whatever. So that's like a +1, I guess, scene for his interrogation skill. So he's at a net +2. Sharona's still at a +1. Stottlemeyer's at a +1. There's not that many characters to keep track of because the minor characters don't matter unless they're really recurring. Then he doesn't want to go down because of his shoes. What does he actually do in this scene, though? I forgot. Let's see what this conversation is when he's like afraid to go down because of his shoes. Or he almost gets hit by the car. So I guess that's a -1 because it's a plot armor count. The fact that, so he's a +1. Then I guess I didn't count that the first time I was going through this. And he gets a +1 for, he gets a +1 and a -1. -1 for stalking her on her date, but then a +1 for finding stuff out about the guy. But that's still maybe like a net negative, because that's kind of a weird thing to do. Then I won't give Sharona even a -4 freaking out at the end there, because it's sort of justified. So a lot of what he's doing is negating itself. Like, see, he comes in, and that's a negative, the fact that he's even there. But then he justifies it by his thing. But then she's justified. So, again, Sharona's still at a +1. Monk is still at a +1. Right, he lost one for the... He got one for the questioning of the wife, and then he loses one for the plot armor save. The fact that he needed that to... The fact that he wasn't more aware of that, I suppose. And then you see the things on the... At the ending here. So yeah, Stottlemeyer's at a +1, mainly for his overall disposition, that he's not too unfair. Sharona's at a +1, and for her helpful disposition overall, and Monk is at a +1 for his deductive reasoning, and he would be at a +2 because of his questioning too, but then he loses one for, like, the plot armor save moment. And now we're on episode 2. This one starts off construction site, and I guess I haven't paid any mind to his assistant there. Stottlemeyer always has his right hand who comes up with like that reverse liposuction theory. I don't think I care enough about him, but maybe if he does something substantial, I could consider that. So let's see. I don't think anything significant happens there. You have a scene at the cemetery. You have a scene here on the TV. You have another scene like involving a car chase, which I don't know what that is. This one could be a +1 moment, the fact that he's able to put that thing back together, from shredded paper. Right, any of these kind of moments. Generally, this scene, he's more on point. He's not really quirky or gimmicky. You could say he's just doing that out of OCD, but that'll bring him back up to a +2. I don't like to hand these out for nothing, like just every little thing somebody does, but that was pretty valuable. And this one, he keeps saying, oh, the picture is me, the picture is me. And then I guess I'll give him a -1 for being so fixated on the picture, and that sort of distracts him in that scene. Or this is kind of a good... No, I guess this one will negate itself, so we'll still keep him at a +2. he finds out about the affair, then he looks at the picture. See, now this one on the ladder, I'm going to kind of say that, okay, so he's at a +2 now still. A lot of it is just him negating a lot of his negatives that would be genuine negatives, that he's just kind of acting like a clown, but then he redeems it. This one I won't actually hold against him, and the reason why is because, or I will, like, if he goes from a +2 to a 1, right, because of the ladder incident, that he lets the guy go. But he also is the only one to identify the thing on his shoe, and that he catches him in a way, too, that he gets ahead of the cops, and, you know, that's not his responsibility. The cops tell him just wait off to the side, we'll take care of it, but they don't find him, and he does find him. So the fact that he finds him as a +1, negated by the fact that he gets stuck on the ladder, right? So it's hard for me to say, and I don't know if that should count as a plot armor moment. I don't know if the assassin really notices him or recognizes him in that moment. Or maybe that's just such a significant clown moment that I shouldn't negate that. Like the fact that he's the one to notice him and catch up with him, but then, oh, he just can't deliver on it because of his fear of heights and stuff. I don't know, that one seems so severe that it almost should be just a net -1, but I'm actually not going to do that because, again, it wasn't his responsibility. And he goes out of his way and finds him when nobody else can. So that's still going to be a neutral, right? It's a -1 for that, but then it's a +1 for finding him. So I disagree. Yeah, Stottlemyre gets a -1 there because that reaction doesn't make sense. He's chiding him. The monk is still at a +2, Sharona's at a +1, and Stottlemyre gets a -1 here, very clear. Because, again, think about what he said. He said, oh, we'll take care of it. We have a whole police force here, highly capable, and we'll catch him. And not only do you fail to catch him, but Monk is doing your job for you when you just told him, wait on the side of the street, you don't have to do anything. But then he goes out of his way to try to help you, and then fails to completely catch him. And now he's the one to blame when you weren't even relying on him, and your cops are so incompetent that they didn't do their job, and he had to do it. So he gets from a +1 to a 0 now. Is the parking garage scene, I don't think anything happens there. He certainly gets a +1 for the final reveal moment here, with the little gambit with Sharona and stuff. And in fact, even Sharona, I would give a +1 here, because she's so going above and beyond to help with the shooting of the gun and everything, right? So not every case you solve is going to be a +1, but typically it's still impressive how they've done it here. So you have, so he's at a +3, right? And then Sharona is at a +2, right? And she's being so helpful in this. Now you have the thing where he gets shot, and then I don't know if he died or not. The campaign manager gets shot. Then and then we see him take the gun from this guy. So, I mean, this whole thing involving, he chases him down and he shoots him successfully. So now he's at a +4 because he steals the gun and he shoots him. That altogether could be a +1. Even though he's a bit nervous about it, he does his part. So I'm assuming he got him. They don't really elaborate too much on that. I was almost having that fan theory, coming up with the theory where I wanted that guy to survive, and he was the one who actually killed Trudy, and you established him as such a capable character that he still escaped, and he happened to just be the assassin, so you could pursue him as a major villain who's highly capable, who survived getting shot, who when he got shot by the guy who hired him, and he is this very skilled assassin we've established, and he posed as in the wheelchair and he escaped from the cops. Like, he's done all these exploits, so he would be good to set him up as a major villain. Like, he's the one who actually did it, but then you still have to find out who hired him, and you still have to catch him because he gets away again. I came up with that whole theory. So for now, Stottlemyre would be at a 0 because we got the minus point, right? And the reason why is because he was chiding Monk, even though he's doing your job for you. Then Sharona, I tried to call her Trudy. Sharona is at a +2, and the reason why is because of her overall helpful personality throughout, and then also, like, you get, like, one general trait point, and then you get one for the final Gambit helping with that. So +2 for Sharona, 0 for Stottlemyre, and +4 for Monk now. And so now we go into episode 3. So again, Sharona 2, Stottlemyre 0, Monk 4. So let's see. I'm not going to remember necessarily every scene as I'm doing this, but they have a first conversation. I don't notice anything too crazy there. The whole psychic aspect. He gets a +1, so Monk is at a 5 because of the he gets a +5 because up to a +5 because he immediately identifies something's wrong with the tree and, like, the trajectory of the thing, of the crash. Let's see this scene quickly. I like the implication that the commissioner who did it actually wants Adrian on the case because he thinks he's a clown and he's gonna mess up the case because he's still recovering. Not for long. I hope we miss you. See, he's totally doing it because he's the culprit, and he thinks he's such a clown, right, that he's going to mess it up. Or at least at this point, he's a clown. Right, why else would he be willing to do that? So, he's at a +5 now. And I think, I don't know, this is going to take a while. Well, this could be a -1 for Stottlemyre because he believes in Dolly Flint. She was photographed alone in the car, but she was actually, it was the guy wearing the wig, I guess. I guess that's a -1 for Stottlemyre, so he's at a -1 for believing that Dolly actually got something right. So, again, Sharona's at a +2, and she's going to swiftly get a -1 now for believing in the psychic herself. So, Stottlemyre's at a -1, Monk's at a +5 now. I'm surprised he's not getting more negatives, actually. I feel like I'm almost being too generous. He has a conversation with the guy here. You don't want the things around to remind you. So they have different ways of grieving. That doesn't necessarily mean you did it, but... that was kind of cute. Sharona's trying to build him up a little bit. We're getting offers from all around the country. Sharona's actress is really good, though. Like, she gets across a really strong vibe without being too annoying or without being too, I don't know, like one-dimensional. So she gets a -1 now for believing in the psychic a little bit. Then, so again, he's at a +5, Monk, and then she's at a +1, and then Sotomayor's at a -1. And then I think Monk gets a -1 for this one, where Monk gets a -1 for dropping something in the store, like a clown. So he's at a 4. And then he has a typical moment where he accuses him directly. So he's at Monk's at a 4, Sharona's at a 1, and Sotomayor's at a -1. And then I guess the final gambit deserves sort of a +1 for, I mean, I don't want it to be like where every single time, but it is. I mean, it was a good gambit. They pretend like the chick is dead, so you're at back to a +5. Because he was at a 5, then he went to 4 that was like a net negative, so he's back to 5. It really seems like I'm being too generous, but, so again, Sharona's at a 1, then Sotomayor's at a -1, and then Monk is at a 4, right? It's so hard to keep track of this. So Sotomayor, actually, I'm giving him more negatives than I remember. He gets a -1 for being so cloak and dagger, not telling Monk what the case is about in this one for a while. Right, so he's at a -2, Sharona's at a 1, and Monk's at a 5. Now, Dale the Whale would get a couple himself, but it's no use, I guess, if he's not going to be a recurring character. He sort of gets under his skin. Sharona gets a +1 and a -1. And the +1 is that she is willing to go undercover by taking care of Dale, but then also a -1 that she goes out with the guy and gets distracted, the doctor, the same way that she got distracted like by the psychic. Stottlemyre scene with the reverse liposuction. Randy. Even there, he's wholesome. It's a stupid theory, but then he's just nice about it. Then they figure out with the doctor because of his age or something. Like, do you deserve another +1 for just solving the case? Like, you know they're going to solve the case every time. Coming up with the theory was crazy. Like, I don't know how I could deny that. So, Sotomayor's at a -2. And then... Or, you know what, he gets a +1, though, for episode 1 that I forgot. For where he says you do have to listen to this when he stands up for Monk. So, Sotomayor's at a -1. Sharona's at a 1. Because, again, she keeps getting distracted by these people like the psychic and the guy. So, -1 Sotomayor, 1 Sharona, and 5 for Monk. Or maybe even it's going to be 6 if I include this. Like the solving of the case. Right, so he's at a 6. Wait, we got 2 more left. This is a little painful, but again, he's at a 6. Monk is at a 6. Stottlemyre is at a -1, and Sharona is at a 1. Let's go through 2 more of these. So this is the Ferris wheel one, and Stottlemyre will definitely get a -1, so he's back to a -2 for not vouching for Monk here. Especially after he does you a solid by helping your guy get his badge back. So Monk is 6, Stottlemyre is -2, I guess, then. Again, because he went back to a -1 because of the episode 1 thing standing out for him. So again, 6 for Monk, 1 for Sharona, and -1, but becoming -2 for Stottlemyre. And the driving moment brings Monk down to a 5, just because he's a clown there and there's no redeeming aspect to it. He can do such delicate things, but then he struggles with something like this. There's the scene with the other cop. You got this Casey Anthony role player chick. Then the guy hit himself with that thing. The coins make himself look beat up. Then this is the moment Stottlemyre obviously got the -1. Then you get to see Monk actually in his outfit. Is there someplace I could reach you? Or this is the mastermind who, yeah, why don't you go out with him too, Sharona? We could. So yeah, Stottlemyre lets you down there. -2 +1, and then 5 because of the driving. And then I guess solving the case is going to bring him back to 6. But then his struggle on the Ferris wheel, I don't know what I should consider that. Like his willingness to do it is a +1, but then the fact that he doesn't accomplish anything, that could just be a net -1. I guess he sort of distracts him a little bit, but I'm going to actually consider that a net minus, though, because that's a little different, where I appreciate his willingness to do it, but in the end, he just hangs up on there himself and just doesn't really accomplish anything. So he'll go back down to a 5. I thought that was going to be some big moment to show that he's ready, but it almost just shows that he isn't. So he's at a 5, Sotomayor -2, Sharona +1. And then the last one. This is really difficult to do, which is why I got to use this recording as a reference then to see, look back. So he's at a... Monk's at a 5, Sotomayor is at a -2, and this chick is at a +1, Sharona. So Sharona, I can already tell you, gets a major +1 for that little gambit that she does with the thing, with the color, glow-in-the-dark colors. That was so good. So, that's 1. So she's at a +2 from that. Monk honestly gets a -1 for his going into the wrong house and all that. So, the Monk is at a 4, Sharona's at a 2. Sotomayor's going to stay at a -2 because he doesn't even appear in this episode. Maybe just for taking the call and believing them, but I don't know if he was even there at the end. I don't even remember it. So yeah, he's at a 4 and she's at a 2. I guess that's pretty much it. Most of this episode is more just character intro, so it's not so much something that would give character points. Oh yeah, and Sharona gets another one for going to the library and taking the initiative. So she does that, and then she also does the glow-in-the-dark thing. So she does 2 very amazing things. And even the way she flirts with the guy at the library and does that could almost be 3. But just for her willingness to go there and do that. So she's at a +3. He's going to be at a +5. For obviously solving the case. Although that's almost like a plot armor moment. Or, you know what? I guess I have to give him +2 there because 1 for solving the crime, but 1 for escaping from that, which I don't know how the hell he did that, and I kind of dislike it. But that whole gambit too. So he goes up to a +6. He goes up to a +6. 1 for the whole gambit, making the guy trip on the thing and doing all that and escaping from it. And then 1 for actually solving the case. So Monk ends here at a +6. Sharona is at a +3 for her amazing glow-in-the-dark gambit and also the library gambit. And then Sotomayor remains at a -2. So the difference between this and how it was at the beginning was I think Sotomayor was doing a little better. He was at least in the positive. But yeah, that'll be the final count. So yeah, Monk at 6, Sharona at 3, and Sotomayor at -2 is going to be exactly what we have to do. Okay, so here I'm just going to watch random stuff on YouTube, and then tomorrow I can watch, episode 7 of Monk, so at least I did a satisfactory character point review, which I guess I could listen back, but I believe it was 6 points for Monk, because in the last episode he got 2, 1 for solving the crime, and 1 for doing something else, which I now forgot. Sharona, I think, is at 3, and then she got 2. No, they both got 2. What was the other thing that Monk did? He solves the crime, but he also does something else noteworthy. And she does, obviously, the library gambit and the little glow-in-the-dark thing, both of which are very impressive. And then Stottlemeyer's at like a -1, I believe, because he had a couple clown moments. So, okay, it's coming together. There's only 3 characters to keep track of, but I can't seem to do it with this series at all. It's no knock against the series. Maybe because I'm not watching it every single day like I maybe was doing with The Sopranos, but that was very enjoyable too. I watched the first 13 episodes, and it's no knock against the series, but there is that plot armor thing. So we had like 1 plot armor moment here, and I think we had another one that I brought up and I forgot what it was. where, I don't know, the one where he almost got hit by the car, but then I think there was something else in a recent episode, like, oh yeah, that's the point, I guess it's not plot armor because he somehow got out of that, but it seemed kind of bullshit, like how he got out of the bindings and then he ripped that shit on the floor. Like, you can't just do that. Maybe he was hasty. That's one of those game theory moments, like I said. That moment should be like, Monk is actually helpless and caught, and there's nothing he can do, and then Sharona somehow saves him, right? Or somebody... No, not even Sharona. The writing would have been better, like, one of his buddies in the thing somehow sneaks in there and saves him because he's befriended them over the course of time of this experience there. Like, he's befriended the one guy who likes Santa Claus, he's talked to other people, so one of them comes to save him because they bonded over his necklace that looked like his wife's. Right, so she comes and saves him because I feel a certain attachment or whatever. Like, somebody would have appreciated him there, and just by him being there, now they vouch for him, or they kind of, risk themselves and try to save him. And then, yeah, that setting is a little cliche, and he was about to get, like, the Epstein treatment, and, or you know what, I thought almost that doctor might change his mind too, or the nurse or whatever, the guy, the black guy who is coming in there who gets knocked out. I thought he might have a change of heart, like, oh, this doesn't feel right, I'm getting yelled at, that guy's a dick. I must admit, he almost had me fooled at the beginning, because he was so nice and so genuine. Like, his performance doesn't give away his intentions at all. Even midway through the episode, I was getting it from his character, but not from his performance, which either means the performance is bad, or it just is so good that, he's just a nuanced character who's not going to let that slip. Like, based on his expression, I was like, oh, he's just a nice guy listening to a group chat. But based on the context, I thought, oh, maybe he took the camera, or, maybe he's going to be worried about that or something. Again, what are the chances that Monk comes at just the right time to solve this? Like, even though it happened 4 years, it just is stupid, but what are the chances that there was a murder there? And then what are the chances that he comes at a time where it's still possible to solve it, where the gun is still in there? And what are the chances he digs the gun out right then, even though he had been trying to do it before, or he had 4 years to try to figure some shit out? And in those 4 years, nobody came to fix it, nobody came to do maintenance, nobody would have noticed that in the chimney. The guy happens to believe in Santa Claus, and how convenient is that? Or I guess it's not convenient, though, because, well, it is, though. It's weird writing, actually, because you say, oh, how convenient is it that this guy imagined Santa Claus and this guy dresses up as Santa? But you could say he dressed up like Santa, too, for that exact reason, to deceive him, but even that doesn't make sense, because what are the chances that he happened to dispose of the gun in the chimney, and then, conveniently, this guy's familiar with Santa Claus, and then, therefore, he dresses up as Santa Claus? Like, in other words, it would only make sense if he had thrown the gun in the chimney, which the act of him doing that had nothing to do with Santa Claus. He wasn't thinking about it then. He wasn't dressed up then. Right? He shot... And, yeah, he was able to get up there, and nobody sees him there. But, like... And while a murder investigation or something, I guess he did it before they knew that that was the case, but I don't really get what the impetus of him looking for the gun now is either, because, like, what, really, he was waiting for that guy to transfer to that room and wouldn't go for the gun otherwise, and then he went up there every night trying to get it, and he wasn't able to find it until conveniently Monk confronts him at the end. Like, again, it's still a good episode, but that ending is a little wonky. It just doesn't make sense. It shouldn't have been the gun. It should have been like something else, or less conspicuous that he forgot about, or something. You have 4 years to do it. Like, there's so many things you could have potentially done as a pretense, or... And then how are you able to get up there in the first place without anybody noticing? Like, oh, he has to wait, like, years for this guy to get in the Santa Claus ward in the room to see him. But then who was in the room when you threw the gun in the first place? When you murdered somebody, right, somebody would have been there, and they would have seen you then, and you're not even dressed up as Santa Claus. Not that that person has an ideation for Santa anyway, but... I don't know, it was a little contrived, but... It's one of those things that sort of makes sense backwards. Like, oh yeah, of course he dressed up as Santa because he's going up to the chimney. And of course he put the guy in the room that happens to have an ideation with Santa. But you... Or maybe the reason he has the ideation is because of that, but... It seems like that's just genuinely something he's obsessed with. Like, as if you couldn't discredit anybody in the psych ward, but if somebody else was in there and they saw it, then maybe he was going there every night for 4 years and couldn't fish this out, and then magically he's able to do it now. Like, he was going up every night dressed as Santa, or, again, he was waiting for him to get transferred there. There's some good subtext moments, though, like, where I suspect something, but I don't know exactly what. I don't make the connection. Like, when I keep trying to call her Trudy. When Cherona gives the picture of Trudy to Monk, I knew, okay, maybe she hid something in there somehow or whatever, but it was the glow-in-the-dark thing that they alluded to at the beginning, or even the fishing pole at the beginning, that he ended up using to try to catch the gun, which I don't really get that at all. Like, he really is a fisherman, he just happened to use that conveniently to try to pull something out of the chimney that he happened to throw it in, and then also conveniently he could dress up as Santa Claus while doing it. But the reality is that that's too convenient. Like, he happens to be a fisherman, or he's only into fishing because he's trying to practice so he can get that, or what? Like all 4 years he's been waiting for somebody else to transfer to that room, and he's been practicing fishing so he can get it just right, and he's been doing all this stuff lying in wait for 4 years. Like, there's no other way he could do that shit. He could just go in the middle of the night, or find out where the chimney drops and go there, or I don't know. Nobody does maintenance on this building, by the way, like, ever, that would lead to them to go there, because it would have his fingerprints on it and all this shit too. So yeah, I'll just watch random stuff, or I might not even watch anything, and I'm not feeling too good, and I'm just tired, so I don't care. You know, the weirdest thing ever happened on my Kick account? So, like, on YouTube, I still only have 1 subscriber. On my Kick account, where I sometimes stream, like, recordings of my old videos, like my old things that I upload to YouTube, which I maybe should start doing that again. Just whenever I'm not at home, I should just leave it running. But the point is that I hadn't done it in, like, 3 weeks, right? Since Shameless, I had done that one. And somehow I had 1 follower then. Now I go back after 3 weeks, and I haven't used it a single time since. And now I have 4 followers, and I don't know why. You could say, oh, they watched the past broadcasts, but it doesn't look like they really did. They hardly have any views. So why did I randomly get 3 followers from nowhere, when even when I'm doing content on there, I don't get any? But now when I'm not doing anything for 3 weeks, I magically got some. Like, where are they coming from? It's not like they're coming from my YouTube, because nobody follows me on there either. Like, I don't really get it. This is the kind of thing that would be so much better to do if you were already established in some way. It's bad to do if you're trying to establish yourself. Like, again, if I was some big content creator and I did exactly the same form of content, where I'm just doing voice only, not even doing timestamps, just verbally saying it, it's a lot of concessions that are a little bit inconvenient, but you can damn well bet if I was established, XQC or somebody, or even somebody smaller, but they would settle for it because, oh, they like you, and they're willing to put up with it, and they're still happy with some of the things that you're doing, or whatever. Whereas with me, it's like, oh, they don't even know who I am, so they don't care. And so therefore you get to... whatever, I'm glad I finally got that done. Monk is at 6 points, plus obviously Sharona's at 3 points, and Sotomayor is at -1 for his clown behavior by rejecting Monk in that, not giving him the thing, the, whatever it's called. Giving him his badge back, especially since Monk was helping the other guy get his badge back in the same episode. As if that'll be the MacGuffin device of the whole series. It'll be Monk trying to get his badge back. Like, bitch, this guy's a super detective god character. He doesn't give a he shouldn't give a fuck about a dinky badge. He should be the whole fucking police chief commissioner with the fucking level of detective skills he puts on display. Right? Like, he could be his own private consulting firm and be a millionaire. Like, he doesn't need to fucking beg and pray for a fucking badge and a gun. Like, what do you think you're doing? You're giving him, like, some little bait and some little breadcrumbs. Like, you don't get to do that. Fuck Stottlemyre. He's a 10 times better cop than you'll ever dream of being. He shot somebody with his fucking eyes closed. The guy, the highly trained assassin. Like, who the fuck do you think you're messing with, Stottlemyre? You clown piece of shit. So, they're doing that to give him bait, to keep him motivated, because once they give it back, then he'll be, you know, too complacent or get carried away. But I wouldn't hold that over his head, because he's just not going to help you then. Like, think about some of the shit he's done. Like, imagine this was real life. Any one of these cases, you would owe him, like, a lifetime of gratitude. But bro is doing it on the daily. He's doing it every fucking episode, every fucking time. Like, dude, it's just one of the most satisfying things to see, but I don't get it. So they're going to hold that over his head over the whole series, rather than the fact that trying to find who killed his wife, which, again, that's one of those other convenient things. That happened a couple years ago, too. I don't remember if it was 2 years ago, or I forgot. But you just... you see the fact that, oh, what are the chances the evidence would still be there now, assuming that most of the evidence was already looked at and it wasn't enough to come to a conclusion. I wonder how that would have gone, too. Like, Monk, being the super detective he is, must have been on a case that was a threat to some high-level person, and they hired somebody or somehow orchestrated the killing of his wife to stop him from looking into it, because he was onto them and he was going to find something out. So then the act of them doing that maybe they intended to kill him. It's like the old Apollonia thing, right? They blew up his car but accidentally killed his wife and not him when they meant to kill him. But then they would have tried to kill him again, but either it's too inconvenient or this time they might get caught. But they got away with that one. And part of the reason why they got away with that one, because the same guy who was onto them for something else is the whole reason why they killed him or tried to kill him. Of course he would be able to solve this crime too, but he's so traumatized that they got lucky. Right, even though they tried to kill him, I'm assuming, and failed, because I don't see why they would kill his wife. Or I guess because she's like a reporter, like Dale the whale had some issue with her too for that. But even dismissing that, 2 birds with 1 stone, you're trying to kill Monk because he's onto you in some big conspiracy, a government official, business person, right? And that even like Dale the whale himself, but I guess not now. But But the thing is, that Dale the whale and so some big shot who he's looking into something that could implicate them and unraveling some big conspiracy. They try to kill him to stop him from doing that. They fail, but they kill his wife instead. And then now they get lucky, though, because even though they failed to kill him, now they won't try again because they might get caught. Now they're leaving too much evidence, or they decide, oh, he's traumatized so badly, they hear about this, that now he's no longer the detective he used to be. He leaves the force, he's kind of in therapy, he's having issues, so now he's not a threat to you anymore, right? But that's the problem in these stories sometimes. Like, there's some big killer, but they can kill you anytime they want. Like Red John could have killed Jane anytime. It's not like Jane is protected or he has some super security system or he's always covered by cops. Like, Red John can easily get to him and kill him anytime. So even here you have where Red John so why wouldn't this person try to kill them? They don't want to leave too much evidence, but they also, they're fine with it because, Monk is traumatized and he's no longer going to be able to threat, right? Because that kind of messes with him psychologically, so now he's distracted. So that would explain in part why he wasn't able to solve that case. Maybe Monk at his best would have been able to solve it, or maybe the implication is it's just such a hard case to solve, right? But like the Red John case is just genuinely, the trauma has nothing to do with it. In fact, that just motivates him all the more. But although he had helped the police out before, but it's kind of like, whatever. He took it more seriously then. But yeah, like Monk is traumatized, so he isn't on his game and he's not very sharp anymore during that period, but now he's coming back, and so now he's going to be a threat to them again, right? Where he could have solved the case if he wasn't so traumatized by the loss of his wife, and so that messed him up. So the same way that he could have solved the conspiracy that they were involved with, that he could have also solved that murder, but he couldn't because of that, or nobody could solve it, or maybe even he couldn't solve it at his best because it's just that hard of a case, or maybe the fact that he couldn't solve it is what also messed with him so badly. We've only seen one reference to that, really. Or he's gone to the parking garage a little bit, but he also was looking at the newspaper clippings at the end of episode 1, which I can just picture Michael Richards doing that. Like, that's not exactly, that's why he would have turned it down. Like, it has some comedic elements, but it's not really a comedy at all. It's definitely a drama, first and foremost, and then it has some of that in there as well. So let's talk about this topic of Vladimir Kramnik, chess player, accusing everybody of cheating all the time. And the reason why is because online, you're not wrong, though. You could assume everybody's cheating all the time, and you never know it. Like, they could have a friend sitting, even if they're not using it on their very same computer at the time, even if they're doing webcam, face cam, like some of these GMs do, they could have somebody telling them from across the room, they holding up a sign, right? They could have somebody across the street in a window holding up a sign. They could have some sort of other signals or impulse. They could have somebody controlling the computer from some other way, like where it's not really them even moving the mouse, it's somebody else, but they're just pretending like they are. So like you would never be able to tell. Like, somebody could easily be doing it in an online setting. The same people who would say, oh no, totally nobody's cheating online, is the same person who would accuse somebody of cheating over the board and say, well, Hans Niemann had the anal beads. Like, if it's that easy to cheat even in a highly secure setting like that in person, imagine how easy it would be in an online comfort of your home where the majority of people aren't even doing that face cam type of thing. But especially even when you are, right, it wouldn't be that hard to really do. You could literally have it in such a way that it's like right somebody just sitting behind the computer holding up a sign. Or there's a million ways you could do it. You could have your phone next to you. Like, it doesn't mean you're using the same computer to do it. Or even if you are, if nobody's watching you, you could get away with that too. Like really, how would a website tell if you're cheating or not? What, you keep alt-tabbing out? That's just because I'm listening to music or whatever. Like, I'm distracted, I'm doing something else. They can't detect everything you're doing on your computer. So you could literally be using an engine on the same site even, if you really wanted to. But even beyond that, you could be using a different site, you could be using a program, you could be using a different computer, you could be using a phone, you could be using a friend, you could be doing so many things. And so you're able to I've been getting kind of headaches and a little sick lately because of the weather, I guess. You even get a little sneezing ASMR shit out here. So yeah, I don't like doing so many of these filler sessions, but sometimes some pretty good topics come up and stuff. It's just the most random thing ever. Like, I love even when I do the streamed episodes, all I do is I take my YouTube video, right, that I've uploaded, and just download it and then just play that. And I can even like lock my computer and just put up an image, because the whole point is that it's there's no video, it's just the same thing the whole time. So I just put up like the thumbnail, but the point is that I'm talking about all these random things. So even though the title of the stream might be, oh, film critic watches Shameless for the first time, I might do that somewhere in there. Out of a 10-hour video, I might watch like one episode of Shameless and start that. But I don't, it's not like that's the whole thing of what I'm doing. I'm jumping all around. So actually, there's quite a bit of content to catch up on with that. So I had done that, and apparently it's still up there, which I don't get what happened. Like, there's a lot of weird things that happened with Kick. Maybe they changed some features or something. Like, I haven't used it in 3 weeks. And I had one follower then, and even after that, a few days, I probably looked at it, I still had one follower. So I've gained 3 followers from somewhere. I don't know how. I don't have any other online presence in the span of a couple days. And then beyond that, or in a couple weeks when I haven't been active at all doing anything, and those videos haven't gotten many more views, if anything. And so what's also weird is that I can still see those videos, because normally they go away after like a week or 2 weeks or whatever. Like even on Twitch, they'd go away after like 2 weeks. So why are they still up there? Like so many weird things are happening. Or maybe it lets you save like a certain number of it. I don't fucking know. But no, I like that as sort of a free infinite content machine, even though it's not like I'm getting much views anyway. But let me actually look at this again. I don't like to keep looking at my own channel, but let me see, which ones have I done that are not here, like, that I haven't streamed? I even made a chess account with that in its name, or with my channel name, but it doesn't matter because I'm not even using it anymore. Okay, let's look at these here. The most recent one is Film Critic Watches Dinner 2016 for the first time. Richie is a Sigma male god overlord Chadzilla. And then, which really, he was the best part of the whole movie, and he had that great speech in the middle. And then, so these are all ones that I haven't streamed yet. And a lot of the older ones I haven't done. I only started doing it a little while ago. But maybe I should do The Sopranos, since that's so... Or I should like combine them all to... Oh, wow. See, this is what I like. It creates an infinite content machine, because I can just do it anytime I want. And you might think, oh, that's just recycling content. But when nobody knows who you are and nobody's watched your shit anyway, oh, that's a great idea. I could just download every Sopranos episode. And again, it's not like a big download size or anything, because it's just... That's a cool idea, though. And I can even use my other computer. I have like another less good computer because it doesn't really matter. Like, all you're doing is just a still video with audio. Let me go back a little. Okay. Film critic watches Shameless for the first time. Emmy Rossum is as photogenic as Allison Williams. Film critic votes for Donald Trump. So yeah, this was a little while ago. Like a month ago. Over a month ago. Because it's like December 16th now. So this one is, film critic reacts to the Fourth Republic. Still a more secure election than the U.S. in 2020. Skull dead emoji. Right, so that was about corruption. Monk has the best premiere in television history, and Bird Box is basically The Happening 2.0. Skull dead emoji again. Oh, that's the bad sign. 2 of those in a row. If you do 3 of those in a row, you gotta quit. But no, I could do some of my older content too. Like, I guess I shouldn't do the girls one because some of the audio will be in there, but then I'll get banned, even though nobody's watching my shit in the first place. That was the first time watching Monk. Then film critic watches Cats 2019 for the first time. What in the jellicle is this movie about? And then they say it too many fucking times. Then another one to do with Monk. Obviously, we're watching Monk all in between here. But, you know, it's redundant to keep making that the thumbnail. If it's a 10-hour video in which I react to like 2 episodes of Monk, but then I also watch like a movie, I'll make it about the movie because that's always different. Bird Box really disappointed me. Did I mention Monk 2002 has the greatest start to any television series ever? Season 1, episode 5. How did I go from 1 to 5 in like one part? I guess these are so long. Film critic watches Dinner. 20. Okay, I saw that. So there's like 4 or 5 left to do. But if I was to do it from the beginning, oh, that's so fun. I love that. Like, it really gives you an infinite content machine, especially if I keep doing this. Again, whether it's good content or not is a separate story, but I'm just saying, like, look at that. So, like, I can replay those things and always have something to stream because I'll keep doing more and more new content. So by the time I catch up, I'll have way more. I'll never catch up, in fact. And then also, let me look from the oldest. I can't remember if I streamed some of this before. Or if I just recorded I don't know. I don't think I streamed like really any of this. X-Film Critic does their first React content ever. And that was Barbie movie 2023. And then I did that, but then for a while I didn't really do anything after that. Like, I wasn't really ready, or I tried doing the Clone Wars, but then I never actually finished that first episode or whatever. So yeah, I can do these big segments where I combine these together too. X-Film Critic reacts to TV series while driving. I totally should do that. Yeah, not only should I do what I'm currently doing, but I should do some of the... Well, I kind of like doing the newer ones, but we're going to get from this to The Sopranos now, I think. Right? Or no, we watched Girls first. I love it. I should exclude that one, or maybe I'll try it anyway. I'll try my luck. The fact that I have it playing in the background. Oh shit, should I risk it, dude? Should I risk it? Ah, fuck. Man, I am not feeling too good right now. Watching Girls 2012 until I get bored. Season 1, episode 1, pilot, X-Film Critic reacts, 11 views. So you get more views this way, whether it's good content or not. Watching Girls 2012 until I get bored. Season 1, episode 2, too much sex. X-Film Critic reacts. This one is pretty harsh. Elitist, and I say the C word too. You're going to get banned for multiple reasons. Elitist victim blamer watches quiet on set until they get triggered by ex post facto justification. Like the guy sneezing. Somebody sneezing on somebody's face. That's Dan Schneider trying to do like a cum shot on the face. Like, it's possible, but I think even if you think he's a pervert and a bad guy, I think it's unlikely that, you know what I mean? That's just like a pie in the face, or, you know, like just something that's supposed to be funny, like a gross out comedy. That, oh, somebody sneezes, that's funny, or somebody pies you in the face, that's funny. I don't know if I would attach that. Like, and they're leading with that as one of the first things they bring up. Like, I'm sure he might be a bad guy and he might be a pervert, but that doesn't mean that you can't just do those things in a normal production setting where, I don't know, like, you're trying to dig a little too deep there. Ranking and analyzing. The problem is that it makes it very hard to, I don't know, like, if I'm doing different things in here, it would be annoying because it won't make sense, but I guess it's like that anyway. Ranking and analyzing the 7 Red John suspects from the Mentalist. This one seems to have more views than I remember. 13 views 8 months ago. Film Critic reacts to The Sopranos for the first time. Does it live up to the hype? Season 1, Episode 1. And this is when I was just uploading it as individual things. Like, that's only the first episode. Right? It's not like a 10-hour thing. It's just like an hour of me doing it. And then Film Critic reacts to TV series while driving. An interlude. Girls, Episode 1 and 2, and The Sopranos. So that was just me like talking in between. If only I knew how much of that I was going to do. And that's going to be the bulk of everything. Film Critic watches The Big Bang Theory for the first time until an episode makes them laugh, or fails to make them laugh. Then Film Critic watches Sopranos for the first time. Tony's therapist is a genius, Season 1, Episode 2. They kind of overplay that therapist angle, though, to be honest with you. Uncle Junior is basically Hyman Roth. Now, this video got a good number of views, but it also got a dislike. Whether because of the audio quality, because I'm not doing face cam, because I'm not showing the video that I'm reacting to. Here, at least, I was doing the timestamps, though. But this took so much more effort. Well, a little more effort, at least. I was still going by my voice, again, because there's no video to go on with any of this. Uncle Junior is basically Hyman Roth, Season 1, Episode 3. I'm just, like, reading through my titles. Can Sheldon keep the series on life support? Film Critic watches Big Bang Theory again until not enough room in the title, but until it fails to make me laugh. See, all these formats can be so interesting too, regardless of the fact that I'm doing it. I'm such a format content innovator, right? Like, where imagine some big streamer. I keep always using XQC as an example. I'm going to watch this show until it makes me laugh, or I'm going to watch this until, you know. This is basically Goodfellas, the TV show. Sopranos Season 1, Episode 4. And somewhat in a bad way, that they're kind of overplaying that, some of the cast and everything, but even the spider gets his revenge, shooting the guy in the foot moment. Sheldon kept the Big Bang Theory alive with this moment. The fact that he made me laugh in Episode 1 or 2 or something. It must have been Episode 1. Tony Soprano had a golden +1 character hallmark point moment, and that's one where I actually put the video in there and do it like as a clip. Right, which I often don't do that, but I always have the option to do that later on. Elitist victim blamer clown. Oh, this one has 20 views now. I like that. Elitist victim blamer clowns. I love this title so much. Like, it's so fucking hilarious and oddly specific and brutal. Elitist victim blamer clown Sheila Wantolo in the first time watching Evil Lives Here, Season 1, Episode 6. And I thought it was Season 1, Episode 1 for some reason. I don't know how we got to Episode 6. Like, it was just... And I thought it was like a horror show. And so I was kind of pissed for that reason, too. But... I was just kind of taking it out on her. But she's like doing this apologist victim blame, thing where, yes, the guy might be a bad guy, but, you know what I mean? It's people can be bad, but you can also be a moron. There's a difference between just like, oh, a tiger is trying to kill me, so I'm just going to lay down and let them, and oh, how dare you blame me, the tiger's evil and it's coming to get me, but like, you can identify it, you can try to get away, you can try to hide, right? There's still culpability for you. So I sympathize that you have to deal with that, but I also question your judgment, I guess, in being with them in the first place or not realizing it sooner. And then they use their victimized state to justify it further. Like, they'll say, well, I didn't break up with him because I was scared that he would beat me up or kill me. But by that logic, then you're still allowing him to continue to abuse you or potentially do something. So, like, I'll be with this abusive, terrible person forever because I'm afraid that he's going to kill me. But, like, you're never... So how? I don't get it. That's not a good justification. You should use that to try to get away, get witness protection, call the cops on them. I was just waiting for them to commit a crime so I could get them locked up. Like, I get there's a fear factor, but don't use the fear to justify staying in that bad situation. I love how many views that has, actually. I don't remember having that before. Elitist victim blamer clowns Sheila Montolo in their first time watching Evil Lives Here. Absolutely classic title, dude. Classic. It's so... I love it. That's the kind of shit that I like. It's like... I don't know how to explain it. There's like a meme element to it, but it's also very serious at the same time. I was getting mad, too. Like, I was getting into it. I was getting pissed. Like, what a dumb C word. I feel like Ben Shapiro whenever I say that, but he does it with the B word or the P word. I mean, my wet-ass P word. As you say the word ass right there. The Mafia gets a lesson in game theory. Sopranos Season 1, Episode 5. Where you're dealing with that mobster who's so highly capable, who dies in kind of a dumb, disappointing way, and I'm talking about how it would have been better if Christopher had come and saved him, and that would have been a good game theory moment, one of my editorial famous kind of things where it would have been a great adjustment. Film critic watches TV series while driving, another interlude, no views. Comedy series, horror, and Sopranos. This would be when I do stuff in between, but basically my main focus was, and there's maybe a lot of stuff I didn't upload over the course of doing this, or maybe I did keep up with it, but I missed Lane. Like, I gave up during Lane when I got like a couple episodes in and I just never finished it, but I don't even care. As long as I get through the rest of this, like, as long as I keep up with what I'm doing now. This guy is no junior, he's major. Sopranos Season 1, Episode 6, obviously when he gets... I'll come up with these titles just in my head over time. Like, that'd be such a great line to use at some point, even if I don't know exactly the context, but it turns into, like... It turns into whatever, like that when he gets promoted, I just wait for the right time to use it. This is that shitty Lovecraft Country thing. Film critic watches Lovecraft Country until an episode fails to scare them. The worst pilot ever. It's interesting to see which one gets views and which ones don't, because they're all the same kind of content. If they're maybe shorter in length, if they're certainly episodic, if the title is kind of catchy. I feel like a lot of these titles are pretty funny or catchy, or they just describe some hot take or just noteworthy thing that I say about it. Like, that really was. I think I gave that an F grade, the first episode. It was so bad. I was getting mad. It's trying to play on the race angle and stuff too, which is fine, but I mean, so what? Like, it didn't have any content at all. I really hated that. Tony's son suffers from toxic masculinity. The Sopranos Season 1, Episode 7. Some of these titles are fucking hilarious, dude. Holy shit. I'm sure I say them somewhere in there, too. I make the joke about it. the fact that he beat somebody up, or there was something more specific about it. This macho, you want to be a tough guy like your dad, like the mob or something. Film critic watches The Witch 2015 for the first time until they get scared, which I didn't get scared, so I watched the whole thing. And then Spider from Goodfellas gets his revenge. See, this one got a decent amount of views, but I remember it also got a dislike. Where he shoots a guy in the foot, episode 8. 22 views. I'm pretty happy with that. See, if I average 20 views per video, that's actually pretty good, because for some unknown channel. Film critic attempts to watch 30 coins until they get scared. That one didn't go well because it wasn't in English or whatever. The episode that nobody asked for, this is a pretty funny thumbnail, where it's like Meadows resting bitch face when she's in the room with her friend who tried to kill herself or something, and they're just trying to get rid of the parents. The episode nobody asked for, soccer drama and junior sex life, skull dead emoji, Sopranos season 1 episode 9 reaction, and then Sopranos the musical, season 1 episode 10 reaction, film critic reacts, film critic, yeah, this was my most viewed video. Film critic watches Larry David's Curb Your Enthusiasm 1999 until they laugh, and I did laugh. I almost got through it, but I laughed at that guy talking about Molly Shannon or whatever, talking about she fucked this guy to death and he had a heart attack. Like, bro turned on the Cthulhu roleplay real fast. If you know, you know. Your heart exploded, dude. The way he says it is fucking classic. And I don't know if that's even meant to be funny, but like it's maybe dark humor. It just shows you I'm a sick guy or something. But film critic, yeah, that has 122 views. See, that is amazing. I guess just because Curb Your Enthusiasm. Now, even that, I mistook what I was doing because I thought that would be an episodic series as well, and then they made the show. But it's actually like the movie or whatever. Then a mob mystery worthy of police procedural. Sopranos season 1 episode 11. Film critic reacts. Or I just put film critic because of character limit. Season 1 episode 1 Curb Your Enthusiasm first time watching. Now this didn't get any views. Film critic watches Curb Your Enthusiasm for the first time until an episode fails to make them laugh, which I think the first one did fail to make me laugh. I think I sort of laughed at the very end, but it was almost like a pity laugh. Tony Plot Armor Soprano has a history of violence moment where he thinks he saves himself from the thing, from getting killed, and it makes no fucking sense. Mama Soprano is a menace. This one has 20 views with the devil emoji. Soprano season 1 episode 13 reaction, film critic reacts, and that was the last we've seen of it because of the simple fact that I wonder if you can hear the horns honking and stuff when people do that. Probably not too well anyway. So yeah, Mama Soprano is a menace with the skull, with the devil emoji. I mean, devil with the horns and the smile. I really didn't get her character at all. I never. She had me fooled the whole time. I didn't get it. Like my excitement. This is what this is all about. The passion and the excitement. Not in that one, but in the next video, where it was like a review session on The Sopranos, explaining how she ended the show because that was the third plot armor strike against him. One of them comes from the fucking guy in episode 5, but then the other two actually come from her sort of indirectly, where she gets the guy to try to kill him and she gets the other guy to try to kill him too, Junior. Livia Soprano. See, now this only has 3 views because people don't get what I'm doing. It's like Livia with the goat, like badass, cool glasses, thug life type of thing. Livia Soprano is goated. He gets plus 1 million character points, 1 million character points, and single-handedly ended The Sopranos. Regardless of what happens with her later, just that moment alone is really good. And I love that scene in the baseball stadium where he's like, let's talk about Julius Caesar. And he's like, let's not. I don't get it. Like we've had this conversation before. Let's talk about Julius Caesar. Let's not. Junior and Tony, and then he keeps saying the same thing over and over. He let everybody eat. He let everybody eat. He kept everybody happy. Or maybe it wasn't Julius Caesar. It was somebody like that. Film critic watches Full House for the first time until they laugh. One laugh equals series over. And I laughed at that moment where the guy's doing a voice. I might have uploaded that as a clip, or I can't remember. He does like a weird... I almost remember it too. It's like he does some weird voice imitation of somebody, and I don't know, it's like in episode 4 or something. I don't know if I uploaded the full thing of this either, all of them. Film critic watches Serial Experiments Lane for the first time. Lane is literally me. 23 views. Bob Saget is a bandwagon 49ers fan. This is Full House episode 2. See, I was doing this as individual episodes, and to some extent it helped maybe with views, but I don't really care at this point. Lane is the pinnacle of unintentional ASMR. Serial Experiments Lane episode 2. 20 views. See, this one was getting a good amount of views. Basketball historian talks NBA playoffs. Minnesota wins in 7, and Celtics are front runners. And you know how badly that prediction went. Was I predicting like that they would come back from some crazy deficit or what? This show will get me as addicted to Boa Duvet as Lane is to computers. Right, that got like 13 views. Psychology expert uses their theory of false duality to solve the Trump hysteria once and for all. Basketball historian makes NBA Finals predictions. The Lucas special. I think I might have even predicted the Mavericks to win. Like I was kind of thinking that, but you don't really think that, but I swear I see like one copier at least on this drive at least every fucking day. Basketball historian, the Lucas special is outscoring the other team, like in the first quarter or something like that. Basketball historian clowns the sports media and recaps the NBA playoffs, even though I was wrong about a couple of picks like that. Still, their treatment and framing is kind of like with Luka. Luka is a failure because he lost in the NBA Finals. Also, that same person didn't predict him to get to the NBA Finals. So what does that mean? So it's not impressive that he exceeded your expectation and made it to the finals with a team that you didn't think was good enough to get there. But now when he does and he fails to win, now that's a bad thing. So it would have been better if he lost in a previous round. Then you wouldn't say, oh, he lost in the finals. You would say, oh, he lost exactly where I thought he would lose before that. So he overachieves. And then the transgender argument, the transgender movement is simple false duality. Society's rigid definitions of gender created it, which people want to try to escape from. And then Cinephile Continuum reacts. The original James Bond, 1954, that's with the Peter Lorre, the one episode of the one TV show. Which name I forget. Yeah, let's test to see. Can you hear that siren? this guy's going the other way from where the other cops were. And of course, around the holiday times where everything's crowded, you get this shit all the time. The original James Bond, Books of Blood, and short horror films. This was like 5 months ago. Reviewing my 2013 review of Man of Steel. That one got like 46 views, and that one's short. Just me reading through what I had written there. Cinephile Continuum reacts. Again, it's not like I have much of an identity that I would be using that name, but reacts to the first 2024 presidential debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Only 5 months ago, and then it turns from that to Kamala Harris. Film Critic is split on M. Night Shyamalan's 2017 film. Good acting, bad writing. First time watching. This one is really good. Here, the next one, I'll show you. Or I'll tell you. I can't show you anything. Maybe I should choose a different route. Like, this one gets all fucking congested as hell. It's a nice, pleasant, like, local route to take, but it's kind of fucked up when there's traffic and stuff going on. There was, like, the parade going on the other day, like a week back. So, you have now the ability to consider that... Okay. Yeah, this one's good. Like one of my rewrite editorial type moments. Film Critic rewrites Avatar: The Way of Water, and the ending is brutal. Where I talk about that chick, female character with a coffee cup, as like a new main villain who was trained by Quaritch, who still has some reference to that, but she's kind of her own person, and she's smart and strategist and kills. At the end, she's able to kill Jake, and then his son avenges him, and then, you know, sets up the thing that he's going to become the next man of the house. And, what's her name? The wife, Neytiri, is crying on the ground after he's dead and being held at gunpoint by her. And like, you know, she's that ruthless and that powerful that she kills Jake, and then she's about to kill Neytiri too. And then the son, nobody's going to save you now. And then the son, I will. Film, isn't that so much better than what happened? Recycling the same guy and keeping him alive again. That's very cheap storytelling. Film Critic reacts to American Horror Story for the first time. Episode 1. The Vow, 2012. Channing Tatum rewrites Avatar 2. I guess I included that in there. See, I just put in like the noteworthy things that I'm doing, but... Film Critic reviews Dragon Ball GT. It's actually good. It's like 7 views. That's one of those shorter kind of ones I've done. Film Critic reviews Gene Siskel's and Roger Ebert's worst review ever, The Good Son. I almost want to listen to this back. Here, let me save this so you might watch later, and I'll keep reading through these, but this is entertaining just reading my titles. This isn't me like fluffing myself up either. It's just like some of these are genuinely funny titles. Film Critic reacts Companion Pieces, Interiors 1978, and Also August 31st, 2011. How did I even watch Also August 31st if I am reading it with subtitles? I guess I did the best that I could to keep glancing over or something. Or if I did it in some context of, if I did it in some context that you're able to, I don't know, some other time, but I think it was the same. very similar movies. Then I was going to do The Fire Within, but that's also the subtitles. Objective Film Critic reacts to and debunks Dark Brandon's Inside the Mind of a MAGA video mukbang, where I'm eating my food and doing that. I'm dead, bro. That was hilarious. I guess I was proven right, though, because guess what? They didn't win. I make a lot of really good points in that. He even messaged me and said, do you want to debate on, like, Discord? And I gave him my Discord, but then I never heard back or something. Yeah, I want to debate now from a position of victory. But no, that was even a long time ago. Film Critic reacts to Joe Biden dropping out. Random, and even the thumbnails are pretty funny. So, random YouTube video, Cisco and Ebert's worst reviews. Film Critic begins their Crunchyroll randomizer gauntlet or journey, watching random anime until a C grade or a C episode. The biggest threat to democracy is a one-party state. And Dragon Ball Episode 1, Bulma's booty and child murder, where she's hits him with a car. Film Critic reacts to Skibbity Toilet for the first time and talks politics. So, of course, I fittingly used Skibbity Biden as the thumbnail. And that one got like 27 views, but 1 dislike. 0 out of 10. This guy's not actually showing Skibbity Toilet as he's reacting to it, or he's not actually reacting to it the full time. I'm reacting to it somewhere in there, but Film Critic reacts, or Film Critic explains. So much of the skill in society, this is just some random non sequitur, but is like accounting for other people. So it's not like actually an inherently valuable thing. It's like if there weren't any people, then you wouldn't have to do that. Like it's a self-defeating fallacy. Then Film Critic explains useful writing techniques and reacts to the Trump-Musk conversation, where he was sort of fluffing him up a little bit too much. And then Film Critic reacts to the 1,000 most viewed videos on YouTube, part 1, the baby shark thing or some similar thing. And then Debate Lord rehashes some of their key phrases and greatest takes with the little voice speaking emoji. Objective Atheist reacts to and debunks the mic drop off. The entire debate lasted 56 seconds, similar to the Charlie Kirk one that I did, but I guess I didn't upload that individually. It's just somewhere in here. There's so many good moments in here, that's what I'll say. I'm not saying 100% of it is good, and that's why the difficulty is sussing it out and finding the best parts, and I get it, I should do that for you, but maybe one day when I have time, but I'm happy just having it all up here for now. Film Critic plays chess using their voice and reacts to the Darrell Brooks trial again. And then Film Critic begins their alphabetical gauntlet, Netflix gauntlet. Begins our alphabetical Netflix gauntlet, watching everything in order with a twist. Or like every letter I watch one thing, or until... That's kind of similar to what I'm doing now, but every letter you watch one thing until something else happens, which is like if I like it or it's a C grade and above, then I watch the next one, and if not, I move to the next letter. If it's good, then I watch it to the next thing in the same letter. But I didn't actually do much of that. I just sort of introduced the format, and then I don't actually pursue it. Film Critic, this one's an upside down lowercase text. Film Critic reacts to YouTube videos, Ear Rape Edition. When my mic was kind of fucking up, or I don't know what was even happening. I was trying to use the other mic. right before I got this one, Road Go thing, which this one's okay, but it's not really that good either. Film Critic reacts to... Look at how I'm reading this much while I'm driving, and it's not that big a deal. Film Critic reacts to Amber Heard trial again and rehashes their old philosophical concepts. Film Critic reacts to the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Film Critic watches Hell's Kitchen. Saint Season 1, not Saint. Jessica is a vibe queen, and Elsie gets protagonist treatment. See, now I didn't watch the whole thing in just that one part, but most of it. But then I finish it in the next one, but then I move on. I'm doing something else, so I make the thumbnail and title about that. Film Critic reacts at the top videos of the most subscribed YouTube channels on YouTube, Mr. Beast and Minecraft. Film Critic reacts to the Jodi Arias trial. This one has a nice juicy 11 views to it. I like that. And discusses various psychological concepts. I could just put that in every title. Discusses various psychological concepts. Yeah, I'm always doing that. Film Critic reacts to the Jodi Arias trial and discusses various psychological concepts too. Film Critic reacts to Jodi Arias trial part 3. She's a great liar in terms of delivery, not content. Film Critic reacts to JCS criminal psychology videos. He plays a video for 20 minutes and says one word. And I think he's gotten in trouble and sort of banned too for something, but just the form of his content is a little bit dry and boring or lazy. Film Critic reacts to the Casey Anthony Says Me. Casey Anthony trial, Fear the Man Who Laughs in the Face of Adversity 2. Film Critic reacts to the Casey Anthony trial, Jose Baez is no ordinary man. Film Critic reacts to Jodi Arias trial, part 4. I'm as obsessed with the trial as Jodi was with Travis. Wait, I thought I only had 2 parts, so where's the third one? If this is part 4. Oh yeah, I should look for another drone sighting. I think yesterday I did actually see some, and that kind of freaked me out. Or was that the day before? I lose track. Okay, Film Critic reacts to Jodi Arias trial 4. I'm as obsessed with this trial as Jodi was with Travis. And then Film Critic listens and reacts to their first audiobook ever, The Hellbound Heart by Clive Barker. And then I use that very funny thumbnail. We have Pinhead at home. So it was around here that I started doing my... maybe a little bit before this, that I started doing my streams of it, replay streams, right, where I only have to do a couple a week too, because I only upload, so many videos. In 1 week you might get like 20 hours of content if I'm doing like 2 hours a day or something. So we have Pinhead at home, and they show the cover of the thing. Film Critic react. Oh yeah, let me find that now that I've stopped. Where are the other 3 parts? You have 3 parts. Film Critic reacts to Jodi Arias trial part 5. Jodi destroyed everyone. Both lawyers got disbarred. Skull dead emoji. Film Critic votes for it. Like everyone around this media attention-seeking clown suffers for it. Film Critic votes for Donald Trump in 2024 election. Here's their nuanced reasoning for why. I guess I must have done that one. And then we did Shameless, and I don't think I did any of the other ones. Film Critic watches Shameless for the first time. Emmy Rossum is more photogenic than Allison Williams. Film critic regards the Fourth Republic still a more secure election than U.S. in 2020. Monk has the greatest premiere in the history of television. And Bird Box is The Happening 2.0. Film critic watches Cats 2019 for the first time, and what in the Jellicle is this movie about? And then, did I mention Monk 2002 had the greatest start to any TV series ever? Season 1, Episode 5. And then finally, Film critic watches and reacts to their first time. Watches Dinner 2016 for the first time. Richie is a Sigma male, God Overlord Chadzilla. And I was almost going to watch that thing, the Roger Ebert. I love how I can get through these sessions without actually doing anything at all. Just talking about random stuff, which is sometimes good, but I sometimes get sick of it. Like, I'm actually just not feeling good right now, so I didn't want to do anything, but you would think that makes it easier. But no, I want to be kind of focused. So tomorrow morning, hopefully I'll do Monk. I like dragging these things out, though. I find it sort of satisfying. Like, I'm in no hurry to get through Monk. Like, I'm enjoying it so much. And it's unlikely I'll stop watching it. I might watch the whole fucking 8 seasons. I don't care. But it'll take me, like, literally years to do it at the pace that I'm doing. Right, because every week I'm only watching, like, maybe 2 or 3 episodes because... Probably only, like, 1 or 2 because like, let's say tomorrow I watch 1 episode, right? So it's Tuesday. Then Wednesday I'll prepare to watch a movie. Then Thursday and Friday I'll watch the movie. Then Saturday I'll watch Monk. So yeah, literally in a week I watch like 2 things. I've been getting obsessed with Shark Tank in terms of the secondary kind of thing. Now I gotta go home, do my laundry. I'm tired as hell. I gotta download something. But this is kind of a fun idea. Maybe if I have time, I should... if I have time, I should do this. Like, I'll start doing... I was doing it. I mean, there's only like 3 or 4 left, that means. You got Shameless, you got... But no, I could go back, and that's actually an amazing idea. I'll download all of the Sopranos ones together and just play them back to back to back, and it'll be like, you know, you get the whole series in one shot. We can see, regardless of the form of this, like no face cam, not showing the video, all this, some of my takes in there are actually pretty good. Like, yeah, tomorrow, see, pauses like that was only a few seconds, so I don't mind it. I just upload. I love how I've done this. It's like the lowest common denominator form of content, but it's like, it's the best you're going to get, and there are some really, really good things in here. It's just like, leave it to people to find later on or something. I don't know. There's so much junk out there these days that it is like sort of content sensory overload, in the sense that everybody thinks they're going to be a streamer and write a book and just... Or not write a book, but there's some expression like that. It's the end of the world. Every man wants to write a book. And in this day and age, everybody wants to make a TikTok or something. Or I think I heard TikTok is actually banned right at the same time that this drone stuff is happening. It seems unbelievable that one possible outcome couldn't be known yet about that. Like, you would have one crash and we'd find out what it is. How, you know, it's a pretty ballsy operation, whether it's from domestic government, whether it's from external entities. All it would take is catching one of them, just one of them, to find out what's going on, right? You'd find out who's in there, if there's anybody in there. You would find out what it is, what it's made of. Whether it's human technology. It could be the Project Blue Beam, which I didn't know what that actually meant, but it's like it's from like the 90s with this theory that they would fake an alien invasion to create like a totalitarian government or something, assuming that a real alien invasion wouldn't lead to that, like where everybody has to just obey the aliens or we die. Like obviously that could be something too, but yeah, I like the implication, like whether they fake it or whether it actually happens, the end result is the same. And people are so dumb that they would actually go for that. That's the globalist world government playbook. Try COVID and see how people react, and they very willingly gave up a lot of freedoms. So the same thing will happen here. Where, although in some ways you have to ask, like, who did that really benefit? It benefited a lot of companies and stuff, but it didn't really seem to... It benefited government sort of temporarily, but I don't know. It's the sort of thing like they'll do something for emergency powers, and then they'll keep it that way. They'll never undo it. They'll never change it when the emergency is over, right? They'll keep that power, so that should always be a clause. Like, anytime you do something for a thing like that, then when it's over for good. Like, it goes away.